Chapter 1501. A man and a woman sat at a table, exuding an air of luxury and elegance, regardless of their individual appearances, personalities, or casual attire. The man appeared somewhat worn and haggard, his face and lips lacking their usual color. At first glance, he seemed to be suffering from a chronic illness or perhaps even on the brink of death. In contrast, the woman beside him was strikingly beautiful and well-groomed. She bore a resemblance to Stephanie, looking to be in her 30s. Charlie instantly recognized them. They were Uncle Orrin and his wife, Angie, figures from his childhood. As soon as Charlie identified them, both Orrin and Angie recognized him as well. Orrin's son's expression was one of sheer shock. His already thin face seemed to pale further as his eyes widened. He trembled, struggling to form words that seemed to catch in his throat. Meanwhile, Angie stood frozen in disbelief. She pointed at Charlie, her hand over her mouth in astonishment. You are Wade. Are you Charlie? Feeling a lump in his throat, Charlie sighed softly and replied, his voice shaking, Angie, yes, I am Charlie. He then turned to Orrin, who was still visibly shaken and unable to articulate his emotions, saying with a quiver in his voice, Uncle Orrin. Hello. And Angie, how are you? Orrin, staring at him in disbelief, murmured, Is it really you, Charlie Wade? Charlie nodded earnestly, responding, Uncle Orrin, it's me, I'm Charlie. Do you still remember me? I recognize you. I recognize you. Orrin wiped away tears, his voice choked with emotion. You look just like your father did when he was young, and you resemble the photos of your grandfather from his youth. With great effort, he rose from his seat and slowly made his way toward Charlie. Quick to assist, Charlie stepped forward, supporting Orrin, and expressed his gratitude and guilt. Uncle Orrin, I'm sorry for all the worry you and Aunt Angie have endured over the years. Orrin, wiping away tears, replied emotionally, Charlie, where have you been all this time? I've traveled nearly everywhere trying to find you, but I had no leads. Charlie let out a heartfelt sigh. Uncle Orrin, I've actually been in Orris Hill all these years, growing up in an orphanage until I turned 18. What? Orrin exclaimed. I visited Orris Hill several times to look for you, checking the welfare home, the orphanage, and the rescue station, but there was no sign of you. Charlie explained, Uncle Orrin, back then, Stephen Thompson, the Wade family's housekeeper, arranged for someone to take over the orphanage secretly. He wanted to protect me from potential harm, so he concealed all my information. I only realized something was amiss after meeting your daughter a few days ago. That's when I approached Stephen, and he revealed the hidden details to me. Orrin paused in contemplation before nodding, understanding dawning on him. I see now. It seems Stephen Thompson is indeed a man of gratitude. Your father treated him with great respect, and he has proven himself loyal. Chapter 1502. With a lump in his throat, he struggled to hold back his emotions. For all these years, I've been unable to find any trace of you. I once thought you were gone. At that moment, Orrin's son pressed his lips together, but the tears began to flow. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, his vision blurred completely from tears, and he finally broke down. Charlie Wade, your spirit is alive. Look at your son, he's back. He's finally here, and I can finally see him. Orrin, overwhelmed with emotion, sobbed several times before succumbing to a fit of coughing. Angie, standing by, quickly wiped her own tears and gently patted his back while saying, Orrin, this is a joyful moment. Charlie is back. Please don't cry, your health isn't great, and you can't handle such emotional swings. Once Orrin had gathered himself, he nodded through his tears, took Charlie's hand, and said earnestly, Charlie, sit down and share with your uncle how you've been all these years. After saying this, he suddenly remembered something and turned to his daughter, Stephanie, exclaiming, Stephanie, how did you and Charlie meet? With red eyes and a shaky voice, Stephanie replied, Dad, I'm sorry. I kept this from you and Mom. The truth is, when I went to Orris Hill for a promotional event, I ran into Charlie. I just wanted to surprise you both when he came home. Orrin nodded vigorously, his emotions evident, a surprise indeed. This is a huge surprise. As he spoke, He grasped Charlie's hands firmly and said with sincerity, "Charlie, regardless of what you've faced in the past, it's a blessing that you're back. Please don't return to Oris Hill again. The marriage between you and Stephanie was decided long ago by your Aunt Angie, your father, and your mother. No matter what has happened before, Stephanie is still your fiancée. Now that you're back, and with my health declining, you two should seize the moment and plan the wedding before it's too late." Charlie's expression shifted to one of embarrassment and guilt at Oren's words. Noticing this, Angie quickly interjected, "Charlie, please don't feel pressured. Once you marry our daughter, this will be your home. Whether or not you return to the Wade family, you are part of our family now." Angie's words, though subtly put, were clear to Charlie. She was affirming that regardless of wealth or status, he didn't need to worry about the Sun family, he had his own home here. As he absorbed this, Charlie couldn't help but compare Angie to his own mother-in-law, Elaine. The difference felt as vast as the moon compared to a firefly. Feeling awkward, Stephanie chimed in, "Dad, Mom, just so you know, Charlie is already married." Ha! Both Oren and Angie were taken aback. Charlie, equally embarrassed, addressed them sincerely, "I'm sorry, Uncle Oren and Aunt Angie. This is my fault. I apologize for not honoring the agreement made between you and my parents." Oren sighed deeply, placing a comforting hand on Charlie's shoulder. "Charlie, while I may not know everything you've endured, I can tell it hasn't been easy. You've been away since you were just 8 years old. Let's not dwell on the past for now. Please share with me what you've been through all these years." "Of course." Angie nodded in agreement, adding, "We can discuss the marriage contract later. For now, let's eat and chat." Chapter 1503. Oren's son took a seat next to Charlie, pulling him closer as he settled in. Once seated, he greeted Charlie with enthusiasm, "Charlie, let's eat first. Take a look at the food at home and see if it suits your taste. If it's not to your liking, I'll have them cook something else." Charlie replied quickly, "Uncle Oren, you don't need to be so formal." Oren's son nodded and inquired about Charlie's life experiences over the years. Charlie was open with Oren's son's family, sharing most of his life story, except for the undisclosed secrets like the apocalyptic book, which he kept to himself. He talked about his childhood before turning 18, his experiences after that age, meeting Mr. Wilson, marrying Claire, and his life post-marriage. As Oren and Angie listened, their concern for Charlie grew. They viewed him as a descendant of the Wade family, a direct heir whose father had once shone brightly within the family. They expected Charlie to have enjoyed a life of luxury and comfort, but were taken aback to learn about the numerous hardships he had faced. After hearing his story, Oren sighed deeply and asked, "Charlie, what are your plans now? Are you considering returning to the Wade family to reconnect with your grandfather and others?" Charlie shook his head. "Uncle Oren, I really don't have any plans yet. I've always had my suspicions that my parents' deaths are linked to the Wade family. I need to uncover the truth about their involvement before I even think about going back." Oren's son responded seriously, "Charlie, I advise you to stay away from the Wade family and not to turn them into enemies." Charlie replied earnestly, "It's not about making enemies, it's about facing the truth. If they were truly responsible for my parents' deaths, how could I not seek justice for them?" Oren's son sighed again and said slowly, "To be honest, I still haven't found any solid evidence regarding what happened back then. We don't have proof that your parents were harmed by anyone in the family." Charlie countered, "At the very least, my parents had to leave Eastcliff because of the Wade family's exclusion. If it weren't for them, my parents wouldn't have met their fate in Oris Hill." Oren nodded thoughtfully. "The chain of events does suggest that the Wade family bears some responsibility for your parents' deaths." After a moment, Oren offered some comfort. "Charlie, you mentioned that the Wade family arranged for Stephen Thompson to give you a company valued at $100 billion, along with billions in cash. I see this as their way of compensating you or perhaps your parents. While these assets may not mean much to the Wade family, they are a sincere gesture. If you choose not to return to them, this wealth should be enough for you to lead a fulfilling life. After enduring so much, it's time for you to enjoy life and let go of the past." Chapter 1504. Charlie understood that Oren had his best interests at heart, yet he gently shook his head. He spoke with great seriousness, "Uncle Oren, even though my time with my parents was brief, just 8 years, I carry their blood within me. If I cannot avenge them in this lifetime, how can I honor the sacrifice they made for me?" Angie remained silent, but upon hearing Charlie, she let out a sigh, her eyes glistening with tears. "Charlie's spirit and demeanor remind me so much of Brother Wade from the past. When Brother Wade faced challenges, he was unwavering. He resolutely took his family away from Eastcliff, and back then, no one could sway him. It seems the same holds true for Charlie now." Oren nodded somberly, letting out a sigh as he looked at both Charlie and his daughter, Stephanie. He said earnestly, "Charlie, while there are many things to consider, if you truly wish to oppose the Wade family, it's crucial that you make them face significant consequences. You must be prepared and strong enough for that." He paused, then continued with a serious tone, "In my view, your immediate priority should be to leave Oris Hill and head back to Eastcliff, where you should focus on marrying your fiancée. Even if you haven't officially rejoined the Wade family yet, you will still be recognized as part of the Sun family. If I remain alive, I can help make necessary arrangements for you, ensuring that you can build a foundation within the Sun family and access its resources and connections." Angie nodded decisively at this point, asserting, "Absolutely, Charlie. Although you are already married, your engagement with our daughter predates your current marriage by over 2 decades. In a way, the Wilson family girl can be seen as an entanglement with your original commitment." She quickly added, "I don't mean to place blame here, after all, she is not responsible for the situation. I just want to stress that according to your parents' wishes from long ago, you were meant to marry our daughter. As for the Wilson family girl, my family will ensure she is taken care of. After the divorce, I'll arrange a substantial financial compensation so that you won't face any difficulties." Charlie felt a bit awkward at this moment. Before joining the Sun family, he had been most concerned about how Stephanie's parents would approach the topic of their marriage contract. So much time had passed since the childhood engagement, and he hadn't seen Stephanie in years, leaving no emotional foundation between them. If he were still single, he could consider rekindling a connection with Stephanie based on his parents' wishes. If they found common ground, it might make sense to follow through with their plans and marry. However, given that he was already married, how could he abandon Claire to pursue a relationship with Stephanie? Noticing Charlie's silence, Angie spoke with a heavy heart, "Charlie, you must have heard about your uncle's health from Stephanie. We have spent quite a while seeking treatment for him abroad, but the doctors here have recently informed us that his condition has worsened. They are urging further hospitalization, but the outlook isn't good, he may not have much time left." As she spoke, Angie struggled to contain her emotions, wiping away tears before continuing, "The marriage contract between you and Stephanie was established by our parents. With 2 of them no longer with us, your uncle might not have longed to see this through. Your parents left us too soon and never witnessed their children's marriages. Auntie hopes your uncle won't share the same fate." Stephanie's eyes were already filled with tears, and she sat there motionless, her heart heavy with grief. In that moment, despite being a beloved star to many, she felt like a lost and vulnerable girl. Seeing her like this stirred a deep sense of compassion within Charlie. Chapter 1505. At that moment, Oren coughed a few times, visibly uncomfortable. Once he regained his composure, he spoke earnestly, "Charlie, you've been in Oris Hill for the past 10 years. It's time for the dragon to return to the sea." With a heartfelt sigh, he continued, "While the Sun family may not propel you to the heights of success, our support will undoubtedly bolster your confidence if you decide to rejoin the Wade family in the future. When it comes to competing for the Wade family's assets, having the Sun family behind you will significantly increase your chances of success." Hearing this made Charlie feel a wave of shame wash over him. He was taken aback to realize that, despite his leaving the Wade family and even being married, Oren's son and Angie still held on to the hope of fulfilling their marriage contract from years ago, wanting him to marry Stephanie, a woman admired by millions. This only deepened his feelings of regret regarding Stephanie and the entire Sun family. At that moment, Oren added, "Charlie, I wasn't planning to seek further treatment at the hospital. Having weathered many storms in my life, I'm not afraid of death. I want to depart with dignity." However, seeing you again after so long has ignited a desire to live within me. My greatest wish is to witness you and my daughter marry. If I can hold on long enough to see you both have a child, I could leave this world without any regrets." Stephanie, who was listening intently, burst into tears and choked out, "Dad, please don't say that." Oren smiled gently and replied earnestly, "You know me better than anyone, I'm not one for pretense or theatrics. What I just said comes straight from the heart." After saying this, he turned to Angie with conviction, "Wife, call Dean Han at Fairview and let him know I want to pursue treatment. If there's a chance to live even one more day, to see my daughter marry and to hold my grandchildren, then whatever suffering I must endure is worth it." Angie immediately nodded, full of excitement. In truth, she had been urging Oren to actively engage in treatment, emphasizing that even the slightest glimmer of hope should not be disregarded. However, Oren had previously resigned himself to his fate, unwilling to endure the inhumane suffering that often accompanies extended treatment. Advanced cancer is notoriously painful, leading to a rapid decline in physical condition and the mental anguish that comes with chemotherapy and radiotherapy. Each chemotherapy session left him feeling utterly nauseous, and the radiation treatments brought enduring pain to his skin, bones, and internal organs. Over time, this once robust man had become a frail, terminally ill patient. Thus, he preferred to spend what time he had left with his wife and daughter, minimizing his suffering and cherishing his final moments. Yet, Charlie's unexpected visit had completely transformed his perspective. Now, he yearned to live. He wanted to witness his daughter's wedding firsthand. He dreamed of personally giving his daughter, whom he had cherished for over 20 years, to Charlie on her wedding day, fulfilling a promise made to his brother and friend 2 decades ago. He even envisioned waiting outside the delivery room, eager to greet the grandchild that his daughter would bring into the world, ensuring he could witness the continuation of their family legacy. With these desires in mind, he now felt that if he could see them come to fruition, he would endure any pain or hardship without hesitation. In a hurry, Angie pulled out her phone to make the call. At that moment, Charlie interjected, "Aunt Angie, I came here primarily to address Uncle Oren's illness. I have a way to completely heal him." "What?" Chapter 1506. Angie and Oren were taken aback. Could it really be possible for Oren's condition to fully heal? This seemed almost unbelievable. Their family had been tirelessly searching for solutions to this disease for quite some time, consulting the world's leading experts, utilizing the most advanced medicines, medical devices, and treatment methods available. Yet, despite their efforts, none had been able to halt the swift decline of Oren's health. Even Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple and a billionaire, had battled pancreatic cancer. He received top-notch treatment in the United States, but sadly, the outcome was disheartening. Renowned experts around the globe held little hope for Oren's recovery, many estimating he might have less than a year to live, possibly even just 6 months. When Charlie suddenly claimed that he could cure Oren, it sounded like pure fantasy to Angie and Oren. Angie sighed deeply and replied earnestly, "Charlie, I understand that you care about your Uncle Oren, but the reality of his condition is quite grim." Oren nodded in agreement, saying, "Charlie, I know my illness all too well. Pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive forms of cancer, and I'm currently in an advanced stage. It has spread throughout my body. It's too late for me. As we say in China, even a god would find it hard to save me." Charlie felt a strong urge to express that, even if a god couldn't save Oren, he believed he could. However, such a declaration would likely come off as incredibly arrogant to those unaware of the truth. So, Charlie replied earnestly, "Uncle Oren, I recently came across a remarkable medicine that has shown great promise in treating various diseases. I brought it with me this time, and I think you should give it a try." Oren, however, was skeptical. As a staunch atheist and a committed materialist, he placed his faith firmly in science and held a healthy skepticism towards metaphysics. Having been a doctor for many years and having thoroughly researched relevant materials and literature, he was absolutely convinced that he had no hope. Thus, when he heard Charlie's suggestion, he merely shook his head and said with resignation, "Charlie, I truly appreciate your thoughtful gesture, but the severity of this disease may be far beyond what you understand." Angie, standing beside him, nodded and added, "Exactly, Charlie. Your Uncle Oren's illness is one of the most challenging, dangerous, and ruthless diseases in the world. Recognizing their disbelief, Charlie decided to present the rejuvenation pill to Oren as a last resort. Just then, a servant rushed in, looking anxious. "Mr. Sun, Mrs. Sun, the families of the second master and third master are here." Angie's expression darkened immediately as she asked sharply, "What do they want?" The servant replied quickly, "They said they are looking for you and your husband to discuss something important." Angie shot back, "Send them away. We have nothing to discuss with them." As soon as she finished, an angry voice sneered from the entrance, "Oh, sister-in-law, we're family here. There's no need for such harsh words, right? The old man won't be around for much longer. You can't just keep me and the youngest out. If the old man finds out about this, it might just upset him." Charlie looked up to see 8 or 9 people storming in with an aggressive demeanor. Angie's face turned even more sour as she confronted them. "Hank's son. This is my home. Who gave you the right to barge in without my permission?" Chapter 1507. In the midst of Angie's fury, Hank, the representative of the opposing party, wore a smirk and remarked, "Sister-in-law, this is my elder brother's home. Do I really need to greet you as a younger brother?" Angie, visibly upset, retorted, "Hank, your elder brother is married, meaning half of this house belongs to me. If you enter without my permission, that's called trespassing." Hank scoffed, scrutinizing Angie with disdain. "Oh, sister-in-law, do you even realize that you and my elder brother are married? But have you truly fulfilled your duties as a wife?" With great effort, Oren rose to his feet and chastised, "How dare you speak to your sister-in-law like that? She deserves respect, just like a mother." "Respect her like a mother?" Hank sneered. "Big brother, don't forget that she's still an outsider in the Sun family. As the daughter-in-law, she hasn't given birth to our family's eldest grandson. When our parents passed, there was no grandson. She carries the blame for that." Hearing this, Angie's expression darkened, and she looked hurt and aggrieved. Oren, filled with indignation, seized a bone china bowl and hurled it to the ground, shattering it at Hank's feet. "Hank! Don't you dare make a scene. Your sister-in-law nearly lost her life due to complications when giving birth to Stephanie. I vowed never to let her go through that again, and our parents respected that decision when they were alive. What right do you have to criticize her?" Hank responded with disdain, "Big brother, our parents may have respected your decision, but it doesn't change the sadness this caused me. I've just been too embarrassed to confront you about it." After a brief pause, he continued, "Honestly, I even suspect that our parents' early deaths were linked to the pain and stress in our family, and it's all because of you too." Stephanie, initially holding back her anger due to her position as a junior, could no longer contain herself. "Second uncle. Watch your words. This is my family, and it's not your place to raise your voice here." Before Hank could respond, a younger man, a few years his junior, chimed in sarcastically, "Oh, what's this, my dear niece? You're a big star now. Does that mean you can ignore your second uncle? Remember, no matter how famous you are, you're still just an actress." This speaker was Carl, Oren's third brother and Stephanie's uncle. The 3 brothers of the Sun family were known for their loyalty, righteousness, and strength, which reflected the family's values. However, the second and third brothers often seemed out of sync with their names. Beside Carl stood a young man in his early 20s, eager to join in the mockery. "Exactly, cousin. Our family's ancestral motto clearly states that the descendants of the Sun family must never pursue a lowly profession. Moreover," he added, "acting used to be considered a non-respectable industry, barely even part of the lower tier. Now that your status has slightly improved, you still rank at the bottom. If you're an actress now, you've tarnished the honor of our ancestors." Stephanie grit her teeth in anger and shot back, "Carl, all you do is waste time and indulge in excess. You have no right to criticize me." Chapter 1508. Carl curled his lips and remarked, "Oh, cousin, you are so temperamental. In the Sun family, we belong to the same generation. So what if you are my sister? You're just a woman who will marry sooner or later. Once you do, you'll no longer be a member of the Sun family, You'll be an outsider, understand? Charlie, who was standing nearby, felt the urge to speak up but decided against it. After all, this was a family matter for the sons, and as an outsider, he wasn't sure where he fit in. If he intervened now, he would just be seen as a stranger. Plus, the intentions of Sun's second and third children were still unclear, so he chose to observe instead. Just then, Oren's son shouted in anger, "Enough! Stop talking nonsense!" Once the room quieted down, he turned to Hank and Carl, addressing them in a cold tone, "You two shouldn't be beating around the bush. What do you want? Just say it plainly instead of prattling like a maiden and embarrassing the Sun family." Hank, with a sly smile, touched his chin and feigned concern, "Big brother, I heard your health has worsened again. Did the hospital clear you for treatment, but you refused?" Oren's son replied icily, "I'm sorry, but I've decided to actively pursue treatment. My daughter hasn't married yet, and I can't just die without a fight." Upon hearing this, Hank's expression shifted dramatically. Carl, unable to hold back, complained, "Brother, didn't you already decide to give up on treatment? Why the change of heart now? Even with active treatment, you might not have more than 10.5 months left. Those months in the hospital have been torture, why bother coming here?" Oren's son's expression turned frigid as he gritted his teeth. "What are you two trying to say? If you don't get to the point, don't blame me for throwing you out." With a smile, Hank continued, "Big brother, the old man was eccentric. Upon his death, the Sun family assets were split 50% for you and 25% each for me and the youngest. What do you really need all that for? Your family has no son. When your daughter marries, it's like she's been thrown out with the water. You can't let outsiders benefit from our family's assets." As Hank spoke, he glanced at Angie and added with a smile, "Besides, my sister-in-law isn't too old, and she's quite beautiful. If your eldest brother is gone, how could she remain alone for the rest of her life? She's bound to remarry. When that happens, part of the Sun family's wealth will end up in the hands of outsiders. Can you really bear to let half of the family's assets slip away to them through your wife and daughter?" Angie, hearing this, felt a surge of anger and humiliation, tears welling up in her eyes. Stephanie, too, was furious, her fists clenched in resentment. Oren's son's demeanor shifted dramatically, his already pale face grew even more so, and he appeared shaky, as if he might collapse at any moment. Charlie couldn't take it any longer. He reached out to steady Oren's swaying body and exclaimed with a dark expression, "You bastards, this is downright deceitful." Chapter 1509. When Hank, Carl, and their companions walked in, they completely ignored Charlie. Today, their attention was solely on the three members of the Sun family, treating Charlie and the other servants as if they were invisible. What they didn't anticipate was that this young man would boldly confront them, even going so far as to call them bastards. This unexpected challenge ignited their anger. The Sun family, located in Eastcliff, ranks just below the Banks family and the Wade family in terms of power, boasting assets exceeding $1 trillion. Even if Hank and Carl each hold only 25% of the Sun family's wealth, they would still be among the richest individuals, easily overshadowing many on the current rich list. So, how could they accept being insulted by an unknown young man? In a fit of rage, Hank pointed at Charlie and coldly declared, "Boy, do you even know who I am? Speaking to me like that, do you have a death wish?" Charlie retorted with a sneer, "Oh, I know exactly who you are. You're the top bastard, Hank, the guy next to you is bastard number 2, and the little punk who just shouted must be bastard number 3. If anyone else wants to join the ranking, speak up now so they don't miss out." Hank and Carl are both heirs of the prestigious Sun family, having received elite education from a young age. On the surface, they appear polished and well-mannered, rarely using foul language. However, beneath this facade lies a long history of ruthless behavior. For instance, there was an incident where Hank, at a dinner party, had his wine glass slightly overshadowed by another guest's. He pretended not to care, but afterward, he had the bodyguard forcibly stop the other person's car, pulling them out and breaking their hands. This was just a trivial matter. Hank had likely ruined or destroyed countless lives during his time. Now, with Charlie showing such blatant disrespect, Hank was nearly beside himself with rage. Yet, he was also puzzled about Charlie's background. As a guest of the Oren Sun family, Charlie must have been aware of the Sun family's power. How could he speak to Hank like that? Did he truly not understand the danger he was in? Carl shared the same confusion. If Charlie knew who he was, he must possess some sort of confidence. However, being younger, Carl lacked the self-awareness to see things clearly. He shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? Do you even realize who you're talking to? We're from the Sun family. Do you want to die?" Charlie shot him a cold look and replied, "You just barked at Stephanie, didn't you? Since you seem to enjoy barking like a dog, why not kneel down and practice a couple of dog barks? If you do, I might let you off the hook." "Damn it!" Carl exploded with rage, "You're asking for it. Do you know who I am? I'm the second son of the Sun family. Disrespect me, and I'll take you down in an instant." Chapter 15:10. At this moment, a young man slightly older than Carl, known for his calm demeanor, interjected, "Brother, today's matters are internal affairs of the Sun family. Please refrain from interfering." The speaker was Trevor, Hank's son and the eldest grandson of the Sun family. In contrast, Stephanie, as a girl, holds the title of the eldest grandchild in the Sun family. Charlie glanced at Trevor, responding nonchalantly, "When issues arise, let's discuss them openly. Don't hide behind numbers, thinking you can intimidate those who are fewer in number. The Sun family is a respected name in Eastcliff. It's shameful to act in such an uneducated manner." "You," Carl's teeth clenched as he felt the urge to step forward. Trevor halted him, shot Charlie a frosty glare, and then turned to his father Hank, saying, "Dad, let's cut the nonsense and get straight to the point." Hank regarded Charlie with cold eyes, resolving that no matter who this young man was, once today's business was concluded, he would pay dearly for his insults towards the Sun family. Suppressing his anger, he turned to his elder brother Oren and stated, "Big brother, I'm here as a representative of the Sun family to protect our interests. Currently, 50% of the Sun family's assets are in your name, and time is running out. Once you're gone, I will take over as head of the Sun family. I cannot allow half of our assets to fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, I urge you to prioritize the Sun family's interests and draft a will allocating at least 80% of your assets to me and the third brother." Upon hearing this, Oren's expression darkened, prompting Hank to continue, "Brother, I'm looking out for the Sun family. If you pass away and your wife and daughter inherit your wealth, it won't bear the Sun name. The strength of our family could plummet from the third position in Eastcliff, and we might not even make the top 5 anymore. Can you truly allow our century-old family business to be undermined after your passing?" Oren retorted coldly, "Second brother, your flowery words don't disguise your true intentions. You want my possessions. I have already made a will, dividing my inheritance in two, half for your sister-in-law and half for my daughter. Since I've clearly outlined the terms of my inheritance, you have no right to interfere." Hank's expression turned even colder as he pressed, "Are you really only concerned about your immediate family and disregarding the rest of us?" Oren replied firmly, "And what of it? My family's assets are none of your business." Carl, the third brother, lashed out angrily, "Big brother, has your brain been overtaken by cancer? How can a wise man like you be so foolish right now?" Angie, overhearing, shouted back in outrage, "Carl, that's unacceptable." Carl snorted dismissively, "Sister-in-law, you think this is too much? Just wait until you hear the rest." Turning back to Oren, he continued coldly, "Brother, let's be reasonable. Even if you remain stubborn and let your wife and daughter inherit the family wealth, do you truly believe they can manage such a vast amount of assets? We're here today to resolve this issue calmly. If you allocate 80% of the family property to us, the remaining 20% will still ensure a comfortable life for your wife and children. But if you remain greedy, I cannot guarantee their stability after you're gone." Furious, Oren shouted, "Carl, you bastard! Are you threatening me?" Chapter 15:11. Hank, glancing nervously to the side, quickly smiled and addressed Carl, saying, "Oh, third, how do you speak to Big Brother? His time may run out at any moment. If you offend him now and he doesn't have the chance to revise his will, are we really going to turn against your sister-in-law and your niece? I couldn't bear that. Carl chuckled, replying, "You're right, second brother. I've gone too far. I apologize to Big Brother." After this, he turned to Oren's son and added with a smile, "Big Brother, I'm sorry. I might have spoken a bit too harshly, please don't take it to heart." Oren, with a cold smile, responded, "But eldest brother, even if the third speaks out of turn, he does have a point. Think about it. Who wants their assets to fall into the hands of outsiders? If you work with us, along with your sister-in-law and Stephanie supporting you, you'd still retain 20%. At this moment, Hank's expression darkened, and his voice grew cold as he gritted his teeth, saying, "But if you choose not to cooperate, brother, I might act rashly. If I can't wait for you to pass, I'll make sure your family suffers. If something happens to them, all your assets will pass to me and your third brother. Do you understand this?" Oren coughed violently, spitting out blood as anger and frustration surged through him, disrupting his already fragile state. Seeing this, Stephanie and Angie rushed to his side, gently patting his back to provide comfort. At that moment, Charlie couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to Hank, his voice icy, and asked, "Are you implying that if Uncle Oren doesn't comply, you'll go after their family?" Hank, no longer pretending, replied arrogantly, "Listen, kid, you have no right to speak here. I'm busy today, so consider yourself lucky to still be alive. But mark my words, if you're still around this time tomorrow, then I've wasted years of my life." He then coldly turned to Oren, stating, "Since we've reached this point, I won't hide my intentions any longer. I'm here to take 80% of the assets. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our brotherhood." Carl chimed in, "Big brother, you're at death's door. Why fight so hard? You may pass soon, but your wife and children could live on for many years. Don't let them suffer." These words ignited Charlie's fury. His blood boiled as he reacted instantly, raising his leg and delivering a fierce kick to Carl's abdomen. Before Hank, Carl, and their bodyguards could grasp what was happening, Carl was sent flying out of the dining room, landing hard on the living room floor. A pained wail escaped him as he lost consciousness upon impact. Seeing his father knocked out, Trevor rushed over, cradling him and anxiously calling out, "Dad, are you okay?" Hank, his anger boiling over, pointed at Charlie, yelling, "You little bastard, you're so bold. You're not afraid." Before he could finish, Charlie swiftly grabbed Hank's finger, twisting it with a sudden force. With a sickening crack, Hank's wrist broke, causing him to scream. "Ah!" Hank, holding his injured hand, shouted furiously at the two muscular men behind him, "Damn it, take him out. Do it now." Trevor, Hank's son, seethed with rage, exclaiming, "How dare you hurt my dad? You're finished. My dad's bodyguard is known as the God of War, and you'll pay for this." "God of War? Realm Master?" Charlie shot back, eyeing the two hulking figures advancing toward him. "If they're as tough as you say, I'll have them both kneeling and calling me Dad today." Horrified, Oren exclaimed, "Charlie, be careful. They're seasoned fighters with blood on their hands. You can't take them on." Chapter 15:12. After speaking, he clenched his teeth and addressed Hank, "Stop. Don't harm Charlie, and I promise to meet your demands." For Oren, Charlie is not just the future son-in-law he holds dear, he is also the sole remaining connection to his late brother. Oren cannot bear the thought of Charlie's suffering because of him. He would never be able to face Charlie's parents again if something happened to him. Hank, on the other hand, gripped his wrist tightly, seething with anger as he spat, "Compromise now? It's too late for that. This kid has dared to hurt me, and I will make sure he pays the price." With a fierce glare, he commanded his two associates, "Kill him. Right now. Don't hesitate." Hank's bodyguards wore grim expressions, ready to act. One was known as the God of War, while the other was called the Realm Master. Both were prominent figures in the underground world, and being insulted by a mere kung fu practitioner had ignited their fury. They were determined to eliminate him to restore their honor. As the two charged at Charlie, Stephanie, Oren, and Angie felt their hearts race, filled with anxiety. They were terrified that Charlie might be hurt, especially since the couple had just reunited with him and couldn't bear the thought of putting him in danger. However, in a stunning turn of events, Charlie did not back down. Instead, he met the god of war and the realm master head-on. Channeling his energy into his hands, he swiftly seized each man by the neck, lifting them off the ground as if they were mere chickens. Everyone was left in a state of shock. What just happened? How could this be real? These were Eastcliffe's renowned god of war and realm master. These two were powerful figures among the elite bodyguards, with strength that could easily intimidate anyone, except perhaps the top metaphysical masters rumored to be aligned with the Banks and Wade families. Yet here was Charlie, effortlessly neutralizing their attack and lifting them off the ground. At that moment, Charlie's grip felt like a hydraulic vice, exerting immense pressure on their necks. The two men were instantly struck with fear. They kicked and flailed, desperately trying to break free from Charlie's hold. But to their horror, they realized their bodies were completely immobilized. Their arms flailed helplessly, unable to muster any strength to escape. Similarly, their legs dangled uselessly in the air, unable to kick as they wished. Panic was evident on their faces as their skin turned black and purple from the lack of air. The Sun family could only watch in stunned disbelief. What the hell is this monster? One person, with just 2 hands, has subdued both the god of war and the realm master like this. Chapter 1513. At this moment, everyone in the room was absolutely taken aback. It wasn't just Hank and Carl, who had come with the intent to provoke. Even Oren's family of 3 stood there, shocked and speechless. Both the god of war and the realm master were well-known figures in Eastcliff, infamous for their numerous kills and an undefeated record. Their names alone could instill fear and disgrace in others. Yet, here they were, unable to withstand even a single move from Charlie. In a typical battle, there would at least be some back-and-forth action. As the saying goes, you exchange punches and kicks, assessing each other's moves and looking for weaknesses. That's what true masters do. But Charlie had charged in suddenly, effortlessly pinching both top masters into a bird-like grip, leaving everyone to ponder just how powerful he truly was. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Charlie regarded the two with disdain and coldly declared, "Don't say I didn't offer you a chance to survive. Kneel down and call me Dad. If you do it nicely, I might spare your lives. What do you say?" Hank and Carl glared at Charlie, their faces filled with resentment. Even though they couldn't speak, their expressions conveyed their intense dissatisfaction. Charlie nodded, a smile creeping across his face. "A god of war and a realm master, there's certainly something to be said for your reputations. But it seems your skills are lacking, and your tempers are quite large. Very well. If that's the case, then perhaps you should reincarnate and be better people next time." With that, he tightened his grip slightly, instilling an immediate sense of dread in both men. Despite their long history of violence and greed for wealth, the looming specter of death made them realize how unified they felt in that moment. Panic began to set in. Neither of them wanted to die like this, especially when there was so much wealth and glory they had yet to enjoy. After years of hard work and struggle at the borders, they had aimed to live the life of a master. Yet, dying now, without experiencing even a fraction of that, felt utterly unjust. Eventually, the god of war held tightly by Charlie's left hand croaked out, "Dad! Dad!" Although his voice was muffled and barely audible, his mouth formed the words, clearly wanting to submit. Charlie, satisfied, loosened his grip on the left hand for a moment and taunted, "Come on, give it a proper call." With tears streaming down his face, the god of war pleaded in a raspy voice, "Dad, please spare me." Charlie nodded approvingly, stating, "All right, my good son. Since you're begging so sincerely, I'll show mercy and let you off this time." The god of war felt a rush of joy, but at the same time, the realm master Charlie had in his grip on the right side was on the verge of fainting. Seeing his companion's plea go through, he desperately tried to call out for his father as well. Of course, he couldn't make any noise, he could only gesture helplessly. As he prepared to call for Dad, Charlie relaxed his grip on the right hand and sneered, "All right, here's your chance to shout." Feeling humiliated, yet driven by a primal instinct to survive, the Realm Master meekly uttered, "Dad, please forgive me, Dad." Charlie nodded in approval. "Seeing that you two are at least a bit sincere, I'll give you a chance to survive. Kneel on the ground and call me Dad. If you do it well this time, I might let you go." The God of War protested, "You told me to call you Dad already. Why don't you let me go now? Why must I call you that on my knees?" Charlie smiled and replied, "I specifically said to kneel and call me Dad. If you don't comply, then I'll let you die with dignity. It's your choice." Meanwhile, the Realm Master, filled with anger, retorted, "I am the Realm Master of the North. In the past, I could defeat 100 opponents at once. You're going too far." Charlie smirked and asked, "The Realm Master of the North? And what have you accomplished?" The Realm Master replied, "I led the Northern Mercenary Group, the largest private mercenary organization in the North." Chapter 15:14. "Oh." Charlie nodded with a smile and said, "Hello, Realm Master. Your title is quite impressive. I have a title as well, bestowed upon me by someone from the rivers and lakes. I wonder how it compares to yours. Is it more powerful?" The Realm Master inquired, "What is your title?" With a faint smile, Charlie replied, "The real dragon in the world." The Realm Master's expression shifted dramatically. "A real dragon on Earth? This is fucking outrageous. Wasn't that a bit too arrogant?" Charlie, uninterested in further conversation, tightened his grip slightly and stated flatly, "If you wish to kneel and live, do so. If you prefer to stand and die, you have 3 seconds to decide." Feeling the increasing pressure on his throat, the Realm Master panicked and blurted out, "I kneel. I kneel." Charlie turned to the so-called God of War beside him. "And you, Brother War God? Will you kneel or stand?" "I kneel. I also kneel." The God of War understood that it was better to live than to die and nodded without hesitation. With a satisfied smile, Charlie pressed both men to the ground like struggling chicks and coldly warned, "Raise your voices. If not, I will disable your abilities and make you both eunuchs for life." Trembling with fear, the two knelt and cried out in unison, "Daddy, forgive me. Daddy, forgive me." Brothers Hank and Carl watched with grim expressions. At that moment, they felt utterly helpless. They could only watch as these two powerful figures knelt before this young man, calling him Father. Seeing their devotion, Charlie nodded in approval and remarked, "My dear sons, you've done well. Being able to bend and adapt is a sign of strong character." The two looked up at Charlie with fury, imagining killing him 1,000 times in their minds. Both were plotting the same thing, a plan to reclaim their standing after this ordeal. They were determined to take Charlie's life to avenge their humiliation. What they didn't realize was that Charlie had anticipated this all along and had no intention of letting them off easily. With a playful grin, Charlie said, "Two dear sons, one of you is the God of War, and the other is the Realm Master. How impressive! I'm proud of my fatherhood, but I truly dislike your frequent visits. It feels like you're always bickering. From now on, let's be good boys and get to bed on time." The two believed Charlie was merely humiliating them, which fueled their anger, but they dared not voice it. Little did they know, Charlie had long since planned to render them powerless. Quietly, he released his energy, which seeped into both of them, sealing their dantian and meridians. They went from being top masters to utterly powerless, akin to helpless chickens. If they attempted to exert force or accumulate power, not only would they be incapable of inflicting harm, but they would also endure excruciating pain, as if tens of thousands of ants were biting them, making even the slightest movement torturous. Thus, they had been effectively crippled, beyond any hope of recovery. At that moment, Charlie coldly commanded, "All right, you two, get the hell out of here and behave yourselves. I have matters to discuss with the two big shots from the Sun family." Chapter 15:15. Upon hearing this, the God of War and Realm Master, who were kneeling, quickly shifted to the side, fearful of causing any trouble. Meanwhile, Hank and Carl's faces fell when Charlie mentioned wanting to have a serious talk with them. Panic set in for the brothers. They never anticipated that such a formidable force would emerge from their eldest brother's household. From what they knew about Oren, his family primarily consisted of a few bodyguards managing the nursing home. While those bodyguards were competent, they paled in comparison to the two they had brought along with them. However, it was a complete surprise to discover that there was another young man in their midst, one who exuded a terrifying aura and resembled a demon. As Charlie began to confront them, the two instinctively took a step back. In a state of panic, Hank asked, "What do you want from us?" Charlie smiled, "You've been putting on an act for quite some time, so why shouldn't I? Let's discuss how you plan to handle this situation today." "Handle it?" Hank clenched his teeth. "This is a family matter for the Sun family and has nothing to do with outsiders. You have no say in this." With a stern expression, he added, "I'll give you credit for your fighting skills, but fighting will get you nowhere. If you push me, I won't let you off easily." Oren interjected angrily, "Second, don't even think about touching Charlie. Do you really believe I, the head of the Sun family, am powerless?" Despite his fear, Hank still sought to regain some ground, retorting, "Big brother, even if you're not powerless, how long can you hold on?" He continued, "Even if I admit defeat today, what happens tomorrow? Or the day after? Let's just call it a day for now. If you're open to my previous offer, we can still be good brothers. Once you leave, the third brother and I will ensure your future generations are taken care of, and will bury you with respect. But if you refuse, don't blame me for showing no mercy afterward. Just wait until my sister-in-law and daughter." Before Hank could finish his threatening statement, Charlie suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face, leaving him stunned and reeling to the side. Carl rushed to help his brother but ended up tumbling to the ground as Hank's body fell against him. The two brothers let out groans. Hank managed to stay upright, but Carl was in worse shape. The slap had knocked out a few of his teeth, leaving his mouth bloodied and his cheeks swollen, resembling a wasp sting. Others hurried over to assist Carl, who was now sprawled out like a lifeless pig. Covering his face, Hank whimpered, You dared to hit me. Do you really think I'm a pushover?" Charlie shook his head, "I never thought of you as a pushover. Quite the opposite, actually. You remind me more of a trash mouth. Speaking of which, do you know Kian, the second son of the Southaven Webb family? He was trending on TikTok recently. I can't help but think your mouth is just like his." Hank was seething with anger. This kid had the audacity to compare him to Kian. He had heard of Kian and even watched his TikTok videos, which nearly made him sick. For Charlie to equate him with Kian was a serious insult to his dignity. In a fit of rage, he shouted to the god of war and realm master, who were still kneeling, "Damn it, take him out. Kill him, and I'll reward you each with 100 million. The two exchanged glances. 100 million. That was certainly tempting. However, they hesitated to provoke Charlie. He had effortlessly lifted them like chickens and could have choked them with a single move. In front of Charlie, even 100 million wasn't worth the risk of facing him. Chapter 15:16. However, a surge of desperation welled up within the god of war. This feeling stemmed from the fact that he always had a gun by his side. Though he was a martial artist and preferred not to rely on firearms, he recognized that guns could serve as vital support in life-and-death situations. His role as Hank's bodyguard meant that most of the time, he faced no immediate danger, yet he still appreciated having that extra layer of protection. However, when Charlie was pressing against him, he found himself without the chance to reach for the gun, his mind clouded by the situation. But now, things had shifted. Charlie's focus was no longer on him. This led him to ponder, if Charlie was entirely absorbed in Hank and Carl, perhaps he might seize the opportunity to strike. Regardless of their strength, everyone feared bullets. A single well-placed shot could incapacitate an opponent. Once that happened, delivering a couple more shots would ensure even a martial arts master would meet his end. At that moment, not only would he avenge the humiliation he felt, but he would also walk away with a whopping $100 million from his boss. With that kind of money, he could retire and revel in a life of luxury without ever needing to work again. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he quickly raised his arm, attempting to discreetly reach for his gun. Yet, he soon realized his arm felt unusually weak, lacking strength. His arm had been slack previously. Fearing Charlie's reaction, he had refrained from moving it, not recognizing the growing muscle weakness he was experiencing. He was taken aback and thought to himself, what the hell is happening? Did my fear just now cause this? Determined, he gritted his teeth and tried to summon more strength to move his arm, but it felt as if the energy was fading away. What the fuck is going on? Panic surged within him, but for the sake of that 100 million, he pressed on, trying to maneuver his right hand behind him. What should have been a simple task turned into an exhausting struggle, leaving him tired and sweaty after several minutes of effort without success. Just as he felt his strength waning, he finally managed to get his hands behind his back and brushed against his gun through his clothing. However, grabbing the weapon felt like an impossible feat. In that moment, he realized his fingers felt utterly unresponsive, as if they belonged to someone else entirely. Although Charlie hadn't turned to look at him, he sensed the struggle within the god of war to resist the lingering energy he had left in his body. Charlie glanced up and smirked, "What's the matter with the god of war?" Desperately, the god of war replied, No, I'm fine, absolutely nothing." Charlie smiled knowingly, "If you want to retrieve your gun, you'll have to actually get it out." Upon hearing this, the god of war trembled. How does he know I can't get it out? Could it be, he did something to me? Charlie fixed him with a cold stare and warned, "I suggest you behave. You can still control your sphincter for now. If you try anything else, I'll make it so you can't even manage that. You might end up wetting yourself anytime, anywhere like a toddler, and don't say I didn't give you a chance." The god of war's soul felt gripped with fear. What kind of supernatural power does this guy possess? What the hell did he do to render him nearly powerless? Chapter 15-17. Hank stood there, shaking with disbelief. What the hell is happening? The god of war and realm master, whom he had hired at a high price, were now choked by Charlie, kneeling and calling him father. And to top it off, they couldn't even draw their weapons? This group was supposed to be skilled in weaponry. It was as absurd as a barber who couldn't handle scissors. Yet, no matter how incredible this situation seemed, it was undeniably real. Hank watched as the so-called god of war appeared completely terrified, like a beaten dog, too scared to utter a word. It was clear that hoping for help from them today was pointless. Wasn't that earlier humiliation just for show? With this thought weighing on him, his frustration grew. However, he was too intimidated to confront Charlie directly at that moment. So, he could only fume and say, "All right, kid, I won't forget this. Just you wait." After that, he turned to his son, Trevor, and said, "Let's go." But Charlie, who had maintained a smile throughout, suddenly sneered, "Leave? Who said you could leave?" Hank covered his face and took a step back, his voice trembling as he asked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Charlie replied coldly. "You brought a pack of dogs to someone else's house to bite and cause chaos, and you think you can just walk away?" Hank was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Charlie would retaliate. Trembling, he asked, "What do you want from me?" Charlie stated plainly, "My demands are simple. If you provoke me, you must meet my demands, otherwise, none of you leave." Trevor, seething with anger, shouted, "Kid, don't go too far. You might not like the consequences." Charlie raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who gave you the balls to speak to me like that right now?" Internally fearful, Trevor gritted his teeth and threatened, "If you mess with my son family, just wait for our order to hunt you down nationwide, with a bounty of $1 billion on your head." Charlie nodded, intrigued. "Interesting, are you married?" Trevor froze, confused by the sudden shift in conversation. What the hell was that about? Seeing Trevor's silence, Charlie reached out and twisted his ear almost 180 degrees, stating coldly, "What did I just ask you? Are you deaf?" Trevor felt a sharp jolt of pain in his ear, fearing it might be torn off. He yelped, "Ouch! That hurts! Let go of me!" Charlie tightened his grip and said, "If your ears aren't working, then don't bother asking." Fearing for his ear, Trevor quickly pleaded, "Please don't mess it up. If you do, it might fall off." Charlie responded coldly, "Answer the question." Trevor hurriedly replied, "I'm not married, I swear." Charlie nodded and continued, "And no kids on the side, right?" "No, no." Trevor shook his head vigorously. Charlie pressed on, "How many children did your father have?" "3. And how many are boys and how many are girls?" "I have 2 older sisters." "Ah," Charlie said, nodding. "So you're your father's only son?" "Yes, yes, yes." Trevor stammered in response. Chapter 15:18. Charlie turned to Hank once more, smiling as he asked, "I couldn't help but notice your patriarchal stance just now, mocking others for not having sons. It seems your son is your entire world, isn't it?" Hank, sensing the underlying threat in Charlie's words, replied nervously, "What do you intend to do?" "I warn you, if you dare to harm my son, I won't hold back." With a calm demeanor, Charlie responded, "Hurt your son?" "No, I'm only interested in hurting your grandson." Confused, Hank asked, "Grandson? I don't have a grandson, what the hell are you talking about?" Charlie inquired, "By the way, are you familiar with Kenneth Wilson, the chairman of Eastcliff Group?" Hank furrowed his brow and replied suspiciously, "Yes, what's it to you?" Charlie continued, "Kenneth has recently developed a hidden illness. Are you aware?" Shaking his head, Hank responded, "Stop beating around the bush and just tell me what you know." Charlie grinned and explained, "Kenneth's condition means he can't perform, but he can still have children through artificial insemination." Everyone around was left puzzled. What the hell was Charlie getting at? Charlie then added, "However, your son isn't so fortunate. From this moment on, he will be infertile." As he spoke, a surge of energy coursed into Trevor's body. In dealing with Kenneth, Charlie had used his energy to seal his pleasure responses but had left his fertility intact, allowing Kenneth the option to have children. However, for Trevor, who was still young and hoping to carry on the family name, fertility was crucial. Angry, Trevor exclaimed, "You think just because you say I'm infertile, I actually am? Is that how it works?" Charlie chuckled, "Well, I did just say it, didn't I? I said if you're infertile, then you are. Go ahead and see for yourself if you don't believe me." The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. They feared Charlie's power, leaving them reluctant to challenge him, yet they couldn't help but feel that his comments crossed a line. Was it appropriate for someone in his position to curse another's fertility? Hank clenched his teeth and asked, "Fine, you've had your say. Are you happy now? Can we leave?" "Not just yet," Charlie replied, waving at Carl's son, Daniel. "Come here, kid." Daniel, startled, took a step back. "What do you want?" Charlie said, "I'm planning to give you a vasectomy too." Daniel's face paled as he quickly retreated behind his father, too frightened to speak up or move closer. Shaking his head in amusement, Charlie remarked, "Look at you. Thankfully, I'm being generous. A simple no-fuss vasectomy will suffice." With that, another wave of energy flowed out from him. Then, a thought struck Charlie, and he exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot. You 2 old farts shouldn't be too old yet, you must still have some fertility left, right?" Hank and Carl were nearly incensed. Old farts? They were in their 40s, not yet 50, fit, wealthy, and in great shape, hardly ancient. Yet, they couldn't quite grasp Charlie's intentions. With a snap of his fingers, Charlie announced, "All right, you 2 can get the hell out of here. I'll be in Eastcliff for the next couple of days. If you wish to seek revenge, feel free to find me. However, if you have matters to discuss, you'll need to kneel at Uncle Oren's villa. If you're sincere, I might just consider it." Chapter 15:19. Hank found himself waiting as a group of individuals exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what action to take next. Although Charlie had allowed them to leave, their desire to escape quickly was overshadowed by their hesitation to abandon the conversation with him, which seemed incomplete. Their confusion stemmed from their inability to grasp Charlie's intentions. Charlie, however, had no plans to clarify things for them. Similar to Kenneth Wilson, this was an experience they needed to endure themselves. As a result, Charlie and the others remained locked in a silent staring contest, until he broke the tension with a blunt command: "You have 3 seconds to get the hell out, or you can stay." Just as he delivered this ultimatum, Hank stepped forward and gestured to everyone, "Let's get out of here." The man with the surname Sun turned to exit, leaving behind a god of war and a realm master who were still kneeling in submission. The 2 warriors yearned to follow suit, but their legs felt unresponsive. There was a flicker of strength left in their legs, allowing them to stand somewhat and shuffle forward. However, after kneeling for so long, their legs had grown numb, leaving them unable to rise at that moment. As they watched the others leave, anxiety overwhelmed them, and the god of war cried out, "Second Lord, please help us." Hank, frustrated, snapped back, "You 2 useless fools. If others can leave, why can't you?" The god of war, voice trembling, replied, "Second Lord, my legs truly won't cooperate anymore. If I could just stand, I wouldn't even ask for your help." For crying out loud, Hank exhaled sharply. He couldn't help but glance at Charlie, pondering, what the hell is happening today? Who is this kid? How has he reduced these 2 formidable masters to this state? After all, these were typically ruthless killers, capable of slicing through thick steel with their bare hands. Why were they unable to stand now? Yet, he pushed those thoughts aside. His priority was to escape quickly and devise a long-term plan once they were safe. With irritation, he directed Trevor and Daniel. "Trevor, Daniel, help them up." Reluctantly, the 2 complied, moving to assist the god of war and the realm master, helping them to their feet as they limped out of the area. Hank didn't dare to threaten Charlie again, but he was already plotting. There was no way this matter would end today. He needed a plan to eliminate the threat Charlie posed and then seek financial support from his eldest brother's family. His eldest brother controlled nearly trillions in assets. If those fell into the hands of his brother's wife and daughter, the Sun family would suffer significant losses. Thus, he addressed Oren with a serious tone, "Big brother, there's a board meeting scheduled for tomorrow. As the chairman, you must participate. The media will be present, and all details will be reported to the Securities Regulatory Commission. This is a crucial matter, don't overlook it." The Sun family oversees countless companies and groups, with several publicly listed entities across the mainland, Hong Kong, and the United States. However, the parent company of these enterprises is the Sun Group. Valued at a minimum of $2 trillion, the Sun Group's shares are not solely held by the Sun family. Portions are owned by various shareholders and are distributed among the listed companies. The Sun family possesses 51% of the shares in the Sun Group, translating to about $1 trillion. Of this 51%, Oren holds 25.5%, while Hank and Carl each own 12.75%. Chapter 1520. It's clear that the 3 brothers collectively own 51% of the shares, aligning perfectly with the required ownership ratio. As long as they remain united, the Sun Group remains firmly under the control of the Sun family. However, with Oren, the eldest brother, on his deathbed, the second and third brothers are increasingly eager to claim his share. After noticing that today's strategy to request additional shares has failed, Hank is now preparing to escalate pressure on his elder brother through the board of directors tomorrow. Despite Oren's hesitation regarding the share issue, Hank is determined to force him into relinquishing the chairman position by tomorrow. As the saying goes, a kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day, and a dragon must have a leader at all times. Given the vast industrial structure of the Sun Group, having a chairman is indispensable. Although Oren is still alive, he is gravely ill. If treated, he will lack the energy to manage the group, and if untreated, his time is limited. This presents an opportune moment to seize control. Regardless of the circumstances, he must first acquire the chairman's position and power. Next, he can meticulously strategize about his shareholdings. If all else fails, he might resort to drastic measures, such as eliminating all of his elder brother's wives and daughters after his death. This would naturally shift their family shares into the hands of himself and his younger brother. However, he hesitates to take such extreme actions, as Eastcliff is home to powerful figures who are well aware of the dynamics among the major families. Even if executed flawlessly, he could not escape their scrutiny. If the elite in Eastcliff discover that he orchestrated the demise of his elder brother's family, it would have catastrophic repercussions for the Sun family. Every social circle has its rules, and in the realm of Eastcliff's elite, anyone who resorts to murder will find themselves ostracized. In that scenario, the Sun family's assets, connections, status, and reputation would suffer significantly. Thus, he leans towards a more cunning approach. When Oren mentioned the board of directors, he realized Hank intended to use the board to exert pressure on him. With the new year approaching, many publicly traded companies are preparing annual summaries, releasing financial reports, and drawing national attention, including the Sun Group. As Oren's health declines, participating in board meetings while under scrutiny would severely undermine public confidence in the Sun Group, leading to a plummet in stock prices and greater losses for shareholders. Consequently, the board would inevitably pressure him to vacate the chairmanship. Previously, the three Sun family members held 51% of the shares, giving them absolute authority in board decisions, with other shareholders lacking the power to challenge them. However, the situation has changed. The two younger brothers are now at odds with him. Oren possesses 25.5% of the shares, while the remaining 25.5% is divided between the two younger siblings. If they unite with other board members against him, his 25.5% shareholdings would be insufficient to counter their majority. As long as their combined shares surpass 51%, they could legally impeach him and force him to relinquish the chairmanship. With this in mind, Oren grimly stated, "Hank, I understand your ambitions, but rest assured, as long as I, Oren, draw breath, I will attend the board meeting tomorrow. No matter your schemes, I will not let you succeed." Chapter 15:21. Hank and Carl quickly fled from Oren's house. Just then, the maid rushed in and exclaimed, "Sir, the bodyguards in our family have all been injured. Look." Without hesitation, Oren waved his hand and instructed, "Quickly call 120 and have them sent to Fairview for treatment. I will cover all the costs, and each of them will receive an additional $200,000 for medical expenses. I will send my secretary to oversee the arrangements." The maid nodded promptly, pulled out her mobile phone, and dialed 120. Meanwhile, everyone else stepped outside to assess the bodyguards' injuries. Although they looked quite battered, thankfully, none of their injuries were life-threatening. Despite this, the bodyguards felt deeply ashamed, unable to meet Oren's gaze, and muttered to themselves about their inadequacies, feeling they had let Oren down. Oren, however, remained unconcerned by their self-reproach and offered words of comfort. "Today's events were unforeseen. The other side was well prepared and outmatched you. It's understandable." He added, "Don't dwell on it too much right now. Focus on getting to the hospital for treatment and recovery." Before long, the ambulance arrived to take the bodyguards away, and Oren ensured that his secretary was dispatched to the hospital to handle all necessary arrangements. Once everything was set, he finally felt a sense of relief. Back at the restaurant, a family of three returned with Charlie. Holding Charlie's hand, Oren's voice trembled as he said, "Charlie, today. I can't thank you enough." Angie and Stephanie, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with gratitude. Angie said, "Charlie, without you, I honestly don't know how Uncle Oren and I would have navigated this situation." Stephanie, tears streaming down her face, added, "Charlie, I can't thank you enough for today." As she spoke, memories of her parents' recent troubles flooded her mind, and she was overwhelmed with emotion. Charlie quickly reassured her, "Uncle Oren, Angie, and Daisy, you are all my family. There's no need to talk about kindness." With red-rimmed eyes, Oren asked, "Charlie, how do you possess such remarkable strength? Even against those opponents, you were incredibly powerful. What the hell have you been through over the years to become so resilient?" Charlie replied earnestly, "Uncle Oren, although I've faced hardships over the years, I've also had some unique opportunities that most people don't encounter, which have helped me develop certain skills." Oren clasped Charlie's hand tightly and said sincerely, "Charlie, if anything happens to me, I want you to know that you, Angie, Daisy, and their mothers will all be relying on you. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave this world in peace." Angie, wiping her tears, insisted, "Husband, don't speak like that. We'll be fine. If the worst comes to pass, our family will donate all our assets. My daughter is a big star now, we won't have any worries about supporting our mothers and daughters. We'll ensure they have everything they need. Oren sighed softly, nodding in agreement. Once I'm gone, everything will be in your wife's hands. My only wish is for her to live a long, happy life. Stephanie cried out, Dad, please don't say that. You need to focus on getting better and cooperate with the treatment. Miracles can happen. Don't give up hope. Oren offered a sad smile. My dear, I've been through so much in life. I've weathered many storms and learned to see through the chaos. As for my illness, it's simply a matter of whether I will pass in the first half of the year or the second. Since it was now the 12th month of the lunar calendar and the beginning of the new year in the solar calendar, Oren felt deep in his heart that he wouldn't make it through this year. As these words left his lips, both Angie and Stephanie broke down in tears, their beauty only heightened by their sorrow, making it all the more heart-wrenching to witness. Especially Stephanie. Charlie hadn't interacted with her much, but he sensed her strong, proud demeanor. Now, as she wept, she seemed like a fragile girl next door, evoking a deep sense of empathy and concern. Chapter 15:22. Charlie took a deep breath, looked at Uncle Oren, Angie, and Daisy, and declared with determination, Uncle Oren, Angie, and Daisy, as long as I, Charlie, am alive, I will never allow you to be bullied. After making this bold statement, Charlie turned to Oren, his expression serious. Uncle Oren, I have a way to heal your illness and restore your health. If Charlie had made such a claim at dinner, Oren would have found it hard to believe. He was well aware that his illness was deemed incurable. However, after witnessing Charlie's incredible victory over the god of war and the realm master, Oren felt an unexpected surge of trust in Charlie. He thought to himself that if Charlie was confident enough to say that, he must have a plan. With a sense of urgency, Oren asked, Charlie, do you really have a way to heal me? Angie, her cheeks flushed, chimed in, yes, Charlie, Uncle Oren's condition is extremely serious. We've consulted the top experts, but they all. Angie hesitated, knowing that they'd heard the same discouraging news far too many times before. No matter which esteemed specialist they approached, they all echoed the same sentiment. There was no cure for Oren's illness, and he had only a few months left at most. Charlie, however, spoke with unwavering confidence. Angie, don't worry. If I say I can do it, I absolutely can. With that, he pulled out a rejuvenating pill from his pocket, handed it to Oren, and said earnestly, Uncle Oren, take this medicine, and it will cure all your ailments. Oren gazed at the pill in astonishment. Is this medicine really that extraordinary? If anyone else had offered him such a remedy, claiming it could cure his illness with a single pill, Oren would have dismissed it outright. It challenged everything he understood about illness, cancer, and life itself. Yet, hearing Charlie's words, Oren felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Charlie was onto something. With renewed curiosity, he asked, Charlie, can I just take this pill? Charlie nodded reassuringly. Yes, just swallow it with warm water. Stephanie, could you please pour Uncle Oren a glass of warm water? Of course, Charlie. Stephanie responded, rising to fetch the water. Angie's expression was mixed with skepticism and hope. She felt torn between doubt and a glimmer of possibility. Ultimately, she reasoned that Charlie would never do anything to harm her husband. Even if the pill didn't work, it likely wouldn't cause any harm. So, she remained silent, waiting to see if this medicine would have the desired effect. When the warm water was ready, Oren wasted no time. He placed the rejuvenating pill, which emitted a strong medicinal aroma, into his mouth, took a sip of the warm water, and swallowed the pill with determination. Chapter 15:23. The effectiveness of the rejuvenating pill is undeniable. This remarkable essence is documented in the Apocalyptic Book, which has the power to bring life back to dead trees in spring, restore vitality to the elderly, and rejuvenate those on the brink of death. Initially, Don Albert found himself in dire straits after being severely injured by Webb's bodyguard, teetering on the edge of life with barely a breath left. In such a grave condition, even the world's finest physician could only manage to sustain his life, but not restore his mental faculties, leaving him in a vegetative state. Yet, after taking a rejuvenating pill, Don Albert not only made a complete recovery but also appeared to be rejuvenated by a decade. This extraordinary transformation illustrates the miraculous effects of the rejuvenating pill. Thus, Charlie is convinced that the rejuvenating pill will also work wonders for Oren. At that moment, Oren took the rejuvenating pill in the presence of his wife and daughter and immediately experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort, as the healing power spread warmth through his belly. His body felt like a parched landscape, cracked and barren from years of drought, devoid of moisture. However, the effects of the pill were akin to a refreshing spring, surging forth from the earth's fissures, not only replenishing the ground but flooding it with life-giving water. Previously, his physical strength had diminished by over 80% due to a severe illness. He had lived with the unsettling awareness of his body's decline. It felt as though a hole had formed at the bottom of a bucket, hastening his life's fleeting moments. Yet, in that instant, Oren sensed a remarkable reversal of that feeling of impending doom. He could distinctly feel the vitality of his life being restored. Before long, he recognized that his health had returned to 50% of his former self. Then it surged to 70%. Then to 90%. In just over a minute, he felt as if he had regained his full health. During his illness, he had been 48 years old, and now, at 50, the difference was stark. While there was a mere 2-year age gap, the comparison was striking, a robust 48 versus a frail 50 years old, how vastly different they felt. Now, he had rediscovered the sense of being healthy and vigorous at 48. He marveled at the incredible experience. It felt like the most beautiful dream before departing from life. But the surprises were far from over. After all, this was the rejuvenating pill. This was the very pill for which Lord Moore would bow and kneel to Charlie. This was Don Albert's miraculous pill intended for Charlie's liver and brain. This was the rejuvenating pill that Travis Lane was willing to invest $2 billion in. How could such a miraculous and invaluable pill merely restore Oren to his 48-year-old self? The rejuvenating pill acted like a force capable of bending time, dragging Oren's body back through the years. Next, Oren sensed that he was reverting to his 45-year-old self. That particular year held a profound memory for him. It was the year he lost his father. As a devoted son, Oren purchased the finest golden Nanma coffin for his father. The coffin required the strength of 16 young men to lift. Determined, Oren enlisted the help of his younger brothers, Hank and Carl, hoping to carry their father's coffin themselves. However, Hank and Carl struggled to keep up, panting heavily after just one attempt. Ultimately, it was Oren and 15 other young men who shouldered the coffin and laid it to rest in the cemetery. Chapter 15:24. Oren found himself reflecting on his past countless times after he fell ill. At that point in his life, he was determined not to give up. Even at 45, he yearned to possess the vitality of a 30-year-old. Surprisingly, despite his condition, his physical state was still superior to that of many peers his age. Although lifting the coffin proved challenging, he fought through it. Now, however, he felt as if he had regained his peak condition. Sitting in a chair, Oren was overwhelmed with emotion and tears streamed down his face. He believed this miraculous transformation was a divine gift. During his darkest moments, he merely wished to survive, never daring to dream that he could return to such a vibrant state of being. And yet, here he was, witnessing this incredible change. The miracle was not exclusive to Oren, it also touched Angie and Stephanie. They watched in awe as Oren's pale complexion quickly transformed, regaining a healthy glow. The sunken eyes and dark circles characteristic of terminal illness faded away, while his once gray hair regained its youthful darkness. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to vanish as if time itself had been smoothed out. In disbelief, Angie gasped, covering her mouth with her hands as her eyes widened. After shedding countless tears of sorrow, she now found herself crying tears of joy for the very first time. Stephanie was equally moved. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks, but she remained silent, fearing that any noise might interrupt this miraculous moment. During her father's illness, she had fervently prayed to every goddamn deity she could think of, hoping for a miracle. Yet, each prayer had led only to disappointment and despair. Little did she know that the gods who had failed to heal her father would be outdone by her childhood friend, Charlie, who brought about this astonishing miracle. As Oren continued to reverse the effects of aging, he felt as if he had returned to the vigor of his 40th year. He recalled hearing about a young Chinese man in distant Argentina, who served as a temporary tour guide for Chinese tourists in Buenos Aires, and bore a striking resemblance to his late brother. Excitement surged through Oren upon hearing this news. He immediately booked a flight to Argentina. Argentina was the farthest country from China. No matter the direction, east or west, the distance exceeded 20,000 kilometers, making direct flights from Eastcliff to Buenos Aires impossible. At that time, Oren's private jet could only fly a maximum of 8,000 kilometers. Yet, driven by the desire to find Charlie, he set off without hesitation late that night. The journey began with a takeoff from Eastcliff, stopping for refueling in Dallas, USA, before finally flying non-stop to Buenos Aires. The entire trip lasted nearly 30 hours. During those 30 hours, Oren didn't close his eyes once. He was filled with excitement at the prospect of finding Charlie, which kept him alert and awake. Having not rested for over 10 hours before departing, he managed to stay awake for 48 hours without feeling fatigue. It was only after more than 50 hours of searching that he found a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Charlie's father and inquired if he was the Charlie he sought. At that moment, a wave of exhaustion hit him. Now, he could feel his body rejuvenating, returning to that earlier time in his life. His worldview, shaped over decades, shattered in an instant. What the hell kind of miraculous substance had Charlie given him? Could it be the legendary elixir of Taishang Laojun? How else could this be explained? In that moment, Oren, now feeling at least a decade younger, silently wept with overwhelming gratitude. Chapter 15:25. In this emotional moment, Angie and Stephanie were crying so deeply that they couldn't control themselves. With Oren's warm hand held tightly between them, they were so filled with excitement that words escaped them. Despite the fact that Oren had not undergone any medical examinations and their wives had yet to receive any official confirmation regarding his recovery, they trusted their own eyes and instincts, believing wholeheartedly that he had been completely healed. Having experienced the effects of rejuvenating pills firsthand, Oren was fully aware of his own condition. He was now 10,000% certain that not only was he healed, but his body felt as youthful as it had been a decade ago. This realization brought him immense joy. It took him some time to regain control over his overwhelming emotions. Eventually, he looked up at Charlie, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Without hesitation, he gently pushed aside his wife and daughter, bent his knees, and knelt before Charlie. Charlie was taken aback by Oren's gesture and quickly reached out to support him, attempting to prevent him from kneeling. Yet, Oren was determined to push Charlie's hand away, stating with solemn sincerity, "Charlie, you've given me a new lease on life, and I must show my respect. You cannot stop me from doing this." Charlie replied, "Uncle Oren, you are my father's brother, which makes you my uncle. How can I accept such an honor from you? It would be embarrassing for me." Oren shook his head firmly and said, "Charlie, your kindness towards me is immeasurable. Even if I were to give you most of my wealth, it wouldn't compare to the debt of gratitude I owe you. Therefore, you must accept my respect." Before Charlie could respond, Angie had already knelt down as well, followed closely by Stephanie, who instinctively joined them on the ground. Angie, with tears in her eyes, said, "Charlie, your kindness to our family is something we will never forget for the rest of our lives." Stephanie nodded vigorously, adding, "Thank you so much, Charlie." In that moment, Oren continued to insist on kneeling before Charlie, determined to express his gratitude. Seeing this, Charlie sighed, released his hold on Oren, stood up straight, and said earnestly, "If this is how you feel, I won't stop you. But after expressing your thanks, let's not dwell on it anymore. I haven't eaten yet, so let's have lunch first, shall we?" Oren remained on the ground, clasping his fists atop his head, and spoke sincerely, "Charlie, I may not be foolish. I can see that you possess remarkable abilities. Thank you for giving me this incredible opportunity. I will remember this for the rest of my life. If you ever need my help in the future, I will never hesitate to assist you." Charlie smiled gently, helped him up, and asked, Uncle Oren, thank you too. Are you ready to eat? Oren quickly grinned and replied, let's eat together. With that, he turned to Angie excitedly and exclaimed, wife. Please go to our storeroom and fetch a bottle of my prized top mithai. I want to share a drink with Charlie today. It's been more than a year since I've had a drop of alcohol. Angie wiped her tears away and smiled, saying, sure. You both sit and eat first, I'll get it right away. Chapter 1526. After a short while, Angie returned with a bottle of mithai, elegantly nestled in a 4-gene container. Oren took the bottle, popping the lid open as he addressed Charlie. Charlie, since the year Stephanie was born, I've invested significantly each birthday to acquire the finest mithai available. To date, I've amassed a collection in a storage room in the basement. Each bottle is of auction-worthy quality, initially set aside for Stephanie's wedding day to host our family and friends. But today, let's enjoy it a bit early. Angie beamed and added, Charlie, this particular batch of wine is incredibly special to your Uncle Oren. The storage room is like a treasure vault, only he has access. It has been aging for over 20 years without a single bottle being touched until now. Today marks the first time. Oren chuckled, saying, this wine was originally intended for the wedding of you and Stephanie, so it seems fitting to warm it up a bit. Stephanie, who was nearby, immediately felt her cheeks flush. Charlie couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Marry? I'm already married, how could I marry Stephanie again? Oren noticed Charlie's discomfort and spoke earnestly, Charlie, I understand your current situation, so please, don't feel pressured. Now that I've recovered, I expect to live another 20 or 30 years without issue. Remember, Uncle is here to support you, our family has been patiently waiting for you for 3 years. As he spoke, Oren poured himself a glass of wine and continued, in these past 3 years, you can resolve your current challenges quickly and then start planning your future, whether that means returning to Eastcliff or the Wade family. Take your time to consider everything. But remember, in my eyes, you will always be the son-in-law of the Sun family. Everything that belongs to the Sun family is yours, regardless of your ties to the Wade family. That's right, Charlie. Angie chimed in, you were born in Eastcliff and spent your early years there until you were 8. That's your foundation. After marrying Stephanie, the best choice would be to come back home. If you find the complexities of Eastcliff's elite lifestyle overwhelming, I'm fully supportive of you and your daughter moving abroad together. You won't need to worry about finances, your Uncle Oren and I have enough assets to ensure you both can live comfortably anywhere in the world. Stephanie's cheeks were still flushed as she quietly observed Charlie, her eyes reflecting deep affection. Charlie was acutely aware that his engagement to Stephanie was an arrangement made by his parents. That arrangement had persisted for over 20 years, and he felt he had not honored his parents' wishes. If he were to dismiss it outright now, he would feel ashamed in front of his deceased parents. So, he nodded gently and replied earnestly, Uncle Oren and Angie, I will think about these matters thoroughly. Charlie believed the best course of action was to put off making any decisions for now and to gradually navigate the situation. Oren readily agreed and then handed Charlie a glass of wine. He picked up his own glass and said confidently, cheers, Charlie. Let's finish this drink. Charlie nodded in agreement, and they clinked their glasses before downing all the mithai in their cups. As Oren savored the wine, a blend of familiarity and novelty washed over him, and he exclaimed, now I realize that wealth and power pale in comparison to good health. Health is truly the foundation of everything. Then, turning to Charlie, he curiously asked, by the way, Charlie, if it's not too much trouble, could you share what kind of miraculous remedy you gave me? It has such astonishing effects, it feels like a goddamn elixir. Chapter 1527. Charlie responded to Oren's inquiry about the rejuvenating pill with a grin, saying, Uncle Oren, this medicine is known as the rejuvenating pill. While I hesitate to label it a true elixir, I can confidently say it possesses at least some fairy-like qualities. This medicine was crafted by ancient Chinese masters, and I stumbled upon it quite by chance. Oren, fully convinced, replied earnestly, the effects of this medicine are truly remarkable. It feels almost surreal. The experience I had after taking it was like something out of a dream. It seems clear that there are many ancestors whose supernatural abilities we simply cannot comprehend. Charlie nodded in agreement, adding to the understanding. Although he was unsure who authored the apocalyptic book, he inferred from the age of the Yechin bottle that it likely dates back to the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the bottle showed no signs of later alterations, suggesting that the wooden box which originally housed the apocalyptic book was placed within the mold before the Ming dynasty craftsman created the jade spring bottle. Additionally, the materials used for the wooden box and the apocalyptic book were quite extraordinary. They were fireproof and vanished instantly once opened, leaving Charlie puzzled by their mystery. Thus, he resonated with Oren's sentiments. After several rounds of wine, Oren grew increasingly animated, drinking heartily. Before long, both of them had consumed a significant amount of white wine. At that moment, Angie interjected, "Be mindful, when you appear before the board of directors tomorrow, it might shock quite a few people, especially the second and third." With a smirk, Oren replied, "Exactly. Tomorrow, not only will I astonish the entire board, but I will also restructure it entirely. I've always tried to accommodate my second and third brothers, never dreaming they would conspire against me during my illness. But starting tomorrow, their days at Sun Group will become far less comfortable." Angie quickly cautioned, "You need to prioritize personal safety from now on. Whether in the group or at home, it's crucial to have more bodyguards to safeguard against any desperate moves from the second and third." Oren agreed, saying, "Don't worry, I'll reach out to the top security firm tomorrow and invest 200 million to hire the best team to ensure our family's safety around the clock. From now on, aside from the people in this house, I will trust no one else." The individuals Oren referred to included his wife, daughter, and Charlie. At this moment, he felt he could truly trust no one else. The betrayal from his own younger brother, who had contemplated robbing him of his assets and even threatened the lives of his wife and children, not only filled him with rage but also revealed the darker aspects of human nature. What about brotherhood? When faced with the lure of wealth, do they not turn against one another? Reflecting on this, Oren turned to Charlie and said earnestly, "Charlie, if you don't have any plans for tomorrow, why not accompany me? Having you by my side will give me more confidence." Charlie readily nodded, agreeing without hesitation. His purpose for coming to Eastcliff was to assist Oren in resolving his issues. With his health restored, addressing the asset situation was paramount. Oren's control over the group was at its most vulnerable stage post-recovery, and he needed to safeguard against his two younger brothers. There was a real risk that they could collaborate with other shareholders to oust him, which posed a significant threat. Furthermore, Charlie was increasingly concerned that his two younger brothers might even contemplate harming Oren. After all, they had been eyeing their substantial inheritance for too long to simply let go of it. Chapter 1528. In light of everything, I realize that I need to assist Oren with all his challenges before I head back to Oris Hill from Eastcliff. Seeing Charlie nod in agreement, Oren let out a sigh, raised his wine glass, and said, "Come on, Charlie, let's toast." Charlie responded with a nod and clinked glasses with him once more. Observing the two enjoying their drinks, Angie leaned over to whisper to Stephanie, "Your dad hasn't been this happy in ages." Stephanie nodded in agreement and replied softly to her mother, "It feels like ever since Uncle Wade's accident, he hasn't smiled like this." Under the table, Angie gently held her daughter's hand and whispered, "Charlie is a great guy, you should keep him close." Stephanie blushed slightly and replied, "Mom, how can you say that? Charlie is married now and not divorced." Angie responded earnestly, "Silly girl, he has been your fiancé since childhood. He was meant to be your husband, not hers." After a brief pause, Angie continued, "Besides, in Oris Hill, I truly don't believe any girl with a family would be suitable for Charlie. The wealthiest man in town doesn't even come close. In all of Eastcliff, aside from you, the only one who could match Charlie is the girl from the Banks family. And remember, you have a marriage contract with him. Our families have been friends for many years. It would be completely natural for you to marry Charlie. Moreover, when that happens, your dad and I will have more sons. Your dad will be overjoyed every day." Stephanie's face turned crimson as she said, "Mom, but how should I approach this? I have no experience." Angie assured her, "Don't worry. I'll guide you through it when we get home. Meanwhile, Charlie raised his glass again to Orrin and said, Uncle Orrin, I'm here not just to see you and Angie and help with your health, but I also wish to visit my parents' grave to pay my respects. Where are they buried now? Orrin sighed sadly and replied, Your parents are currently resting at Wade Mountain in the western suburbs. Wade Mountain? Charlie inquired, surprised to learn that it was associated with the Wade family. Why haven't I heard of this place before? He asked. Orrin explained, Wade Mountain is known for its excellent feng shui. Initially, your parents were interred at the Sable Tomb in the northern suburbs, but 4 years ago, due to some events affecting the Wade family, I acquired this mountain and renamed it Wade Mountain. The name Wade symbolizes the legacy of your family. He continued, after the Wade family purchased Wade Mountain, they invested hundreds of millions to renovate and develop it. This extensive project took 3 years and was completed last spring. Once finished, the entire ancestral tomb was relocated here amidst much fanfare, and it became common knowledge in Eastcliff. Charlie frowned. The Wade family has been a part of Eastcliff for centuries. Over 100 ancestors were laid to rest at the ancestral tomb. How the hell could the entire thing be moved? Orrin nodded in agreement, stating, I heard rumors that your grandfather fell seriously ill 4 years ago, and no doctor could diagnose the issue. Eventually, the Wade family traveled across the country, seeking the best experts. However, after consultations, the experts often left without providing any answers. In his desperation, your grandfather flew to the United States and sought out a centenarian feng shui master after much effort. Upon visiting the tomb, the master declared that the feng shui for the Wade family was problematic and advised relocating the ancestral grave to Wade Mountain. Chapter 1529. Charlie had little interest in the Wade family's feng shui practices or the relocation of their ancestral grave. His concern for the Wade family was limited to just 2 matters. First, he wanted to know where his parents were buried and if he could mourn them privately. Secondly, he was curious about who his parents might have hurt and whether those individuals were connected to the Wade family. Beyond these aspects, he preferred not to engage with the family's affairs. After hearing Orrin describe Wade Mountain, Charlie inquired, Uncle Orrin, may I visit Wade Mountain to pay my respects? Orrin explained, Wade Mountain serves as the ancestral burial site for your family and is also significant for its feng shui. The Wade family typically maintains strict control over the area, and outsiders are usually not allowed entry. Even I need to notify the Wade family and schedule a visit in advance. However, since you are a Wade family member, you should be able to go with just a simple greeting. Charlie shook his head, replying, Uncle Orrin, I prefer not to involve the Wade family in my visit. I don't want them to know I'm in Eastcliff, so I'd like to keep my distance from them for now. After a moment of thought, Orrin said, All right, I'll call your uncle later to inform him that I'd like to pay my respects to your parents. I'll ask him to notify the family. You can wear a disguise, and I'll accompany you. After all, you resemble your father closely, and if they see you, the Wade family will likely recognize you right away. Charlie quickly stood up and bowed deeply to Orrin, expressing, Thank you, Uncle Orrin, for helping me with this. Orrin immediately rose to assist him, saying, Charlie, please, what are you doing? You are a great benefactor to our family, there's no need to thank me for this small favor. Charlie replied earnestly, Uncle Orrin, this is not a trivial matter for me. My parents passed away 18 years ago, and I never had the chance to visit their grave to show my respect. It means a lot to me that you're allowing me this opportunity to fulfill my filial duty. How could I not show my gratitude? Upon hearing this, Orrin reflected, I see now that I misspoke. This is indeed a significant matter. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take you there tomorrow. Angie, who was listening nearby, added, I'll accompany my daughter. If both of you go, the Wade family might become suspicious, especially since they are aware of our family's situation. Besides you, there aren't any other young men in our family. Orrin replied, That's fine, we can just have Charlie pretend to be my driver. Angie nodded but insisted, Then our mothers should join us as well. I haven't visited Brother Wade and Sister Wade in 6 months. Absolutely. Stephanie quickly chimed in, Dad, let me and Mom go with you too. Oren agreed, "All right then, let's all go together tomorrow." He then considered the schedule and added, "Here's the plan, in the morning, Charlie and I will attend the board meeting. You two can stay at home and wait for us to pick you up afterward." Angie promptly agreed, saying, "Sounds good." As they enjoyed drinks together, Charlie and Oren finished a 4-gin bottle of Matai. With their appetites satisfied and spirits high, they spent time looking through old photos in the study. Many of these pictures featured Charlie's parents, with the earliest ones taken when they were newlyweds, before Charlie was born. Chapter 15:30. From what we can see, Charlie's parents are truly remarkable individuals. Charlie's father possesses a handsome charm, while his mother, Lily, radiates glamour and generosity. No matter the time period, the beauty of Charlie's mother stands out as exceptional. Sadly, the golden couple who once captivated Eastcliff have since faded from the spotlight, leaving behind only old photographs and cherished memories. Back in those days, Oren was still single. At Charlie's parents' wedding, he stood proudly beside Charlie's father, capturing a moment with the lovely couple. There are also treasured photos from Oren and Angie's wedding, where Charlie's parents joined in to celebrate their union. As time passed, Charlie was born, turning the original 4 into 5. He was cradled by his mother in a photo that captured the joy of their growing family. Then came Stephanie, which expanded the group to 6. These 6 individuals, starting from 2 tiny infants, evolved into Charlie standing proudly beside his parents, with Stephanie following closely by his side. Another delightful photo features the 2 siblings together. Charlie, being half a head taller, naturally assumes the role of the big brother, while Stephanie, affectionately positioned at his side, resembles the little sister. In this charming snapshot, Stephanie clutches Charlie's arm tightly, her face beaming with happiness. Meanwhile, Charlie, with a hint of pretentiousness, deliberately maintains some distance, showcasing his playful demeanor. Oren gazed at these nostalgic images and remarked, "I can't believe how quickly time has flown. It feels like just yesterday you were so young." As Charlie sifted through the old photographs of his parents, his eyes began to well with tears, but he fought back the emotion, determined to hold it together. Noticing this, Oren gently patted Charlie's shoulder, offering comfort. "Charlie, your parents understand. If they knew you were safe, it would bring them immense joy." Charlie nodded, his heart heavy with emotion. "I just feel a bit ashamed facing them. It's been years since my last visit, and I haven't accomplished anything to make them proud. I feel like I've let them down." "Don't think like that," Oren replied earnestly. "Your parents have always been open-hearted. They never expected you to be extraordinary. As remarkable as they are, their greatest hope was for you to grow up healthy and happy, free from worries." With a smile, Oren continued, "Did you know your mother adored the name Lily from Jean Yong's novels? She often joked that if you were a girl, that would be your name, despite the character's flaws." Charlie smiled knowingly, feeling warmth in his heart as he recalled his mother's spirit. Indeed, as Oren said, his mother never wished for him to achieve greatness. She always emphasized the importance of happiness and being a kind, upright person over societal status or accomplishments. After a heartfelt afternoon of conversation with Oren, Angie entered with a tray of fruit and said to Charlie, "Charlie, we've prepared a guest room for you on the 2nd floor, next to the girls' room. After drinking so much wine at noon, you should rest. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out." "Thank you, Angie," Charlie replied with a grateful nod. Chapter 15:31. At this very moment, in the upper ward of Sun's Hospital, Hank and Carl, the 2nd and 3rd sons of the Sun family, are undergoing their initial treatment after having a CT scan of their injuries. The CT results revealed that Hank has a broken wrist, while Carl has suffered damage to his bladder. Thankfully, neither injury poses a life-threatening risk, but both will require some time for proper treatment. All of this is attributed to Charlie. Sun's Hospital is a privately funded, high-level facility established by the Sun family. Although it doesn't quite match the overall capabilities of a top-tier institution like Union Medical College Hospital, it stands as a leader among private medical facilities. In Eastcliff, the prominent families typically operate their own private hospitals. Although these facilities are officially external, They rarely accept patients from outside and are primarily reserved for family use. Currently, aside from the two brothers, Hank and Carl, all the other individuals who were forced out of Oren's home by Charlie have gathered here, discussing their next steps with serious expressions. The events of the day unfolded into an unexpected disaster that none of them anticipated. First, they were shocked to discover an unfamiliar man in Oren's house. Second, they were astounded by the incredible strength of this stranger. A highly skilled god of war and a realm master whom Hank had hired have both been diagnosed with severe muscle weakness at the hospital. This peculiar ailment has baffled the medical community, leaving them uncertain about its origins. Once afflicted, a person's muscles gradually lose strength, leading to extreme fatigue and weakness. In severe cases, even tasks as simple as holding a water bottle can become impossible. As the condition progresses, a patient may struggle to even control their eyelids. The attending physician conducted a thorough examination of the god of war and the realm master, discovering significant issues in their neuromuscular transmission, classic signs of muscle weakness. This issue primarily arose because Charlie had used energy to seal their meridians, yet the doctor, unable to detect the presence of such energy, could only conclude that they were suffering from muscle weakness based on their clinical symptoms. This situation has left the second and third members of the Sun family utterly perplexed. What the hell happened? How could a master of such caliber, upon arriving at the Sun residence, be so easily subdued by a kid and then rendered weak? This is fucking absurd. Could that kid be a hidden master? Chapter 1532. However, the masters of the hidden world also pretend to adhere to the basic law. Why do they inflict muscle weakness by pinching their necks? It's akin to touching others' faces and rendering them powerless. It's simply bullshit. The two families are in deep sorrow and are eager to find a chance to confront the kid from the eldest brother's family. Yet, they remain clueless about his last name or his background. The crux of the matter is that the god of war and the realm master were not under anyone else's control. Who the hell could they possibly find to assist in eliminating them? Hank felt increasingly despondent. He had not only lost a god of war and a realm master but had also been humiliated by Charlie, marking a significant defeat. When had he ever felt so wronged? At this moment, he was even contemplating revenge against Charlie's family. Unfortunately, he was at a loss for how to avenge this blood feud. Carl, struggling with his painful bladder, noticed his second brother's frantic demeanor and quickly proposed a plan. "Second brother, listen to me. You don't need to rush into retaliation. Let's first take the shares that belong to the older brother." "Exactly, Dad." Trevor, Carl's son, chimed in. "My third uncle is right. Our priority now should be acquiring the shares and family assets." Hank replied coldly, "That's correct. I believe your uncle will be in good health within a few days, at most 2 or 3 months. Let's secure the funds first, and then we can deal with that kid later." Carl quickly inquired, "Second brother, what brilliant strategy do you have for the board meeting tomorrow?" With a sneer, Hank responded, "I've already spoken to several other shareholders, and half of them are willing to collaborate with us to seize power. Although the other half still consider the elder brother's interests, we need not worry because our united shares now exceed 51%. Carl asked, "So we'll force the eldest brother to relinquish the chairman position tomorrow?" "Yes," Hank gritted his teeth. "At that point, I will directly confront the board to take charge. With our shares and the support of others, we'll vote to oust him from the chairman role and nominate me as the new chairman. This way, we can legally and rightfully take control of the Sun Group." As he spoke, Hank couldn't help but smile, adding, "Once I secure the chairman's position, I will begin transferring the Sun Group's assets." Carl grinned in agreement. After the assets are shifted to other company shells, the eldest brother's shares will be worthless. Trevor eagerly asked, "Dad, what about Uncle's personal assets? He possesses so many deposits, mansions, luxury cars, private islands, private jets, yachts, and an extensive collection of antiques. It's rumored that his celebrity calligraphy and paintings are worth billions." "Billions?" Hank scoffed. "You underestimate your uncle. The calligraphy and paintings held by Mr. Wong are valued at nearly 10 billion. Your uncle's collection is only worth 200 or 300 million. All of it is secured in bank vaults. Trevor's eyes gleamed with greed as he exclaimed, "Dad! We absolutely must acquire this collection of calligraphy and paintings. Real estate isn't rising now, and future income is limited, but the appreciation of antique calligraphy and paintings is immense. Just look at the masterpieces by world-renowned artists, which can easily start at $100 million. Hank nodded and responded coldly, "Don't worry, I have a comprehensive plan. First, I'll take the chairman position, then transfer all the group's assets, and finally force your uncle to write a will to transfer the property to us. If he resists, I will make him pay dearly. Even in death, I won't let his wife and daughter escape unscathed." Carl rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Let's wait for the board meeting tomorrow and put on a grand show for my dear elder brother." Hank smiled, saying, "Tomorrow, I will initiate a cultural shift at the board meeting to compel Oren to step aside and rebuild a more prosperous son group." Carl eagerly added, "Second brother, don't forget about me when that happens. You'll be the one leading everything in the future." "Of course." Hank patted Carl's shoulder with his left hand, beaming, "You and I have lived in the shadow of the boss for far too long, it's our time to shine." Chapter 1533. As Hank and Carl envision a promising future, their sons Trevor and Daniel are also lost in their own thoughts. The three brothers of the Sun family together have welcomed 8 children into the world. Oren has 1 daughter, Stephanie. Hank has 3 children, 2 daughters and a son named Trevor. Carl has 4 children, consisting of 3 daughters and a son named Daniel. Since there are few males in the family, Trevor and Daniel are destined to be the sole heirs to their respective fathers' estates. Observing the warm rapport between his father and his second uncle, Daniel couldn't help but glance at his cousin Trevor and ponder, "When it's my turn to inherit my father's wealth and shares, will I have to follow in my father's footsteps and deceive my second uncle? Shouldn't I start currying favor with Trevor now if I'm going to rely on him later?" Meanwhile, Trevor was thinking that his cousin Daniel wasn't particularly clever and that they didn't share a strong bond. Considering how easily his father and third uncle could deceive him, he wondered if he could also learn to outsmart Daniel in the future. This line of thinking amused him. First, the family fortune would be split into 3 parts, and then the second and third families could conspire to absorb the original family's wealth. Eventually, wouldn't the entire Sun family be under his control? Trevor felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Even though the Sun family ranks 3rd in Eastcliff, if he could claim it all for himself, he would become the wealthiest individual in the region, surpassing everyone, including the prominent Wade and Banks families. At that point, he could truly claim to be the richest man in China. Unbeknownst to Daniel, his cousin was already scheming on how to outmaneuver him. Feigning disinterest, Daniel smiled at Trevor and asked, "Hey, brother Trevor, do you think Uncle's shit has to do with his daughter's boyfriend?" Trevor shook his head, "I have no idea. She's a public figure. If she dates someone, the paparazzi will surely find out. But I haven't heard anything yet." Daniel chuckled, "Remember when that guy boasted about how we'd be infertile in the future? When the opportunity arises, I'll make sure to show him what true infertility looks like." Trevor scoffed, "Seriously, that guy thinks he's skilled in that area. He's a nobody in Eastcliff's elite circles. How dare he say that about me? The women I've been with are far more impressive than anything he's seen." "Absolutely." Daniel agreed. "By the way, how's that female celebrity you were with a couple of days ago?" "She was alright," Trevor replied nonchalantly. "Not bad, but a bit on the thin side." Daniel quickly added, "Trevor, my brother runs a brokerage that specializes in high-end models. He has several stunning European girls. Are you interested in meeting some new faces?" Trevor raised an eyebrow, a glint of desire in his eyes, and asked, "When can we go?" Daniel replied eagerly, "There's no better time than today. Let's head out right after this. I'll drive you there." Chapter 1534. "Absolutely." Trevor responded without a moment's hesitation. Today had been a tough day for him, marked by humiliation at the hands of Charlie, which left him feeling downcast. However, in a surprising turn of events, Daniel swiftly created an opportunity for them to blow off some steam, and Trevor readily accepted the invitation. Later that evening, Trevor and Daniel emerged from the hospital and hopped into their car, heading towards one of the most prestigious clubs in Eastcliff. The club, known as Number 1 Mansion, was renowned in the area. To secure a VIP membership at Number 1 Mansion, you needed to invest a minimum of $10 million. This exclusive venue boasted luxurious suites complete with dining areas, KTV, hot springs, spa services, as well as bedrooms, meeting rooms, and rooms for chess and card games. Furthermore, VIP patrons enjoyed the luxury of a personal butler and dedicated attendants. Once inside, they were treated to an experience that rivaled the privileges of ancient emperors. This meant that members could indulge in fine dining, entertainment, and also host business meetings and extravagant banquets, making it a versatile venue. Additionally, the level of privacy at Number 1 Mansion was exceptional, ensuring that guests could relax without the fear of their personal matters being exposed. Because of its numerous perks, Number 1 Mansion was a favorite among Eastcliff's wealthy elite. While both Trevor and Daniel were members, they usually enjoyed their own separate experiences at the club. Tonight, however, Daniel had made arrangements for Trevor. He enlisted the help of a friend who owned a talent agency to bring in 4 stunning young European models, hoping to provide Trevor with a memorable night and perhaps lay the groundwork for future endeavors. Trevor, feeling pent up and eager for a distraction, was ready to enjoy himself. Before long, the 4 beautiful blonde models arrived, each one more enchanting than the last, igniting excitement in Trevor. Without hesitation, he chose the 2 most attractive models and led them to the lavish suite's bedroom. Meanwhile, Daniel took the other 2 models to a separate room. Just 5 minutes later, the cousins burst out of their respective rooms, clearly flustered. They exchanged glances at the door, with Trevor breaking the silence first. "Daniel, what the hell just happened?" Daniel, looking distraught, shook his head and replied with a shaky voice, "Brother, I don't think I can do this anymore. I feel completely numb. It's as if I'm impotent." He looked at Trevor and asked, "What about you?" Trevor sank to the floor, mumbling, "This can't be fucking happening. I'm only in my 20s. How could I be unable to perform?" Daniel questioned, "Do you feel like that part of you is completely disconnected?" Trevor nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. "Exactly, that's how it fucking feels." Daniel, overwhelmed, leaned against the wall and slid down to the ground, despairing, "What the hell are we going to do?" In a state of panic, Trevor replied, "Could it be what that bastard said earlier? No way. We need to go to the hospital and find out what's going on." Chapter 1535. More than half an hour had passed since the 2 brothers had quietly slipped away from the hospital, only to rush back shortly afterward. When it came to uncovering this kind of hidden illness, they trusted only their own hospital. Going to another facility might cause unwanted rumors to spread. If the people of Eastcliff found out that the 2 young masters of the Sun family had unexpectedly lost their abilities in that particular aspect, it would not only disgrace them but also embarrass the entire Sun family. They would become the laughingstock of Eastcliff after dinner. The brothers returned to the hospital, ignoring their father, who was still training in the ward, and headed straight to the director's office. At that moment, the dean was preparing to leave for the day. When he saw the 2 young masters of the Sun family approaching, he immediately greeted them respectfully. "Master Daniel, Master Trevor, how may I assist you?" Trevor, clearly agitated, blurted out, "Dean, arrange for someone to examine us immediately. Both of us are unwell." The dean was startled. "What seems to be the problem? Please explain clearly so I can bring in the appropriate specialists right away." Trevor glanced around the office. Seeing that there was no one else inside and that the doors and windows were shut, he took a deep breath and forced himself to speak. I can't feel anything anymore." "What do you mean? Where exactly?" the dean asked, confused. Trevor pointed at his crotch and cursed, "Damn it, right here." "What the hell do you think I'm talking about?" The dean waved his hands in panic. No, Master Trevor. How could there be no sensation there? Could it be a functional problem?" "Functional problem, my foot?" Trevor roared. "I can't feel anything at all, do you understand? It's like the damn thing is disconnected. Absolutely nothing." "What?" the dean gasped. "I've never encountered such a situation. Generally, even with damage, there should still be some sensation. Complete loss of feeling is unheard of. Trevor snapped impatiently, "Do you need me to repeat myself? Get me examined right now. If this is delayed, I swear you'll regret it." Seeing Trevor lose his temper, Daniel stepped forward, kicked the dean, and gritted his teeth. "Are you moving fast enough, or do you want to be fired tonight?" The dean felt utterly wronged but dared not argue. He replied respectfully, "Please wait a moment. I'll immediately arrange for an andrology specialist." Soon, an andrology expert arrived at the dean's office. After understanding the situation, he quickly led the two young masters of the Sun family to the examination room. 10 minutes later, the entire andrology department had gathered inside. Some of the experts had already driven several kilometers home after work, while others were enjoying their day off, but all were urgently called back. The group of 7 or 8 experts was completely baffled. No matter what examination methods they used, they found nothing abnormal. Yet the two brothers insisted that they felt absolutely nothing. This strange situation soon alarmed Hank and Carl, who were resting in the intensive care unit. Worried about their sons, they rushed over immediately. After learning the details, both men were struck dumb with shock. Chapter 1536. Hank trembled with anxiety as he confronted the director of the andrology department. "What the hell is going on? Has the cause been found?" he demanded. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied nervously, "Second Master, this situation is extremely strange. We've used every method we know, but we still can't find the cause. In all my years practicing andrology, I've never seen anything like this." Oren looked at the two pale young men and asked, "Is there really no way to treat it?" The director said awkwardly, "Second Lord, whether it can be treated is secondary. The key issue is identifying the cause, but at the moment, we have no clues at all." Hank felt his head spin as thoughts raced through his mind. What the hell is happening? These two boys are both in their 20s. Daniel is barely over 20. How could this happen? They're the sons of the Sun family. If neither of them can carry on the family line, what will happen to the future of the Sun family? And I still don't even have a grandson. As these thoughts struck him, Hank quickly turned to Trevor. "Trevor, tell your father exactly how you're feeling." Trevor, exhausted after countless examinations with no answers, was close to breaking down. "Dad, I really don't know what's happening. It's terrifying. The worst part is that I can't feel anything at all. I pinched myself hard and felt nothing. Even pain would be better than this," he cried. Daniel sobbed as well. "I pinched myself too. Even though I didn't use much strength, I still couldn't feel anything." Carl forced himself to stay calm and hurriedly comforted them. "Son, don't panic. We'll deal with this step by step. There will be a solution." At that moment, Trevor suddenly said, "Dad, do you think this has something to do with that kid I met at Uncle's house today? He said something about me losing my fertility. I thought he was just talking shit, but now, could he really have done something?" "Exactly," Daniel said angrily. "That kid has a big mouth. If he said he could do something, maybe he really could." Cloud ligation. Several male doctors exclaimed in shock. They had studied medicine for many years, yet none of them had ever heard of such a thing. It sounded completely impossible. Suddenly, Hank recalled Charlie's earlier words, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He turned to Carl, his face filled with confusion. "Do you remember? That kid asked both of us whether we were still young enough to have children." "I remember." Carl nodded vigorously. "That kid was annoying as hell. I was cursing him in my head." Hank pressed his lips together, an ominous feeling rising in his chest. "The more I think about it, the more wrong this feels." He frowned, then suddenly reached down to check himself. The moment he did, his face turned deathly pale. "Quick! Doctor! I can't feel anything anymore. Check me immediately." Chapter 1537. Hank's shocking declaration left everyone in the room stunned, especially Carl, the third child, who instinctively clamped his legs together. When it comes to probability and logic, the issues faced by the son, nephew, and their second elder brother are concerning, making it highly unlikely that they would escape unscathed. In a hurry, Carl slipped his hand into his trouser pocket, feeling around through the fabric. What he discovered made his heart race. He couldn't feel anything at all. Panicking, he cried out, "I'm fucked too. Check me too, I suddenly can't feel anything." The treatment room was filled with disbelief. Is this really fucking happening? 2 generations of the Sun family, with 4 men, all experiencing this loss. How can that be? If a medical condition were to blame, most ailments that lead to a decline in bodily function are not infectious. Conditions like paralysis, stroke, Parkinson's disease, frostbite, and muscle weakness have never been known to spread from one person to another. Thus, if just one of these 4 had such an issue, it might be somewhat reasonable. But for 4 individuals to face this simultaneously? That seems too bizarre. Even considering genetic factors, it's unheard of for 4 family members to exhibit the same issue at once. Take hereditary hair loss, for instance. Typically, all the men in a family might start losing their hair around the age of 40, with full baldness by 50. But never have I heard of a situation where 4 males, ages 48, 46, 24, and 21, go completely bald all at the same time. It's fucking unprecedented. The director of the andrology department felt increasingly perplexed, his palms growing sweaty from anxiety. He was at a loss about where to begin with the treatment. After conducting systematic tests, he could confirm that all 4 members of the Sun family shared identical symptoms, yet the underlying cause remained a mystery. He quickly inquired, "Second master and third master, please think back carefully. Have you visited any unusual places together recently? Have you eaten any strange foods or encountered anything out of the ordinary? Especially anything that might involve radioactive contamination?" "No!" Hank exclaimed. "We've been in Eastcliff this entire time, without venturing anywhere. We haven't come across anything unusual." Carl nodded vigorously in agreement. "Our homes are equipped with thorough monitoring systems. The quality of our water and air is constantly checked, and there are no pollution sources. A complete radiological assessment has been done, and there's absolutely no chance of radioactive materials being present." Hank shouted in frustration, "What a fucking waste. If you can't even determine the cause, why do I need you here?" The director of the andrology department replied humbly, "Second Lord, I understand that this is perplexing without my input. It may even extend beyond the realm of medicine. So, even if you shout at me or vent your anger, it won't assist us. We need to collaborate to uncover the source of this illness, and then we can work towards a treatment." Chapter 1538. Hank clenched his jaw and muttered angrily, "Why do you keep making excuses? If you can't get it done, then you can't get it done. What the hell is the issue? If you're unable, just leave and bring back something that actually works." Meanwhile, Hank paused, stopping Carl, and furrowed his brow as he pondered for a long moment. He began to suspect that the situation was indeed peculiar and likely had nothing to do with medical matters. At that moment, his son Trevor suddenly exclaimed, "Oh! Dad! Could it be that bastard from Uncle's house today?" Hank replied without thinking, "Are you saying it was the kid who was with me?" "Exactly." Trevor confirmed, he wouldn't stop talking about vasectomy back then. He even claimed it would make me infertile. He said if we ever asked him for anything, we'd end up begging at the door of Uncle's villa. Could he be behind this? A realization hit Hank, damn. It's entirely possible that kid is responsible. After all, he manipulated my god of war and weakened a realm master. Our family's current troubles might indeed stem from him. With that thought, Hank gritted his teeth and cursed, "If it's that little bastard, I swear I'll make him pay." Carl quickly interjected, "Brother, how can we take him down? Have you forgotten how incredibly strong he is? Sending 5 war gods and 5 realm masters might not even be enough to defeat him." Trevor chimed in, "Yeah, Dad, when we visited Uncle today, we caught him off guard. Now, Uncle must have tightened security for that kid. Even without him, we'd struggle to gain any advantage. Hank felt a wave of despair wash over him. This situation was incredibly frustrating. Knowing that the troublemaker was likely the cause, yet feeling powerless to confront him, left Hank feeling trapped. What could they do? They could rally dozens of masters, but with possibly over 100 guards surrounding the villa, especially with that kid's unmatched strength, victory seemed impossible. With a heavy heart, he concluded, it looks like we need to adopt a long-term strategy. Let's hold off for now. Tomorrow at the board meeting, we need to secure the chairman position. The other three nodded in agreement. Now wasn't the right moment to clash directly with Oren and Charlie. They needed to focus on taking control of the chairman position first. Once they secured power within the group, the dynamics would shift dramatically, leaving Oren vulnerable to erosion. Resolute in his decision, Hank instructed the andrology department director, please arrange to collect and freeze sperm for the four of us. Frozen sperm? The others were taken aback. Carl asked, Big brother, what are you planning? With a serious expression, Hank explained, I fear that if we can't recover, it might sever the bloodlines of both families and the entire Sun family. We need to freeze the sperm to ensure that if recovery fails, we can still use artificial insemination to preserve our lineage. Carl quickly grasped that his brother was preparing for the worst-case scenario, ensuring they had a means to continue their family lines. He couldn't help but admire Hank's foresight. I have to say, the second brother's approach is incredibly strategic. At first glance, it's evident he has a broader perspective. If I were in his shoes, I would never think of this. When the worst happens, will the Sun family be left without descendants? Chapter 1539. Trevor and Daniel, two young individuals, recognized the significance of the situation, leading them to nod in agreement. By freezing the sperm, you can preserve your options for having children in the future. It truly simplifies the desire to start a family later on. As the saying goes, it's always wise to be prepared. Consequently, the director of the andrology department promptly organized painless manual sampling for the four individuals and arranged for a comprehensive set of tests. Once the samples were collected, immediate testing commenced, while the remaining samples were frozen using liquid nitrogen at ultra-low temperatures. If the results came back normal, these samples could be safely stored for an extended period. However, when the samples were analyzed, the doctors stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. Upon sharing the results with the director of the andrology department, the director appeared visibly shaken. Noticing his distressed expression, Hank and the others promptly inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" The director gulped, struggling to regain his composure, and stammered, Second master. Third master, and the two young masters. The results are in. The survival rate of your four samples is, the survival rate." Seeing his grimace, Trevor shouted in frustration, "What the hell is going on? What do you mean by the survival rate?" With no other option, the director reluctantly announced, "The survival rate of your four samples is 0. "What?" the four exclaimed in unison. Carl, who had previously injured his bladder, lost his balance and collapsed onto the floor. This shocking news struck the Sun family like a thunderbolt. A 0 survival rate for the samples implied that they had lost their ability to conceive offspring. Hank's hands trembled in fear, even making his bandaged right hand shake uncontrollably. He stuttered, "What the hell is happening? How could the samples not survive? I've always been fine." "Exactly," Trevor added, distressed, "just a few months ago, I helped a model with her pregnancy. To avoid complications, I even paid $1 million for her to have an abortion. Why is there no survival rate now?" Angered by this, Hank slapped Trevor with his left hand, shouting, "You damn fool. We've helped others conceive, yet we're not allowing it ourselves. What if we had a son? How does that jeopardize our family's future?" Tears of grievance filled Trevor's eyes as he replied, "Dad, you always warned me to avoid making a woman pregnant. You said it would tarnish my reputation and diminish my value, making it difficult to marry into a prominent family. That's why I paid for the abortion. I did what you wanted." In a fit of rage, Hank struck him several times, cursing, "You're making it worse. You're making it worse. You're making it goddamn worse." Deep down, Hank understood that Trevor was speaking the truth. Within affluent families in China, advantageous marriages are crucial. This advantageous match relies not only on the family's wealth but also on the personal qualities of both parties. If two families of equal wealth are considered, the attractiveness of the male and female becomes essential. A wealthy young woman would not look favorably upon a young man who is unattractive, regardless of his family's status. Similarly, if both families are wealthy but one party lacks appeal, it can significantly diminish their value in the eyes of family elders. In addition to appearance, any shortcomings can greatly impact one's worth. Chapter 1540. One of the most significant issues for men today is the presence of illegitimate children born outside of marriage. In large family marriages, both men and women often find their relationships strained by parental expectations. Which eldest daughter would willingly marry a man with an illegitimate child and take on the role of a stepmother? It's simply out of the question. When Stephanie encountered Charlie again, she was particularly mindful of this situation. As a young woman, how could she consider becoming a stepmother? Meanwhile, Hank is concerned about his son maintaining his competitiveness in life. He has repeatedly advised him that while it's acceptable to have fun outside, he must avoid fathering any children. At that time, Hank never anticipated that his son would one day face infertility. Now, with a survival rate of 0 for his sperm, Hank reflects on the grim reality that an illegitimate child has been terminated. This raises serious concerns about future generations. Trevor is also filled with anger over the situation. Feeling useless and realizing that he has no chance of fatherhood, he laments, "Isn't this like being a goddamn eunuch?" With these thoughts racing through his mind, he anxiously turns to Hank and exclaims, "Dad! This must be the work of that uncle's son. He has done something to us. We need to plead with him. I'm still young, and I don't want to live life as a eunuch." On the sidelines, Daniel is equally terrified, crying out, "Second uncle, Dad, I don't want to be a living eunuch either." Hank, his expression grim, responds, "Going to beg him now? What will that say to the board of directors tomorrow? I already had a conversation with your uncle today. If we approach his son now, they will surely use it to threaten the board. Moreover, your uncle might leverage this to force me and your third uncle into surrendering our voting rights. If that happens, we will never be able to outmaneuver your uncle." In the Sun Group, shares and voting rights are directly linked. This means that owning 51% of the shares grants you 51% of the voting power. As long as one holds 51% of the voting rights, they can dictate company decisions. However, there are exceptions. If Hank willingly, or under duress, hands over his voting rights related to his shares to Orrin, then Orrin will gain a significant say in matters. Hank may retain ownership of the shares, but without the voting rights, his influence would vanish. This scenario exemplifies why figures like Jack Ma, despite holding a small percentage of shares, can still wield considerable power. Other shareholders either trust him or cannot challenge him, thus transferring their voting rights to him. Hank is deeply concerned about this possibility at the moment. Feeling incredibly frustrated, he reflects, "This is all my fault for being too harsh. I brought up the board of directors and gave my eldest brother a bit of leverage. If I approach him now, I'll surely face backlash. Therefore, I must endure until I can seize control tomorrow. If all else fails, I can always use money to sway the young man related to my brother once the situation is resolved. 100 million won't be enough, nor will 1 billion. After all, there's no one in this world who can't be swayed by a significant amount of money." Chapter 1541. Determined not to postpone the board's plan to seize control tomorrow, Hank resolved to endure the challenges of tonight. To that end, he immediately reached out to the hospital dean, insisting on a significant financial commitment to recruit top experts from the United States in relevant medical fields. He wanted them to come and see if a medical solution could be found. If they succeed, it would be ideal. In that case, there would be no need to consult the kid, he would simply be eliminated. If they fail, then the situation could become complicated. To maintain his family's legacy, Hank might even find himself kneeling before that kid to plead for mercy. The thought of Charlie's haughty demeanor made Hank feel uneasy all over. At that moment, Carl, who was standing nearby, whispered, "Second brother, do you think that kid will show up at tomorrow's board meeting?" Damn, Hank felt a jolt in his chest, and his expression shifted instantly. If that bastard attends the meeting, it could be uncomfortable. What if he helps Oren keep Hank in check? After mulling it over for a while without coming up with a solution, Hank sighed, "It's pointless to dwell on this now, there's nothing we can do. When the time comes, we'll face whatever happens." Hank then recalled something and quietly said, "Second brother, do you remember that kid from the eldest brother's family who mentioned Kenneth Wilson from the Wilson Group? That guy returned from abroad not long ago and has been trying to find ways to ingratiate himself with us for potential collaboration. Should I invite him over to discuss things?" "Yes," Hank replied eagerly. "Call him now and ask him to come to the hospital to see me." Since leaving Oris Hill under less than favorable circumstances, Kenneth Wilson had spent most of his time traveling the globe in search of medical solutions for his condition. He first traveled to Japan, then to the United States, visiting numerous doctors and spending a fortune, yet he found no resolution. As time went on, Kenneth gradually resigned himself to his fate. Fortunately, with age and children, he shifted his focus away from treatment and concentrated on his career. Once a person releases their desires and distractions and dedicates themselves to their profession, their focus can increase dramatically. This led Kenneth to prioritize the growth of the Wilson Group, aiming to generate more revenue and fill the void in his life with wealth and material possessions. However, in Eastcliff, the Wilson family was considered a second-rate family, still far behind the top-tier families. In his quest for connections, Kenneth sought to align himself with the Sun family, specifically Carl. Despite his efforts to curry favor with Carl, the latter viewed him with disdain and had no intention of accepting him as a subordinate. Just as Kenneth was pondering how to win Carl over, he received a call from him. He quickly answered, saying, "Oh, Mr. Sun, what a surprise to hear from you." Carl inquired, "Old Wilson, are you in Eastcliff?" "Yes, I am," Kenneth replied promptly. "I've been here since returning from the United States." "What can I do for you, Mr. Sun?" Carl stated, "I need to discuss something important with you. Can you come to the Sun Group Hospital right now? It's best to talk in person." "Absolutely," Kenneth responded with enthusiasm. "Mr. Sun, I'll be there in a moment." Chapter 1542. "Well, I'll wait for you here." At this moment, Charlie and Oren's family were enjoying dinner. Oren had insisted they indulge in a fair amount of liquor before he returned to the guest room Angie had prepared for him. After taking a bath, he lay down to rest. Just then, Charlie received a call from Claire. "Husband, how is your progress in Eastcliff?" she inquired. Charlie smiled and replied, "It's going well. Everything is running smoothly, and I expect to wrap things up in about 3 days." "That's great to hear," Claire responded, a hint of concern in her voice. "Make sure to take care of yourself while you're away. You've never traveled far before." Feeling touched, Charlie reassured her, "Don't worry, my dear. I'm an adult and capable of looking after myself. I'll head back as soon as I'm finished." "Okay," Claire said with a smile. "By the way, I need to ask you for a favor." Charlie, eager to help, replied, "What is it, wife?" "You don't need to be so formal with me. Just let me know what you need." Claire explained, "Laureen was chatting with me today. She's back in Eastcliff, and her grandmother's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Could you buy some gifts for her birthday celebration?" Charlie considered the timing. His main business was scheduled for tomorrow. In the morning, he would accompany Oren to participate in a board meeting at the Sun Group, followed by a visit to his parents' grave. However, he had no plans for the day after tomorrow, and he was contemplating staying to see if everything at Sun Group settled down. If that was the case, he could return to Oris Hill the day after tomorrow. Since he wasn't planning to leave Eastcliff the day after tomorrow, attending Laureen's grandmother's birthday banquet didn't seem like a big issue. Yet, Charlie felt a bit uneasy. After all, Lorraine had been on the same flight to Eastcliff as him but hadn't mentioned inviting him to her grandmother's birthday celebration. Instead, she spoke about it with Claire, knowing that her mention would lead Claire to ask him. It left Charlie feeling slightly uncomfortable. Though he didn't harbor any feelings for Lorraine, her subtle manipulations made him feel reluctant. For instance, the time she invited Claire to a hot spring, her true intention was to spend time with Charlie, but she had cleverly approached it through Claire. This felt like a similar tactic. He wondered why she seemed interested in him and wished she would just move the hell on. Despite his mixed feelings, Charlie agreed, saying, "Sure, I'll pick out a gift tomorrow and deliver it at noon the day after tomorrow." "Thank you, husband," Claire replied gratefully. "You're doing this for me." "When I visited Eastcliff during university, Grandma Thomas was so welcoming. I wanted to go in person, but I have to take my mother to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. If everything goes well, they'll remove her leg cast, and she's been eager to get her front teeth fixed. So, I can't go myself, which is why I'm asking you." Charlie smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Claire continued, "I'll transfer some money to you. Please find a suitable gift for around 100,000. I trust your judgment." Charlie chuckled, "There's no need to send me any money. I've got enough on hand, the clients here have already settled their bills in advance." Claire was taken aback. "Wow, that's generous of you." Charlie replied, "Well, it's a big family, after all." Claire smiled, "In that case, I won't hold back. Thank you, husband." Chapter 1543. Kenneth Wilson found himself perched in his Rolls-Royce, cruising down the road at night. At this moment, he was feeling quite elated. The occasion was prompted by an invitation from Carl, the third member of the illustrious Sun family. While Carl may be the least influential member of his family, his status as a direct heir of the Sun family grants him considerable assets and social standing that far surpass those of Kenneth Wilson. This reality drove Kenneth to flatter Carl desperately, hoping to secure a connection to the powerful Sun family. Although Kenneth was unaware of the exact reasons Hank had sought him out, the fact that Hank had made the effort to find him was already a significant step forward. 20 minutes later, Kenneth Wilson arrived at Sun's hospital, where he was greeted at the entrance by Carl's son, Daniel. As Daniel approached, he asked, "Are you Uncle Wilson?" Kenneth nodded eagerly, smiling as he replied, "Yes, are you Sun's son?" "That's right," Daniel confirmed. "Come with me, both my father and my second uncle are waiting for you." Kenneth was taken aback and asked, "Is the second master also here?" "Yes, they're all waiting for you," Daniel assured him. Excitement bubbled within Kenneth at this news. In Eastcliff, it was common knowledge that the head of the Sun family was gravely ill and that the next in line was expected to be Hank, the second master. Kenneth had never dared to dream of an opportunity to meet Hank, but now, it seemed that chance was right in front of him. He hurriedly followed Daniel into the intensive care unit, where he came face to face with Hank and Carl, both wearing unusual expressions. As soon as Hank noticed Kenneth's arrival, he promptly ushered everyone else out, leaving just the three of them in the room. Without delay, Hank jumped straight into the matter at hand, asking Kenneth Wilson, "Old Wilson, I need to ask you something, and you must answer truthfully." Kenneth, without hesitation, replied, "Don't worry, I'll be completely honest." With an air of discomfort, Carl asked, "Old Wilson, I need to know, are you impotent now?" Upon hearing this, Kenneth felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He froze in place, completely taken aback and unsure of how to respond. He never imagined Hank would pose such a personal and probing question right off the bat. Internally, Kenneth thought, "I did lose my fertility, but no one knows about it. How does Carl know? Should I really admit to such an embarrassing truth? What could Carl possibly want to discuss with me regarding this?" Noticing Kenneth's discomfort and silence, Hank grew impatient and said, "Oh, Old Wilson, why are you hesitating? Is this question really that hard to answer? Just tell me, yes or no." Although Kenneth didn't understand why Carl had inquired about this matter, he recalled his earlier promise to be forthright. Consequently, he steeled himself and replied, "Mr. Sun, to be honest, I really am impotent." Chapter 1544. Carl and his brother Hank exchanged glances before Carl quickly inquired, "Old Wilson, can you tell me why you're struggling with fertility? What's going on?" Kenneth Wilson hesitated, responding awkwardly, "Mr. Son, why are you so interested in this?" "Honestly, it's not that I don't want to share, but it's quite embarrassing to discuss." Hank, who had been silent until now, chimed in, "Mr. Wilson, please don't feel burdened. We're here because we want to help each other. It's important for patients to exchange information, and sharing can lead to valuable insights." "What?" Kenneth Wilson was taken aback. Information exchange among patients? What did that imply? Surely these two brothers weren't experiencing such issues themselves. No fucking way. They were part of the Sun family, and both were younger than him. How could they be facing problems at such a young age? Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Second Lord, what the hell is really going on?" Hank waved his hand dismissively and said, "Mr. Wilson, let's focus on your situation first. I hope you can keep your promise to me and the third child. We need to understand everything, every detail." Kenneth Wilson nodded, letting out a long sigh. Well, this is quite a story. He began recounting how he had traveled to Oris Hill to fulfill his father's last wish, how he encountered the Wilson family, and the trouble he faced due to Charlie's actions, sharing all of it with the Sun brothers. Initially, the Sun family didn't react much. However, when they learned that Charlie had caused Kenneth's confusion and loss of ability, Hank quickly asked, "Who is this kid named Wade? Is he related to the Wade family?" Kenneth, thinking about Charlie, gritted his teeth and replied, "That kid named Wade is the son-in-law of the Wilson family in Oris Hill. Ugh, that family isn't as insignificant as you might think. They were deep in debt, owing tens of millions to the bank. Even so, the Wade family is still looked down upon, just trash among trash. How could he be from such a family?" Hank pressed, "What does this kid look like?" Kenneth described, "He's tall, somewhat handsome, but he talks awkwardly and seems forced." Hank frowned, turning to Carl. "Could he be the kid from the elder brother's household?" Carl immediately responded, "It has to be him. Second brother, remember how he brought up the Wilson name? He must be the same Charlie who caused Wilson's fertility issues." Kenneth was stunned. "Are you saying that Charlie is the one connected to the eldest brother, Orrin?" "Exactly," Hank replied through gritted teeth. "Today, my brothers and our sons suffered greatly because of him. Damn, this kid is fucking toxic. He claimed he made us infertile, and now we really are." "Right," Carl added angrily. "Just one word from him, and the four of us somehow lost that ability." "Damn," Kenneth gasped, realizing the severity of the situation. Charlie was incredibly ruthless, wasn't he? He had effectively eliminated the fertility of the Sun family's second and third children, along with their sons. The Sun family, being one of the top super families in Eastcliff, surely wouldn't let this slide. Did Charlie not fucking fear their wrath? Chapter 1545. Kenneth Wilson felt a wave of surprise and disbelief wash over him as he sighed, "You know, Charlie is truly enigmatic. That day, he moved his mouth, and I was left utterly confused." This reflection led Kenneth Wilson to recall his unfortunate experiences in Oris Hill. First, Charlie had beaten him, and then he had lost his manhood. But that wasn't even the worst part. The real nightmare was that he had placed his trust in the elderly gentleman named Weaver and had consumed the so-called magical medicine from the Weaver family. Not only did he fail to reclaim his former self, but he also came dangerously close to losing everything. Ultimately, it was Charlie's intervention that allowed him to salvage his dignity, albeit just barely. As for the treatment Charlie provided to help him retain his dignity, that was a different saga filled with its own trials and tribulations. He vividly remembered the process. 1 liter of urine was mixed with 1 liter of medicine, leaving him with a lasting impression of that ordeal. With a heavy heart, he sighed again, "You two have no idea, I was in Oris Hill, and that old body of mine, well, this kid made me suffer immensely." Hank clenched his teeth, responding, "So, this kid is merely the live-in son-in-law of a family in Oris Hill, yet how does he have any connection to my older brother? This is fucking baffling." After Charlie's parents were murdered many years ago when they left Eastcliff, Hank had long since forgotten the image and memories of Charlie's father. Consequently, he struggled to grasp Charlie's identity and could not understand how this seemingly insignificant son-in-law could be invited into his eldest brother's home for dinner with his family. It was worth noting that, given his brother's stature, even the nation's most prominent internet entrepreneurs wouldn't receive such treatment. Kenneth Wilson then recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh! I remember, Charlie was quite the controversial figure in Orris Hill. He managed to deceive and swindle many people, and several local dignitaries referred to him as Master Wade." "Master Wade?" Hank asked, frowning in confusion. "What kind of master are we talking about?" Kenneth Wilson explained, "I believe it has something to do with feng shui. Apparently, he has a knack for it, and wealthy locals would pay him tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, for his insights. There's even talk of him being rewarded with villas worth over $100 million. I can't fathom how he managed to pull that off." Carl quickly chimed in, "Second brother. I've got it. The eldest brother must be gravely ill and feels desperate, leading him to seek help from a doctor, and perhaps even turning to the metaphysical realm for luck." Hank nodded in agreement, sneering, "That sounds about right. He's probably terrified of death and has resorted to hiring a con artist to extend his life." Carl laughed, saying, "It's quite amusing. Didn't he claim all his life to be an atheist, dismissing ghosts and deities? Now that he's on the brink, he suddenly believes in feng shui and luck. Who the hell knows?" Hank waved dismissively. "But this kid is undeniably mysterious. I still can't comprehend how he caused us to lose that ability. Could it be he possesses some genuine metaphysical talents?" Kenneth Wilson, eager to contribute, said flatteringly, "Oh, my second master, I have some thoughts on this matter, though they remain unverified. If you're interested, I can share them for your consideration." Hank nodded, "Please, go ahead." Chapter 1546. Kenneth Wilson remarked, "I'm pondering over the metaphysical aspects. They hold truth but are also macroscopic. For instance, while they might subtly influence one's luck over time, it's improbable they would instantly impact a person's fertility. Hence, I believe that kid must have employed some sort of sleight of hand." Hank inquired, "Sleight of hand? What do you mean by that? Why do you think so?" Kenneth Wilson elaborated, "This resembles the art of magic. Beyond mere blindfolding, a common tactic among magicians is to create distractions with sound. Typically, when they reveal something with their right hand, the hidden item is concealed in the left. When they display a hat, the secrets often lie hidden up their sleeves." Hank nodded thoughtfully, "Please continue." Kenneth Wilson quickly added, "Look at Charlie, he appears to dabble in metaphysics, but I suspect this bastard must have utilized some covert method to poison us while we were distracted. We simply didn't notice it happening." Suddenly, a realization struck Hank. He sat up straight and exclaimed, "That makes sense. I've been puzzled as to why two of my men were choked by him, leading to their weakness. Now, considering it, it's very likely he secretly poisoned them. Otherwise, how could two top masters suddenly become so incapacitated?" Carl, who had been listening attentively, interjected, "Second brother, if that bastard really did poison us, then he must possess an antidote. Does this mean that if we can obtain the antidote from him, we might be able to recover?" "Exactly," Hank responded quickly. "This kid surely has a way to help us recover. Once we wrap up our business tomorrow, we'll find a way to compel him to produce the antidote." Upon hearing this, Kenneth Wilson felt a surge of excitement. For some time now, he had been struggling with his own issues and had even started to lose hope recently. However, this didn't mean he was ready to accept his circumstances, rather, he felt utterly powerless. If there was a chance to heal his condition, he would be willing to pay any price. Thus, he quickly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists atop his head, and implored, "I too am a victim of Charlie. After enduring his antics, if you both have the chance to secure the antidote from him, I humbly ask you to consider me as well, grant me the opportunity to heal." Hank nodded slightly, assuring him, "Mr. Wilson, rest assured, you are well aware of our situation today, and we won't forget you when we obtain the antidote in the future." Kenneth Wilson exclaimed with joy, "Thank you so much, Second Lord. Your kindness is truly unforgettable." Hank replied with a grunt, "It's getting late. Mr. Wilson, you should return to rest. We'll keep you posted on this matter and notify you if there's any news." Kenneth Wilson agreed quickly, saying respectfully, "Second Lord, I'll take my leave now." As soon as Kenneth Wilson exited, Carl eagerly turned to Hank and asked, "Second brother, what are our chances of persuading that scoundrel named Wade to hand over the cure?" Hank scoffed, "Didn't you hear Kenneth Wilson? That kid is just a fraud who dabbles in feng shui. He's certainly here for the money with his oldest brother. As long as he's motivated by cash, there's nothing to worry about. Once we wrap up the board meeting tomorrow, I'll simply throw money at him until he kneels and calls me Lord." Chapter 1547. The temperature in Eastcliff dropped dramatically as night fell, bringing with it a flurry of heavy snowflakes swirling in the air. Charlie received an alert on his phone indicating that Eastcliff had issued a blue blizzard warning, which would be in effect from tonight until tomorrow afternoon. Dressed only in a light shirt, Charlie stepped out onto the balcony of the guest room, his thoughts consumed by memories of his parents. Tomorrow, he planned to visit his parents' grave, a task he had contemplated for the past 18 years but had never acted upon. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by Stephanie's voice, "Charlie, aren't you cold dressed like that?" Turning around, Charlie noticed that Stephanie had quietly entered the room and stood at the balcony door. Stephanie quickly explained, "Sorry, Charlie. I knocked, but when you didn't answer, I let myself in." Charlie smiled softly and replied, "No worries, there's no need to be so formal between us." At that moment, a blush crept onto Stephanie's cheeks. She approached Charlie and asked, "Were you lost in thought just now?" Charlie nodded, responding, "Yes, I was reflecting on the past." Stephanie gently touched his hand and held on tightly, expressing her gratitude. "Charlie, I can't thank you enough for helping my father. You saved his life." Charlie replied earnestly, "Uncle Orrin is a dear friend of my father and someone I deeply respect. I couldn't just stand by and watch him suffer without doing something to help." "Exactly," Stephanie agreed, her voice firm. "How long will you be in Eastcliff this time?" "I won't be at the board meeting tomorrow, and after we visit Uncle Wade and Aunt Wade's grave, are you heading back?" Charlie explained, "I have some personal matters to attend to the day after tomorrow, but I'll return once I'm done." Stephanie's expression shifted to one of disappointment and sadness. She looked up at him with hopeful eyes and asked, "Can't you stay just a few more days? It's almost Chinese New Year. Why not celebrate it at my house?" Chuckling, Charlie replied, "There are still 20 days until Chinese New Year. If I don't return soon, I'll have a lot of explaining to do to your sister-in-law." Stephanie frowned, saying, "I refuse to acknowledge her as my sister-in-law. You're not really my brother, you're the fiancé I've believed in since childhood." Charlie shook his head with a smile, "All right, whatever you say." However, a wave of disappointment washed over Stephanie as she thought, "Every time we talk, Charlie reminds me in some way that he's married. Doesn't he understand how important his parents' wishes are? I've managed to keep my feelings in check for so long, why can't he?" With a sigh, Stephanie tightened her grip on Charlie's hand, speaking with a touch of sadness, "Charlie, you're the heir of the Wade family, and you have so much potential. Oris Hill can't hold you forever, you'll have to return to Eastcliff eventually." Charlie paused before responding calmly, "Let's cross that bridge when we come to it." That night, Charlie experienced a surreal dream. In this dream, his parents were alive, and he was still the young master of the Wade family, commanding great attention in Eastcliff and wielding significant influence. He envisioned himself in a sharp suit, adorned with a groom's boutonniere, leading a lavish convoy to the Sun family's opulent villa. Inside the villa, he saw Stephanie, radiant in a beautiful white wedding dress, sitting on her bed and smiling at her reflection. Suddenly, a group of unfamiliar young men and women rushed around, searching for Stephanie's red shoes. Chapter 1548. When Charlie discovered Stephanie's red shoes and assisted her in putting them on, his mind quickly transported him to a vivid wedding scene from a dream. This dream wedding was extravagantly beautiful. Charlie's parents were present, both radiating joy and kindness. As the wedding music began to play, Oren took Stephanie's hand, walked toward Charlie with a smile, and passed her hand to him. Following that, the couple exchanged their wedding vows, swapped rings, and shared a kiss. Next, the MC invited Stephanie to turn away from the bridesmaids and toss her bouquet. To Charlie's surprise, it was Claire who caught the bouquet. Yet, Claire's reaction was anything but cheerful. Her face was filled with resentment. When Charlie locked eyes with her, a jolt of realization struck him, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to recognize that it was all just a dream. He was momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of it all, sitting in silence for a few minutes before gradually regaining his composure. Noticing that dawn was breaking outside, he sighed, got up to freshen up, and made his way out of the room. Downstairs, Angie was busy preparing breakfast alongside the servant. Oren had risen early as well, sitting in the living room with vigor, enjoying a cup of coffee while perusing the latest newspaper. In this digital age, not many people still prefer reading newspapers, but Oren is one of the few. As Charlie descended the stairs, Oren greeted him with a smile and a wave, saying cheerfully, "Charlie, come over." "Good morning, Uncle Oren," Charlie responded, making his way over. Charlie settled onto the sofa next to Oren. Oren handed him the newspaper and said, "Check out the headline on the front page." Charlie took the paper and read the bold headline, "Chairman of the Sun Group in critical condition, trillion-dollar group faces leadership crisis." Charlie frowned and remarked, "This newspaper is being quite irresponsible, isn't it?" With a slight smile, Oren replied, "This is likely the work of my two younger brothers. They leaked news about my health to undermine confidence in the Sun Group among shareholders and the market, prompting the securities institutions to lower share prices and performance expectations. Consequently, the stock price of the Sun Group is bound to drop." As he spoke, Oren glanced at his watch and added, "It's 8:30, and there's still an hour until the market opens. By then, all listed companies under the Sun Group will likely see a significant plunge in their stock prices, or even face a halt in trading." Concerned, Charlie asked, "But Uncle Oren, as shareholders of the Sun Group, wouldn't they be harming their own interests by doing this?" Oren shook his head with a knowing smile. For major shareholders, a slight drop in stock price isn't a big deal. He continued to explain, "You see, if the stock price falls due to news of my illness, the ones who will panic are the retail investors and smaller shareholders. They will definitely voice their dissatisfaction through various channels. And since the decline is attributed to my health, I will bear the blame. This will allow the major shareholders to stir up unrest among the other shareholders, pressuring me to step aside. The market will only feel reassured once I do. Once they successfully push me out of the board, the stock price will likely rebound, meaning they won't incur any real loss. This tactic is akin to killing with a borrowed knife." Chapter 1549. After hearing Oren's explanation, Charlie began to grasp the motives of the second and third Sun family members concerning their manipulation of the media to disseminate such news. He was also increasingly curious about the reactions of the two living eunuchs when they saw the radiant Oren upon his arrival at the Sun Group. At that moment, Stephanie walked in and noticed her father and Charlie engrossed in the newspaper. She asked with curiosity, "Dad, Charlie, what news are you reading? You both seem so engrossed." Oren smiled and replied, "Your dad made the headlines today." "Really?" Stephanie rushed over, glanced at the headline, and immediately exclaimed in anger, "This is bullshit. Even if his condition worsened before, it only required hospitalization again, which is far from critical. The media's claims are utterly irresponsible." Oren chuckled and said, "You work in the entertainment industry. Don't you know how these tabloids operate? They love to exaggerate, turning whispers into roars, and often spread nonsense. This is their specialty. Besides, there's definitely someone pulling the strings behind this, or they wouldn't publish such unverified information." Suddenly, Stephanie connected the dots. After a moment of contemplation, she blurted out, "Dad, do you think the second and third uncles are behind this?" Oren nodded, confirming, "Who else could it be? This is all part of their strategy to create a negative atmosphere ahead of today's board meeting, making me appear more vulnerable." He continued, "Knowing their tactics, they'll likely invite media reporters to the meeting today. They want to capture images of my supposed frail and dying state to broadcast across the nation. This is too much. Stephanie said, her anger bubbling over. You should confront the media directly later and tell them that you've recovered. That will piss them off. Oren smiled and reassured her, I've already spoken with Jason White. Until today's board meeting concludes, no media reporters will be allowed into the Sun Group building. After the meeting, there will be a press conference for the directors to set the record straight. Jason White is Oren's trusted deputy, a person he has personally mentored and who is very dependable. Angie, having overheard their conversation, approached and said, Stay safe, or I'll accompany you today. Oren waved her off gently. No need for that. The group has its protocols, and family members shouldn't interfere with business matters. Plus, as public figures, it's best for you both to stay out of this. Charlie will keep you company while I handle this. Angie nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After breakfast, Charlie and Oren shared a Rolls-Royce, accompanied by a security team as they headed to the Sun Group. These security personnel had been hired by Oren from a premier security firm just the afternoon before. This time, he had invested significantly in ensuring the safety of himself and his family, determined to prevent anyone from breaching their privacy. The convoy smoothly entered the underground parking garage of the Sun Group building. There, a dedicated elevator for the chairman was available, allowing direct access to the top floor from the underground garage. Only Oren and his close entourage were permitted to use this exclusive elevator, even Hank and Carl did not have that privilege. Furthermore, the entrance to the chairman's private elevator was located within a separately enclosed garage, ensuring that not only was it off-limits to the general public, but even entry to this secure garage was tightly controlled. Once the elevator reached the 58th floor, it opened to a completely enclosed office area designated for the chairman. Chapter 1550. This area spans almost 1,000 square meters and includes the chairman's office, lounge, private meeting room, as well as fitness and entertainment facilities. Access to this space is strictly limited, ordinary individuals cannot enter. In essence, as soon as Oren stepped into the secluded garage of the underground parking lot, he entered a realm free from disturbances, surrounded only by his trusted confidants. Upon bringing Charlie and a group of bodyguards into his office, Oren promptly picked up the desk phone and requested, "Have Jason come over." Moments later, a middle-aged man in his 40s knocked and entered the room. Upon seeing Oren, the man was momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure, he exclaimed, "Chairman, you look so much better today. In fact, you look healthier than before your illness." Oren nodded gently and replied with a smile, "The doctor has informed me that the tumor in my body has completely vanished." Jason, surprised, asked, "Really, Chairman? All the tumors are gone?" "Yes," Oren responded casually, "I'm healthy again." "That's fantastic!" Jason exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "It's like a miracle." Oren smiled and agreed, "I believe so too." Jason continued, "Chairman, the two vice-chairmen and the directors are all discussing your health in the large conference room. Right after the stock market opened, the shares of our listed companies dropped significantly. They're saying if you don't step down as chairman, the stock will fall even more tomorrow. This is your chance to prove them wrong. You can announce your recovery to the entire country." Oren grinned and responded, "Naturally. If they want me to be critically ill, I'll show them what it means to be utterly disappointed." He added, "Jason, please inform them that I'll be joining the meeting in 5 minutes." Jason quickly nodded, "Understood, Chairman. I'll head there now." Once Jason left, Oren stood up, energized, and said to Charlie, "Charlie, let's go and confront them head-on." Charlie smiled and replied, "Uncle Oren, please lead the way." Oren chuckled as they exited the office, stepping out of the private area designated for the chairman. In the large conference room on the 58th floor, Hank and Carl, the brothers, were already assembling their strategy. They had meticulously prepared for this moment. Not only had they garnered support from certain minority shareholders, but they had also utilized this morning's headlines to create an impression that Oren was nearing death. Consequently, the stock price had plummeted, instigating panic among other minority shareholders. At this moment, every board member present in the conference room had aligned with the brothers' agenda. Hank had even devised a specific plan. Once Oren arrived, he would present the prepared newspapers and highlight the stock's decline. Then, without allowing Oren a chance to explain, he planned to call for a vote among the board members to recommend a new chairman, citing the current chairman's incompetence for this crucial role. Chapter 1551. As Oren entered the office, the sound of purposeful footsteps echoed like a metronome. The door swung open with force. Oren stepped in, his face flushed with vitality but surprisingly calm, walking confidently into the room. Close behind him was Charlie, who followed him into the meeting space. Everyone in the conference room, including Hank and Carl, was taken aback by Oren's vibrant demeanor. Hank and Carl exchanged glances, their unspoken thoughts aligning perfectly. How the hell could our ailing eldest brother appear so revitalized overnight? This transformation seems too dramatic for just one night. The other board members, having not seen Oren in quite some time and influenced by recent news reports suggesting he was gravely ill, had steeled themselves for a very different scene. They half expected Oren to arrive in a wheelchair, oxygen mask in place. So, when they witnessed his energetic entrance, it left everyone utterly astounded. Is this really the chairman everyone has been reading about in the media, supposedly on the brink of death? In fact, he appeared to be in even better shape than before his illness. Is this what people refer to when they say someone has made a remarkable recovery? It certainly didn't fit the narrative. Oren looked like a robust middle-aged man, utterly unscathed by illness. Carl discreetly nudged Hank and asked, bewildered, "Second brother, what the hell is going on here?" Hank clenched his teeth and shook his head in confusion. "I have no fucking idea." By this time, Oren had taken his place at the central seat in front of the conference table, gesturing for Charlie to sit to his right. Once seated, Oren scanned the room with a fierce gaze and spoke with authority, "Everyone, I sincerely apologize for my absence from the group lately. I appreciate your hard work in keeping things running smoothly." The room fell silent, with everyone exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. This uncertainty was largely due to the fact that many small shareholders had been persuaded by Hank and Carl to support a motion to oust Oren from the board today. However, seeing Oren looking so well left them at a loss for how to proceed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hank felt a surge of panic, but he understood that he needed to act quickly to regain control, otherwise, all of his plans for the day could fall apart. He boldly spoke up, "Chairman, considering your absence from the group's affairs for so long, don't you think it's a bit irresponsible for you to take the chair when we've all worked so hard?" Oren nodded thoughtfully, a smile on his face as he replied, "You make a valid point. I accept that I haven't been as competent as I should have been during this time. That's why I didn't say much earlier. I genuinely appreciate all of your efforts during this challenging period." He continued, "Over the past 20 years, you have all stood by me in the business world. I've been fortunate not to let you down, and together we've built this company into what it is today. Throughout those 2 decades of rapid growth, I've never taken undue credit or abandoned any of my comrades. Although I've been away for a month or two for personal reasons, I hope you can remember my dedication over these 20 years. Should I really be blamed?" At this, the surrounding shareholders instinctively shook their heads and responded in unison, "Of course not, Chairman. How could we blame you?" Chapter 1552. Charlie sat nearby, unable to suppress his admiration for Oren. What Oren had just said could easily be interpreted as a sign of weakness, but in reality, it was a calculated message to everyone present. He intentionally spoke about how he had guided the group to remarkable progress over the past 2 decades. While he appeared to be invoking nostalgia, he was, in fact, subtly reminding them that he had successfully led the group through significant advancements in the last 20 years. This was a clear signal that, given the chance, he could continue to drive the group's growth in the years to come. If anyone in the room wished to oust him, they needed to reflect on the group's developmental history over the last 20 years and consider who could possibly do a better job than Oren. It didn't take long for the group to realize this truth. Initially, they had planned to appoint their second child, Hank, as chairman. However, Oren's comments prompted them to re-evaluate their decision. Upon reviewing Hank's track record within the organization over the last 2 decades, it became evident that he had not achieved anything particularly remarkable. His contributions were merely average. This stark comparison revealed that his overall capabilities were significantly inferior to those of his brother. With that in mind, why would they choose to remove the current chairman in favor of a second child whose abilities were lacking? Hank had previously misled everyone by suggesting that their boss was on the verge of death. However, seeing Oren's current state, which radiated vitality, made it clear that he was far from being on his last legs. Everyone believed that Oren could easily live for another 20 to 30 years in this condition. At that moment, the small shareholders had already shifted their support. They resolved to back Oren as chairman because only he could lead them to greater profits. As Charlie observed this unfolding situation, he couldn't help but admire Oren's influence. His words carried tremendous weight. Meanwhile, Hank felt a wave of despair wash over him. His older brother had once again asserted his dominance, effortlessly nullifying the efforts Hank had put forth over the past few months. What puzzled him even more was how Oren had seemingly recovered from his illness overnight. One moment he appeared gravely ill, and the next, he looked completely healthy. It was surreal. Suppressing his frustration, Hank asked, "Chairman, even though I am your brother, I must address a crucial matter regarding the group. How is your health at this moment?" Carl, who was standing nearby, added his support. "Yes, Chairman, as you know, the Sun Group is a massive entity with a total market value exceeding $1 trillion. We oversee numerous listed companies, many of which have market capitalizations in the billions. We owe it to all shareholders and investors to ensure stability. What would happen to the group if you were to pass away? What would be our course of action? And what about the shareholders?" Oren's smile faded as he took a moment to respond. "That's an excellent question. I actually want to take this opportunity to address my health status seriously." Clearing his throat, he continued with a smile, "I did have pancreatic cancer in the past. Both domestic and international hospitals have my medical records, which are genuine." He let out a sigh and elaborated, "Initially, I believed my time was limited, but then something miraculous happened, the tumor vanished, and I've regained my health. As you can all see, I am in much better condition than before, so there's no need for concern. I am fully committed to leading the Sun Group toward even greater success." Chapter 1553. As Oren concluded his passionate speech, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It felt as if everyone had just taken a reassuring pill, bringing a wave of relief and excitement that lit up their faces with smiles. A few individuals even clapped spontaneously, setting off a chain reaction of applause and agreement from the rest of the crowd. Ultimately, the members of the Sun Group were there for one primary reason: to make money. They had no desire to get involved in gangs or schemes, they simply wanted to follow a leader who could guide them toward financial success. Given the miraculous recovery Oren had experienced from his serious illness, why not continue to support him, stand by his side, and profit together under his leadership? Meanwhile, Hank and Carl's expressions quickly soured, turning grim. After spending so long meticulously crafting their plan, could it all unravel at the very first hurdle? This realization was deeply unsettling. It felt as if they had trained for decades in martial arts, believing themselves unbeatable, only to find themselves utterly vanquished in one swift move by the martial arts leader. The impact on both of them was immense. Hank, however, was still unwilling to concede defeat. He declared firmly, "Big brother, you can't convince everyone here that advanced pancreatic cancer has been cured. Do you think we're all just children? Didn't Steve Jobs of Apple also succumb to his illness? You claim you're healed, but who believes that? If it turns out you're deceiving everyone, the investors will lose all confidence, and our stock price will plummet." Oren remained calm and unfazed. He turned to Hank with a smile and asked, "Second, do I look like someone who's still ill?" Hank resorted to mockery, saying, "What does it matter what I see? My eyes aren't CT machines. I can't tell where the tumors might be. Maybe you're just putting on a show." With a cold snort, Oren suddenly raised his hand and struck Hank, who was seated to his left. The sound echoed sharply throughout the conference room, reverberating off the walls. The force of the slap left Hank momentarily dazed, causing him to lean back uncontrollably. His chair tipped over with a loud crash. Carl, seated next to him, rushed to help him up. As Hank regained his footing, Clutching his head, he shouted in anger, "Big brother, what the fuck was that for? You're the chairman. Are you really going to hit someone during a board meeting? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Oren replied with a slight grin, "Second, you wanted to know if I'm truly recovered, right? That slap just now, how did it feel? Does it seem like it came from someone who's sick?" Hank was taken aback, unable to respond to Oren's taunt. His frustration boiled over, but he was powerless to retaliate. He could only grit his teeth and insist, "Big brother, this isn't helping. If you want to reassure me and the investors, you need to publish your latest medical examination report from a reputable institution." Oren smirked and replied, "So you're saying I should wait until I'm dead to believe it, right? After this board meeting, I'll call the reporters waiting outside and hold a press conference. Following that, I'll go to Fairview Hospital for a full examination. The CT scan results come out quickly, and if all goes well, I can announce them this afternoon." Chapter 1554. Hank realized Oren had promised to be transparent, and since he could no longer find excuses for his troubles, he clenched his teeth and declared, "All right. Just wait for the results of your physical examination. If you haven't recovered, then your health condition is clearly not suitable for you to continue as chairman of the board. You should step down and let someone healthy take your place." Charlie, who had remained silent until now, smiled and replied, "If the chairman's position requires good health, I doubt that either you or your brother meet that standard." Hank, unable to hold back, yelled, "Don't talk nonsense. I am perfectly healthy." "Really?" Charlie scoffed. "If I'm not mistaken, you've lost your fertility, right? You can't even reproduce, yet you still claim to be in good health. For you, is the ability to have children not significant at all?" Hank had been suppressing his frustration over his fertility issues. In the past, he would have confronted Charlie without hesitation, but he had been holding back to prioritize his ambition of taking over as chairman. However, he never expected Charlie to openly mock him about his condition, which ignited his anger. He shot back, "Wade, I've already looked into your background. Don't think I'm unaware of who you are. Aren't you just the son-in-law of Oris Hill? What are you trying to prove in front of me?" Seeing Hank lose his temper, Carl also stood up, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Wade, what trick did you pull? If you don't restore normalcy today, don't blame me for being harsh. Even if your boss protects you, we won't let you off easily." At the far end of the conference room, Trevor and Daniel were struggling to contain their anger towards Charlie. They had remained silent, hoping to let Hank and Carl take the lead. But now, as they witnessed the two attacking Charlie, they decided to join in. Trevor threatened, "Charlie, if you don't provide us with a satisfactory solution, I'll make sure you're sent back to Oris Hill in an urn." Daniel chimed in, "You won't even get a chance to return, I'll just scatter your ashes." Oren, visibly upset, shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Just because I'm recovering doesn't mean you can walk all over me." Charlie remained calm, offering a slight smile. "Uncle Oren, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Don't let these people provoke you. Let me handle this." He then turned to the other shareholders, speaking kindly, "Everyone, what's about to happen doesn't concern the board of directors. Please step out for a moment." The shareholders looked to Oren for guidance. Oren nodded, saying, "All right, everyone can leave. There will be a reception in the press hall downstairs shortly. You can head there and wait." Without hesitation, everyone stood up and exited the meeting room in an orderly fashion. As the door closed behind them, Oren leaned toward Charlie and said, "Charlie, the room has been soundproofed. Even if a gun were fired inside, no one outside would hear it. You can speak freely." Charlie smiled back and replied, "Thanks, Uncle Oren." Hank and the others turned pale with shock upon hearing this. They understood Charlie's strength, neither the god of war nor the realm master could rival him. If a confrontation were to happen, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Trying to appear unfazed, Hank shouted, "Listen. I am the second master of the Sun family. My status is far beyond your reach, so it's best you don't push me, or you'll regret it." Charlie simply chuckled at Hank's bravado and replied, "Don't be so fucking arrogant. First, you should understand who I really am. Chapter 1555. Discover who I truly am. Despite feeling a twinge of fear regarding Charlie's strength, Hank couldn't help but wear a sneer on his face upon hearing those words. With a sarcastic tone, he looked at Charlie and declared, "I already know all about you. You're just the live-in son-in-law of the Wilson family from Orris Hill, right? A poor family in a small city. What's there to impress me?" "Exactly." Carl interjected coldly, "You need to understand something. If you compile all the prominent families in Orris Hill, their combined worth wouldn't even amount to half of what our Sun family possesses." While Carl's words may have seemed arrogant and exaggerated, there was a basis of truth in his statement. Indeed, compared to Eastcliff, Orris Hill is a relatively small city. Furthermore, the Moore family, recognized as the top family in Orris Hill, boasts assets exceeding $100 billion, which is a far cry from the wealth of the Sun family. This context gave Carl the audacity to make such boastful remarks earlier. At that moment, Charlie maintained a calm demeanor and countered, "Have you ever stopped to think? How could I possibly have met Uncle Orrin if I were merely the son-in-law of a poor family in a small town?" Orrin nodded, amusement dancing in his eyes as he glanced at his 2 younger brothers and 2 nephews. Hank let out a scoff, "Do you really think I'm oblivious to your antics? You're just a fraud dabbling in feng shui." With evident disdain, Hank continued, "Sure, you might have duped a few locals in Orris Hill, but this is Eastcliff we're talking about, not Orris Hill. Here, the true elites are hidden. You might get by in Orris Hill, but do you really think you can thrive in Eastcliff? There are countless exceptional people here, and any old fortune teller from the 49th city would probably outshine you." Charlie nodded thoughtfully and sighed, "You know, your words really hit home. If you hadn't mentioned the difference between Orris Hill and Eastcliff, I might have forgotten. I'm not actually from Orris Hill, I'm originally from Eastcliff." "What?" Hank frowned, taken aback. "You're from Eastcliff?" "Yes." Charlie smiled and nodded, placing a hand on his chest. "I'm a true Eastcliff native. I moved to Orris Hill when I was 8. Hank's sneer returned, "So you had no connections in Eastcliff before 8? You left at that age, and now you think you can act tough in front of me after all this time?" Orrin chimed in with a grin, "My second brother, don't you find Charlie somewhat familiar? Doesn't he remind you of someone?" Hank squinted, scrutinizing Charlie closely. "What's special about this kid? He's just average, not nearly as striking as I was when I was his age." Orrin laughed heartily, "Second brother, I didn't realize how much you've regressed under my protection. After all these years of pampering, you've really let yourself go." Hank was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What are you getting at? Speak plainly." Orrin nodded and replied, "All right. I'll be straightforward." Rising to his feet, Orrin adopted a haughty tone, "Do you remember my older brother who ended up as a beggar? The Sun family owes its current status to his rise to prominence over the past decade or 2. Even when our father was alive, he was treated with utmost respect. Back then, you were just a shallow brat, and our father didn't want you getting too close to my elder brother for fear of losing the family's face. Do you recall my eldest brother's surname?" Hank had long forgotten about Charlie's father. After all, many years had passed since his death, and it's not unusual for relatives to lose touch with the memories of the deceased. Hank's friendship with Charlie's father had waned over time. Back in the day, Hank had only watched in jealousy as his older brother revered the shining star of the Wade family. Following the passing of Charlie's father, those memories had faded. However, now that Orrin had directly brought up his older brother, Hank suddenly recalled the impressive and dignified figure from his past. Chapter 1556. As Orrin posed his final question, Hank instinctively responded, "I remember him, his surname is Wade. The Wade family was the best." At that moment, a jolt surged through him, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Charlie. In his mind, 2 figures from 2 decades ago merged into one. He suddenly realized that the vibrant young man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the vigorous youth he remembered from his past. Connecting Charlie's surname, Wade, with his close bond to his elder brother, Hank felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Trembling, He pointed at Charlie and asked Orrin in a shaky voice, "Big brother, is he the son of Brother Wade, the second master of the Wade family?" When Hank mentioned the second master of the Wade family, he was referring to Charlie's father, Bruce Wade. The name Bruce is inspired by the classic words of a great poet, "Today Bruce takes in hand, when will the dragon be bound?" Bruce Wade symbolized a legacy. The Wade family has a son, and he was the second heir among the Wade family heirs. Though not the eldest, his prowess was unmatched within the Wade clan. Even at a young age, he excelled in strategy and succeeded in the market. Under Bruce's leadership, the Wade family engaged in fierce competition with the Rothschild family across Europe and America, a rivalry that spanned centuries, ultimately forcing the opposition to yield. Back then, countless affluent second-generation individuals in Eastcliff idolized him. Many wealthy families watched with envy, lamenting that the Wade family had a son. Countless daughters of the elite admired him, considering him the perfect match for their dreams. The phrase, "I want to marry Bruce Wade," resounded throughout the circles of Eastcliff's socialites. Reflecting on those times, Hank realized that while many women sought well-connected families, the spectacle of accomplished men searching for notable families was rare. Numerous prominent figures sought to align their daughters with Bruce, their numbers too great to count. Hank couldn't help but think how Bruce's brilliance cast a shadow over all of Eastcliff's contemporaries. Everyone was left to ponder, why did they have to share the same era as Bruce? He shone like a bright moon in the night sky, unmatched by anyone. In that moment of reflection, Hank was convinced that Charlie was indeed Bruce Wade's son. Recalling Bruce's heroic demeanor, panic gripped Hank. He suddenly kneeled before Charlie and blurted out, "Master Wade, I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance. I didn't realize you are the son of Brother Wade." Though Carl had been silent, witnessing his second brother kneel, he too dropped to one knee in respect. Trevor and Daniel were left in shock. Being younger and unaware of Bruce Wade's remarkable past, they were astounded to see their father bowing to Charlie. Daniel instinctively wanted to object loudly, but Trevor, with a broader perspective, quickly covered his mouth. As Hank knelt, he choked up and reminisced, "When I was young, I secretly admired Bruce from afar. It's a pity he passed away so young, and I never had the chance to learn from him. If only I had the opportunity to gain even a fraction of his wisdom, I wouldn't be so fucking inept today." Chapter 1557. Even today, the name Bruce Wade evokes a deep sigh from many middle-aged members of Eastcliff's prominent families. For these prominent families, no asset is more valuable than a strong heir who can forge ahead with confidence. The business world operates like a battleground. A minor misstep can lead to the downfall of an entire empire. This is why numerous families experience dramatic rises and falls, with some even altering the course of history. In the pursuit of prosperity, it's not the amount of wealth or land a family possesses that matters most. Rather, it's whether their descendants can continue to thrive and succeed. The current success of the Wade family is deeply rooted in the solid foundation established by Bruce 2 decades ago. This is why Bruce Wade is fondly remembered, regarded as a guiding star in the hearts of many. Charlie was taken aback when he saw brothers Hank and Carl kneel before him at the mere mention of his father's name. Their genuine expressions of respect softened his initial anger, which gradually subsided over a few moments. At that moment, Hank turned to his sons, Trevor and Daniel, and urged, "You too, upon realizing the significance of Brother Wade, should kneel and offer your apologies." Trevor quickly grasped the situation. Although he hadn't heard much about Bruce Wade, he inferred that Charlie was a descendant of the Wade family of Eastcliff. While the Sun family and the Wade family are both part of the three prominent Eastcliff families, the latter is undeniably the stronger of the two. Some have humorously remarked that the so-called three major Eastcliff families are really just two dragons playing with beads, where Erlong represents the Wade family and the Banks family, and the Sun family merely plays a supporting role. The Wade family's influence far surpasses that of the Sun family. Even if Orrin, Hank, and Carl united, they would still fall short against the Wade family. Moreover, with Orrin, the head of the Sun family, aligning himself with Charlie at this moment, it meant that Hank and Carl were not just contending with the Wade family, but also facing a significant faction of the Sun family. Given Orrin's apparent recovery, if it came to a power struggle, the younger brothers wouldn't stand a chance against him, let alone against the Wade family. Recognizing this, Trevor wasted no time. He approached his father Hank, knelt on one knee, and earnestly stated, "Mr. Wade, please forgive my ignorance, I was unaware." Although Daniel wasn't as quick-witted as Trevor, he understood the gravity of the situation. He followed suit, kneeling and respectfully echoing, "Mr. Wade, please pardon my ignorance." Charlie nodded slightly and replied coldly, "For your show of respect towards my father, I won't hold your previous insults against you, at least for now." A collective sigh of relief escaped the four of them. However, Charlie quickly added, "That said, your brothers tried to undermine Uncle Orrin, spreading rumors about his illness and inciting directors to usurp power on the board. You need to provide a clear resolution for Uncle Orrin, or I will not let this matter slide." Hank realized that their power-seeking scheme had completely unraveled. Not only were they unable to overpower their eldest brother, but they also found themselves at odds with the board of directors. Fighting against their oldest brother while relying solely on themselves was nothing short of a fantasy. The wisest course was to back down and work towards restoring their previous state. Therefore, he immediately turned to Orrin, expressing sincerely, "Brother, this situation arose from my own ambition. I acknowledge my mistakes and am prepared to face the consequences. From today onwards, I will abandon all schemes and wholeheartedly support you in managing the Sun Group." Chapter 1558. Carl, the youngest sibling, quickly acknowledged his mistake, saying, "Big brother, I'm sorry, just like our second brother. From now on, if you have any requests, I promise I'll follow your lead without question." A flicker of sadness and uncertainty crossed Orrin's face. He hadn't anticipated that his younger brothers would yield so readily. He initially thought they would put up a stubborn fight, but the revelation of Charlie's and his father's identity had clearly intimidated them. This led to an unexpected swift resolution, with both of his younger brothers sincerely admitting their wrongdoings, leaving Orrin unprepared for how to respond to them. At that moment, Charlie interjected, "Since you're willing to admit your mistakes, it's important to show it. Although I'm an outsider, I'd like to offer a suggestion. Please hear me out and see if it makes sense." Orrin quickly encouraged, "Charlie, go ahead." With a smile, Charlie continued, "Uncle Orrin, these four individuals are all your blood relatives. I believe that acknowledging one's mistakes is the first step towards making amends." Upon hearing this, both Hank and Carl felt relieved and eagerly nodded in agreement, "Yes, big brother. We're all family. For the sake of our bond and our genuine regret, please forgive us this time." Charlie responded, "Don't worry, while you can forgive, there are still conditions to consider." Hank, aware that Charlie likely had ulterior motives, stepped forward to advocate for his brothers. He sensed that there would be conditions attached, so he clasped his hands together and said, "Master Wade, please tell us what you require." Charlie replied casually, "You both hold shares in the Sun Group. If you truly wish to align yourselves with Uncle Orrin, it's crucial to bind your interests tightly with his. Thus, my suggestion is straightforward. You both should permanently transfer the voting rights of all your shares to Uncle Orrin." Charlie's aim was to acquire the voting rights, not the shares themselves. This meant they would retain their shares and profits, but by relinquishing their voting rights, they would lose their influence in the boardroom, with decisions being controlled entirely by the majority holder. This arrangement would grant Orrin the 51% control he needed. In the future, he would rise to prominence within the Sun Group. Even if the remaining shareholders banded together, they could only muster a maximum of 49% influence, which would be insufficient to challenge Orrin's authority. Orrin understood the implications clearly. To his surprise, not only had Charlie saved his life, but he was also paving the way for him to regain control of the Sun Group. Charlie was decisive and efficient, reminiscent of the qualities his father had once displayed. This realization brought a sigh of gratitude from Orrin, reflecting on the legacy of his elder brother. Having spent many years in Oris Hill, Charlie lacked formal education or privileged experiences. He had fought his way up from humble beginnings, yet it was remarkable to see how far he had come. If only his elder brother had been alive all these years to nurture Charlie under their father Bruce's guidance, Charlie might have blossomed into a truly remarkable figure. Sadly, such dreams were merely wistful thoughts. Nonetheless, the more Orrin observed Charlie, the more he appreciated him. If Charlie were to become his son-in-law in the future, he would undoubtedly bring his daughter lifelong happiness, allowing Oren and his wife to rest easy. Chapter 1559. In that moment, Hank felt a sharp pain in his heart. Charlie's words struck him deeply, making him understand that he was not only aiding his eldest brother but also disarming himself in the process. Within a company, the number of employees or departments at your disposal is irrelevant. What truly matters is the extent of your power within the organization. The voting rights tied to shares represent the internal struggle for control and profit within the company. By relinquishing all my voting rights now, I would essentially be surrendering all my defenses and completely abandoning the prospect of resistance. Honestly, he didn't want to be at the mercy of others. Yet, looking at it from another angle, he felt powerless. Disagree? There was no room for disagreement. After all, the eldest brother was on the mend, and young Master Wade was supporting him, making Hank realize he was not in a position to oppose. At this point, he was merely playing a dangerous game with himself, surrendering his metaphorical weapon without a fight. Refusing to comply could lead to them changing their strategy, potentially resulting in endless complications without any resolution. With a sigh, he finally said, "Master Wade, I accept your proposal and will hand over all voting rights." Carl had been waiting for his brother's decision. With a timid nature and no strong opinions of his own, he felt obliged to align with Hank, so he quickly added, "Master Wade, I have no objections." Charlie nodded approvingly and addressed Oren, "Uncle Oren, let's have the legal team draft the voting rights transfer agreement. Once it's signed, you can hold a press conference in the release hall to announce this matter to the public." Afterward, Charlie glanced at the clock. "It's 10 o'clock now. If we act quickly, we can hold the press conference before 11:30. The stock price for the Sun Group should respond positively before the market closes." "Understood," Oren replied enthusiastically. "We'll proceed as you suggest, Charlie." Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and called his assistant, "Get the legal department on the line immediately." Having given up his resistance, Hank felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he soon became concerned about the inexplicable loss of power among himself, his brother, his son, and his nephew. He quickly pleaded, "Master Wade, the four of us have suddenly lost our manhood. To be honest, the Sun family's legacy is now in the hands of our sons and nephews. Please, have mercy." Oren looked puzzled, unsure of what Hank meant by the four of them losing their manhood. Meanwhile, Carl, Trevor, and Daniel all turned to Charlie with hopeful expressions, silently wishing for him to restore their former strength and dignity. Charlie responded calmly, "I must clarify that this situation is reversible for me. If I'm feeling generous, I could restore all four of you to your previous state." Upon hearing this, the four of them felt a surge of joy. What they feared most was the possibility that everything was irreversible. If it were indeed irreversible, then their situation would be fucking dire. Even if he conceded and surrendered his voting rights, Hank would still be left without the enjoyment of meaningful relationships. But Charlie's assurance that the situation was reversible sparked hope within them. However, Charlie added, "While it is reversible, whether it happens depends on your performance and my mood. If you meet my expectations, I might consider it." Instantly, the expressions of Hank and the others turned sour, their hopes dashed. Did this mean they couldn't recover for the time being? Chapter 1560. Is everyone destined to live life like a fucking eunuch? Where is the justice in these times? Yet, since Charlie had already spoken, no one dared to challenge him. After all, if someone were to express discontent and simply refuse to comply, wouldn't that spell disaster for all? Thus, Hank could only reply respectfully, "Rest assured, Master Wade, I will ensure everything is in order." Charlie gave a slight nod and said, "Get up. The legal team will be in shortly, and this scene will surely seem quite unusual to them." Upon hearing this, the four individuals stood up promptly. Charlie then added sternly, "As for my identity, until I choose to disclose it, you four must not breathe a word to anyone outside. If you do, you will face severe consequences." Hank understood the gravity of the situation. Provoking Charlie was not an option. Not only was he the young master of the Wade family, but he also had the backing of his elder brother. More importantly, the lifelines of the four were entirely dependent on him, and even contemplating defiance was unthinkable. Without hesitation, he agreed, stating, "Master Wade, you can trust us, we won't share a single word about you." The other three nodded in agreement, displaying their humility. Seeing their earnestness, Charlie acknowledged them with a slight nod and turned to Oren, saying, "Uncle Oren, I'll be in the audience at the press conference and won't appear before the media." Oren nodded and responded, "Understood, Charlie. I'll have the secretary arrange a seat for you shortly." Before long, over a dozen professionals from the legal department of the Sun Group arrived. These individuals were among the top legal experts in the country, dedicated to safeguarding the legal rights of the entire Sun Group. They were true elites in their field. The agreement for the permanent transfer of voting rights was straightforward and uncomplicated, allowing the team to quickly draft a flawless contract. Once signed, this contract would mean that Hank and Carl would permanently transfer 100% of the voting rights associated with their shares to their elder brother Oren, free of charge. Even in the event of their deaths, their heirs would be bound to recognize this agreement. Should Oren pass away, his heirs would automatically inherit all voting rights tied to Hank and Carl's shares. This effectively meant that even if the three Sun brothers were to pass away decades later and their shares were inherited by their children, Stephanie would still possess complete control over the Sun family group, with no fear of challenges from the second and third children. At that moment, neither Hank nor Carl exhibited any resistance, they simply signed the agreement. Each agreement was prepared in 5 copies, one for Oren, one for either Hank or Carl, and 3 others, one for the legal department, one for the notary department for record keeping, and one for the bank's safe. This strategy ensured that the possibility of anyone attempting to destroy all copies of the contract was minimized. With the signing of the contract, the second and third members of the Sun family officially and permanently relinquished any resistance. Moving forward, they would have no choice but to follow Oren's lead and focus on generating profits and dividends. If Oren chose not to allow them to speak, they would be stripped of any voice in board meetings. Once the contract was finalized, Oren rose and announced, "Let's head to the release hall. Our friends from the media and reporters who arrived bright and early shouldn't be kept waiting any longer." Chapter 1561. When Hank learned he was heading to the release hall, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Most of the reporters waiting in the release hall had arrived early that morning, claiming they were there for a board of directors meeting. They used the media to spread news about Hank's eldest brother being critically ill. Their goal was to capture major headlines regarding the potential replacement of the chairman of the Sun Group, hoping that Hank could leverage the current media buzz to enhance his own reputation. Initially, Hank had hoped for coverage celebrating his victory at the board meeting, anticipating that by noon, the media would announce that he was the new chairman of the Sun Group. However, he never expected that all his plans would ultimately benefit his older brother instead. He could already envision the moment his brother appeared at the press conference, flushed with color, leaving the reporters who had presumed he was close to death completely stunned. Once his brother declared he held 51% of the voting rights, wouldn't the shock among the media be palpable? Lost in these thoughts, Hank sighed to himself. Perhaps this was simply his fucking destiny. He recognized that his skills paled in comparison to those of his older brother. He had hoped to seize an opportunity during this vacancy, but he hadn't anticipated the presence of a Wade family young master alongside him. Even more astonishing was his brother's miraculous recovery from a severe illness overnight. It seemed his role was destined to be one of a mere backdrop. In truth, Hank was a clever individual. He assessed situations comprehensively, though he was often hesitant to act decisively. Unfortunately, he ultimately found himself outmaneuvered by Charlie, who was subtly manipulating events from behind the scenes. If it weren't for Charlie, Oren would have been left strategizing futilely while grappling with his failing health, unable to contend against the alliance between himself and Carl, with his wife and daughter's safety hanging in the balance. Fortunately, Hank recognized the situation quickly and abandoned his original plan to minimize losses, realizing that this person, Charlie, was indeed formidable. If he were a different kind of person, one who couldn't see the writing on the wall and stubbornly resisted until the end, he would soon find himself completely defeated. At that moment, Oren felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Charlie. Charlie's intervention not only saved Oren's life but also safeguarded the futures of his wife and daughter, as well as his career. In Oren's eyes, this debt of gratitude felt insurmountable, and he could only strive to repay it with a lifetime of loyalty. He took Charlie's hand and whispered, "Charlie, if you ever decide against returning to the Wade family, you're welcome to join the Sun Group. I'll make sure to arrange a vice chairman position for you. I only have a daughter, and everything in the future could be yours." Oren's words were sincere, not merely polite. He believed that his daughter would marry Charlie, making him his son-in-law. If Charlie chose not to return to the Wade family, the Sun Group would eventually belong to him. Though open-minded, Oren felt that if his daughter married Charlie, she would have a supportive partner. Both Charlie and his father, Bruce, were his benefactors, and as long as Charlie could provide his daughter with a happy life, Oren would gladly offer all his assets as her dowry. Charlie understood Oren's perspective. He genuinely saw him as a future son-in-law, almost like a son. However, Charlie wasn't prepared to address such matters just yet, so he replied earnestly, "Uncle Oren, I don't have plans to return to Eastcliff at the moment. Please allow me to think this over." Oren didn't press the issue and simply nodded, saying, "Regardless, know that you're always welcome here, under any circumstances. My home is your home." Charlie nodded in agreement. Since Charlie wanted to focus on the conference and preferred not to appear prominently, he attended the event as an ordinary guest, as arranged by Oren's secretary. With all cameras trained on the podium, he didn't have to worry about being broadcast on television. Chapter 1562. When Charlie took his seat in the auditorium, he quickly noticed that the release hall was packed to capacity. Major media outlets had dispatched reporters in droves, armed with cameras and microphones, all eagerly awaiting significant news from the Sun Group. At that moment, the public remained unaware of Oren's recovery. Many believed that Oren was on his last legs and unlikely to attend the board meeting that day. Yet, there was a lingering hope that Oren would make an appearance. As journalists, they thrived on capturing stories that generated buzz. They were eager to catch a glimpse of Oren, the late hero, and craft sensational narratives to accompany the images. This was prime headline material. Some had even brainstormed potential headlines. Suggestions included "The End of an Era" or "Oren's Son, Aging Triumphs. Can the new chairman revive the Sun Group?" They anticipated Oren's entrance, envisioning him arriving unsteadily from the conference hall, perhaps even being wheeled in. At that moment, an on-site staff member took the microphone and announced, "Please be quiet, everyone present. Our chairman will be joining us shortly." At this announcement, all eyes turned toward the venue's entrance. Camera crews had already positioned themselves, framing the entrance for the impending moment. Everyone was awaiting the door to swing open and reveal Oren. Finally, the door opened from the outside. First to step forward was Oren's secretary. Next came Carl. Then Hank followed. As soon as Hank appeared, the sound of shutters clicked furiously. Everyone recognized him as the second son of the Sun family, the vice chairman of the Sun Group, and a determined successor. With Oren critically ill, Hank was poised to inherit a trillion-dollar business empire. However, no one anticipated that behind Hank stood not Oren but a middle-aged man, nearly a decade younger than Hank, with a rosy complexion and a robust build. Gasps filled the room as the media murmured, "Who the hell is this person? Why haven't we seen him before?" It was easy to understand their confusion. In recent years, Oren had appeared increasingly frail to the media. After falling seriously ill, some reporters had captured candid photos of him in overseas hospitals, where he looked exceptionally worn. At 50, he seemed to have aged beyond his years. Consequently, when they suddenly encountered Oren, who appeared to be in his 40s, the contrast was jarring. The reporters, lacking a personal connection to him, found it challenging to recognize him immediately. As Oren entered the hall, a few reporters exclaimed, "Wow! The last person is Oren, chairman's son." In response, a skeptic retorted, "That's bullshit. Oren is practically on his deathbed. The last man looks like he's in his 40s. How the hell could that be him?" Undeterred, the reporter insisted, "I interviewed chairman's son 10 years ago, and this man resembles him exactly. His appearance, demeanor, everything is just as I remember." Chapter 1563. As the reporters processed this surprising news, they turned their full attention to Oren. A closer examination confirmed that the man before them, energetic and vibrant, was indeed Oren. His familiar demeanor and presence made it unmistakable. The atmosphere quickly shifted to one of excitement. Everyone was left puzzled as to why Oren, who had been reported as critically ill that very morning, appeared so lively and full of life now. Consequently, every photojournalist focused their cameras on Oren, with the sound of shutters clicking filling the air. At the same moment, the network media began broadcasting the conference live online, using their on-site equipment. As viewers saw Oren's flushed face, the stocks of various companies within the Sun Group, which had already hit their lower limits, began to rebound. To clarify, a limit-down situation occurs when a stock price falls by 10%, preventing it from dropping further. This creates a backlog of sell orders at the lowest price, hindering any rise in the stock price. In such cases, if someone buys up all the sell orders at the limit price, the stock can reopen for trading. Brokers and financial institutions are particularly attuned to market shifts. Upon realizing that Oren looked healthy, they quickly concluded that this morning's news must have been false. This revelation led them to believe that the Sun Group's stock price would soon surge. If sell orders are quickly absorbed at the limit price, investors have the opportunity to buy shares at a discount. Should the stock price rebound against the trend, rising from its lower limit to the daily limit, those who bought at the bottom could enjoy a remarkable 20% gain in just one day. For instance, if the stock was originally at $100 but dropped to $90, and 10,000 shares were being sold at $90, a single investor buying them all would trigger a price increase. If that investor purchased at $90 and the stock climbed back to $100, then further up to the daily limit of $110, that would represent a swift profit from $90 to $110. A wave of institutional investors began rapidly accumulating shares, resulting in a significant price increase after the limit was lifted. At this moment, Oren approached the front of the room, waved at the reporters, and made his way to the center of the podium. Before him stood a microphone and a name tag emblazoned with, Chairman, Oren. Once seated, Oren smiled into the microphone and stated emphatically, First, on behalf of the Sun Group and its board of directors, I want to express our gratitude to all media friends for taking the time to attend this press conference. A chorus of applause erupted from the Sun Group shareholders in attendance. Following this, Oren continued, Now, I will provide straightforward answers to some of the questions that you, the media, shareholders, and investors, are most concerned about. Everyone was taken by surprise as Oren dove straight into the discussion, and they straightened up, listening intently. After clearing his throat, Oren projected his voice. The first question concerns my health. I did experience some health issues in the past, but I am now fully recovered. This statement elicited gasps from the audience. Everyone was aware that Oren had been diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer, a disease known for its high mortality rate and lack of curative options. Now, with Oren claiming to be completely healthy, he had utterly challenged everyone's understanding of the illness. Chapter 1564. Despite Oren's glowing demeanor, there are doubts about his health status. Can any medical miracle truly be ruled out? At this point, Oren stated, For my second point, if there are lingering doubts about my recovery, I will undergo a comprehensive CT scan at Fairview Hospital following this press conference. I intend to publicly share the results with the media and the general public. With this announcement, skepticism regarding Oren's health began to dissipate. A full-body CT scan can detect even the smallest tumors, including early-stage carcinoma in situ, so if Oren had not recovered, he would likely avoid such an examination. People couldn't help but express their amazement. The idea that someone could overcome pancreatic cancer, a notoriously aggressive illness, felt miraculous, reminiscent of the late Steve Jobs who passed away from the same disease a few years ago. Why did Jobs not experience such fucking fortune? If he were still alive, perhaps he would have contributed even more groundbreaking innovations to humanity. Then, Oren continued, Now for the third topic, I know many of you are interested in the leadership structure of the Sun Group. I want to officially announce that I, Oren, along with my fellow shareholders Hank and Carl, have just signed an agreement for the transfer of voting rights. Hank and Carl have permanently assigned all their voting rights associated with their shares to me. This revelation left everyone in utter shock. They had already learned about the tensions among the Sun family brothers. It was common knowledge that Hank and Carl had been collaborating to confront their elder brother, uniting with other shareholders to challenge Oren. Everyone anticipated a dramatic family showdown, but instead, the three brothers reached an unexpected agreement. By permanently transferring their voting rights to Oren, Hank and Carl essentially pledged their loyalty to him. What the hell happened to the rivalry among the brothers? What about the anticipated legacy conflict? The reporters felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. It was akin to gathering snacks and drinks, preparing to watch a dramatic opera, only to find that all the characters were united in support of the Queen, creating a scene of harmony instead of conflict. Where were the fights? Where was the intrigue? For the parties involved, working together is certainly the most pragmatic approach, but for the audience, this unity was far from thrilling. Oren surveyed the expressions of the reporters and, with a light smile, addressed the microphone. Starting today, the three brothers of the Sun family will join forces to usher in a new era of success for our family. As the saying goes, when brothers collaborate, they can achieve great things. We are confident that our combined efforts will lead the Sun Group to deliver outstanding results for all shareholders and investors, enhancing our market value. After his speech, he added with a touch of humor, however, I must apologize for disappointing you by not providing a spectacular family feud. With those words, the reporters felt a flush of embarrassment, but in that moment, shares of all listed companies under the Sun Group began to rise dramatically. Chapter 1565. Almost immediately following Oren's assertive statements, the stock price, which had been steadily climbing after the market opened, seemed to launch itself like a rocket, quickly reaching its daily limit with a resounding surge. A significant number of institutions and retail investors were focused on the press conference. Observing this, their confidence in the Sun Group soared, even exceeding the levels of optimism prior to Oren's health issues. Consequently, everyone began to buy up all available stocks associated with the Sun Group's listed companies, causing the price to hit the daily limit almost instantly. In a matter of moments, the stock price reversed dramatically, sending shockwaves through the entire financial community. The heightened optimism surrounding the Sun Group stemmed not only from Oren appearing robust and healthy but also from the fact that his voting rights in the Sun Group had now reached 51%. Previously, the three Sun brothers collectively held 51% of the shares and voting rights. Although Oren owned half of that, he needed the support of the other two brothers or a coalition of minority shareholders to pass any decisions in the boardroom. Now, that was no longer the case. He had effectively achieved a scenario where he was the sole decision-maker. From this point forward, his control over the Sun Group would ascend to an unprecedented level. This new development further solidified market and investor confidence in Oren. With trust in him, investors naturally extended that trust to the Sun Group. Once confidence in the company was established, faith in holding the company's stock followed suit. As a result, the stock price skyrocketed. Oren did not engage in lengthy discussions with reporters at the venue. After addressing a few key questions, he stated, "In the future, the Sun Group will work tirelessly to repay the trust of our investors and shareholders. Please trust us, and we will deliver a satisfactory outcome." Oren concluded, "This wraps up today's press conference. Thank you all for attending." One reporter quickly stood up to ask, "Chairman Sun, can you agree to a brief interview?" Oren waved his hand dismissively, "There's no need for an interview. I've said all I wanted to say, and any additional commentary might cloud the reception of this crucial information." After his remarks, Charlie, who had been standing nearby, discreetly signaled and exited the venue. The reporter attempted to follow for an interview, but security personnel at the scene promptly blocked all reporters, stating politely, "I'm sorry, the chairman is not accepting additional interviews." Charlie rose, and Oren's secretary arrived, saying respectfully, "Mr. Wade, the chairman has requested that I escort you through a different exit due to increased media attention." Charlie nodded and followed the secretary for a few steps until they arrived at Oren's office. Oren, dressed smartly, eagerly came forward upon seeing Charlie, patting his arm enthusiastically, "Charlie, you make me feel rejuvenated." Charlie smiled and replied, "Uncle Oren, didn't the medicine I gave you yesterday help?" Oren shook his head, "It's more than that. I'm referring to a revival in my career. Starting today, the Sun Group can finally minimize internal conflicts and move forward. He continued, "You can't imagine the frustration of trying to focus on progress while those around you do everything they can to hinder you. It's like wanting to lead everyone ahead, but instead of following, they grab your sleeves, cling to your legs, and even obstruct you or set traps. Now, it's different. When I say, go, they will all go. If they hesitate, they'll be pushed along by me." Charlie nodded and smiled. "Then I'll congratulate you in advance, Uncle Orrin, on elevating the Sun family to new heights." Orrin looked at Charlie with seriousness. "Charlie, I hope that one day, you will elevate the Wade family alongside the Sun family. At that point, you'll be an influential figure in the business world." Chapter 1566. In Orrin's perspective, the Wade family and the Banks family resembled two dragons locked in a fierce competition. While the difference in their strengths was not insurmountable, the Banks family still held an edge over the Wade family. In fact, during earlier years, their companies were nearly equals in power. If not for Bruce's tragic and premature passing, the Wade family could have very well eclipsed the Banks family under his capable leadership. However, the untimely fall of Bruce, a brilliant mind, left the Wade family without a successor, allowing the Banks family to gradually solidify their status. Nonetheless, Orrin held a belief that if Charlie were to inherit the Wade family and marry his daughter, he would ultimately unite both the Wade and Sun families. In the future, this merger could lead to a significant advantage, positioning Charlie to dominate the entire business landscape. Yet, Orrin pondered when Charlie would be able to resolve the affairs in Orris Hill and return to Eastcliff to marry his daughter. Despite his thoughts, Orrin refrained from bringing this up or pressuring Charlie. Instead, he gave him a meaningful look, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "After we leave, let's go visit your parents." Charlie nodded appreciatively and replied, "Uncle Orrin, I'd like to buy them a couple of bouquets. Is there a flower shop nearby?" "There's no need to buy flowers," Orrin reassured him. "Once we step outside, Angie has already begun preparations. We're all set to head home directly. After we meet with their mothers, we'll all go to Wade Mountain together." Feeling grateful, Charlie said, "I really appreciate Angie's efforts. She's taking care of things that should have been managed by your son." Orrin waved his hand dismissively. "Angie is like a sister to your mother, and your father and I share a strong bond as brothers. We've always considered you part of our family. Therefore, it doesn't matter who handles these arrangements." Orrin's motorcade smoothly exited the Sun Group premises. They first returned to the Sun Villa, where the home driver brought out a sleek black Rolls-Royce. Angie and Stephanie were seated inside this luxurious car. Although the Rolls-Royce appeared quite spacious, it only had 2 seats in the back. As a result, the 4 of them split into 2 cars, and under the protection of bodyguards, they swiftly drove out of the city towards the western suburbs of Eastcliff. Eastcliff is encircled by mountains on 3 sides and is home to the formidable Sabre Mountains. The Sabre Mountains are steep and rugged, making them easy to defend but challenging to attack. From this region, the Great Wall of China stretches out in both directions, heading east towards Shanghai and west towards Beijing. Wade Mountain resembles an ingot-shaped green hill nestled within the Sabre Mountains. This area was once remote, devoid of roads or inhabitants. After the Wade family decided to establish their ancestral tomb in this location, they invested heavily in constructing a road leading up to the mountain's base and a winding path to its slopes. In the past, this mountain and its access road were restricted. Since the property rights were privately owned and the road was funded by the family, outside vehicles and visitors were not permitted. Orrin's motorcade was granted access due to prior arrangements made with the Wade family. At that moment, Charlie sat in the Rolls-Royce, getting closer to Wade Mountain. In just 10 minutes, he would finally reunite with his parents after nearly 18 long years apart. Despite the separation between life and death, he could hardly contain the excitement stirring in his heart. As he gazed at Wade Mountain, he silently thought, "Parents, your son has finally come to see you." Chapter 1567. Wade Mountain. This mountain is often regarded as a feng shui gem, surpassing even the shape of ingots. It is surrounded by a meandering river that boasts excellent water outlets. Historically, the ancients held a deep appreciation for mountains and water. Water is not only a cleansing force but also the essence of life itself. Thus, water is an essential element in the concept of feng shui treasures. The waters around Wade Mountain are truly breathtaking, resembling a heavenly vista. The way the celestial gates open and the land is formed aligns perfectly with the flow of fortune from the river and the mountain's positioning, creating a harmonious, water bureau, feng shui arrangement. This kind of feng shui formation can ensure the family's prosperity and a thriving lineage. More importantly, it can alter the unfortunate circumstances that have previously affected the Wade family. Charlie possesses a profound understanding of feng shui principles, thanks to his study of the apocalyptic book. While he was uncertain why traditional feng shui indicated that Wade Mountain was trapped in a shoal, he could sense that the ancestral graves on Wade Mountain not only blessed their descendants and supported the family business but also seemed to ascend toward the sky. This realization left him in awe. The Wade family truly had substantial wealth. Not only could they purchase such a prime feng shui location, but they also had the resources to invest heavily in its enhancement. The geomantic signs here are exceptionally favorable, and with a bit more vigor from the descendants, the Wade family is bound to thrive. As they approached the base of Wade Mountain, Oren turned to Charlie and said, "Charlie, I'll ask the driver to pull over so you can take the wheel." Charlie preferred to remain discreet in front of the Wade family, so he had previously agreed with Oren to act as his driver and assistant during their visit to honor his parents. He nodded and replied, "All right, Uncle Oren, I'll drive." The driver pulled the car over, handed sunglasses to Charlie, and said, "Mr. Wade, here are these for you." Charlie accepted the sunglasses, put them on, took out a disposable mask from his pocket, and settled into the driver's seat. The driver exited the vehicle and moved to the other cars in the convoy. Charlie drove onward until he reached the base of Wade Mountain, where he was greeted by a grand white marble gate tower. Beneath the tower, an electric gate stood firmly closed, flanked by several security personnel on both sides, vigilantly standing guard. The lead vehicle came to a halt in front of the gate, followed closely by the rest of the convoy. A security guard approached Oren's car. Oren lowered the window halfway, and the guard respectfully stated, "Mr. Sun, please have your bodyguard park the car in the nearby lot. There are too many vehicles, and we want to avoid disturbing the ancestors of the Wade family. You may enter with your wife and young lady." Oren nodded and instructed his assistant in the passenger seat, "Please coordinate with them to ensure they wait for me in the parking lot." The assistant quickly asked, "Chairman, what about your safety concerns?" Oren replied earnestly, "This is the Wade family's domain, there is no reason to worry about safety here." The security guard outside the car bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your assurance." As the assistant exited the vehicle, he turned to Charlie in the driver's seat and advised, "Master driver, once we enter the mountain, please refrain from honking or accelerating quickly. Keep the engine RPM below 2,500 to avoid making excessive noise that could disturb the peace." Charlie nodded in agreement. It is essential that the mausoleum remains as quiet as possible, no horns should be sounded, and minimal noise should be made. Furthermore, the louder a vehicle's engine gets, the more disruptive it becomes. Chapter 1568. Regardless of whether it's an everyday family vehicle or a high-end luxury car, the engine tends to remain relatively quiet when operating below 2,500 revolutions per minute. However, the moment the speed climbs to 3,000 or 4,000 RPM, or even higher, the noise level significantly escalates. As a driver, it's crucial to apply gentle pressure on the accelerator. At that moment, all the vehicles escorted by the security personnel entered the parking area adjacent to the entrance building. Only 2 black Rolls-Royces remained, with the one in front being driven by Charlie, while the one behind was operated by another driver from the Sun family. The electric gate at the entrance slid open, and the security personnel gestured for entry. Charlie lightly pressed the accelerator, guiding the car slowly through the gate into the building. Once Charlie navigated the winding road of Wade Mountain, he couldn't help but admire the feng shui master who had identified this prime location. Amidst the many peaks of the Sabre Mountains, discovering this exceptional spot among the vast array of mountains showcased remarkable skill. As the 2 cars wound their way up the Panshan Road, Charlie shifted his focus away from feng shui. He soon caught sight of a large white marble mausoleum perched on the mountainside, which served as the current ancestral grave of the Wade family. Before long, the Rolls-Royce Charlie was driving came to a stop on the flat ground just below the tomb. This area featured a specially designated parking lot, where several men in black suits stood, presumably the security personnel overseeing Wade's grave. In larger families, significant emphasis is placed on the protection of ancestral graves. Top-tier families often thrive and prosper, with the feng shui of their ancestral tombs playing a key role, much like the ancient royal dragon veins, which hold great significance. If a rival or competitor were to act maliciously and damage the family's ancestral grave, it could result in lost wealth or even the downfall of the family. This is why the Wade family has deployed as many as 100 security personnel on Wade Mountain. Annually, the costs associated with maintaining and safeguarding the ancestral grave can reach several $100 million. At this point, the security personnel directed Charlie to park in the designated area. After stopping the car, Charlie quickly exited and moved to the back seat to assist Oren in opening the door. In the car behind, Angie and Stephanie also stepped out. Shortly after, the driver opened the trunk, allowing Angie and Stephanie to carefully retrieve several bunches of flowers, beckoning to Charlie, "John, come here and help us with the flowers." Charlie recognized that Angie was calling him, so he hurried to the front and accepted 2 bouquets from their hands. Angie pulled out 2 more bundles from the trunk, and she and Stephanie each took one. At that moment, Oren approached and said, "Come on, John, hand me a bunch." Charlie promptly handed him one of the bouquets. Oren then let out a deliberate sigh, rubbed his right knee, and remarked, "I think the chemotherapy has left my right knee feeling a bit uncomfortable. With over 100 steps to climb, John, could you assist me?" Charlie nodded in agreement, "Of course, Chairman's son." Oren turned to the other driver and instructed, "Kurt, just let John help me up. You wait in the car." The driver promptly responded, "Understood." At that moment, a security officer interjected with some hesitation, "Mr. Sun, this doesn't comply with Wade's regulations. According to the Wade family's rules, only you, your wife, and the young lady are permitted to ascend the mountain. Even we can't accompany you, so it's best if your driver remains in the car while we wait for you." Chapter 1569. The management of Wade's grave has always been exceptionally stringent. According to the regulations set by the Wade family, only immediate family members and collateral blood relatives are permitted to visit the ancestral tomb for worship, and even they must obtain prior permission from the Wade family. For outsiders, the requirements are even more rigorous. Only individuals or families with a significant connection to the Wade family are allowed entry. For instance, Oren and Bruce, being sworn brothers, are permitted to bring their family of 3 to pay their respects. However, Oren's entourage does not meet the qualifications to approach Wade's grave. In simple terms, they are deemed unworthy. The individuals interred by the Wade family here are extraordinary, akin to dragons and phoenixes among people, and it raises the question of who among the drivers, entourage, and assistants would be qualified to pay their respects. In fact, even the servants of the Wade family and the security personnel on duty are not allowed access to the tomb area. This sacred space is cleaned and maintained 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, by collateral relatives of the Wade family, not by their subordinates. Even collateral relatives must be talented individuals with the surname Wade to be entrusted with this responsibility. Thus, when the security personnel halted Charlie, it was entirely in line with these strict regulations. Oren noticed the impending intervention and quickly interjected, "Young man, I've just recovered from a serious illness, and I'm still feeling some residual effects. It's really difficult for me to move. Please allow my driver to assist me." The rules for visiting the Wade graves weren't always this strict. In the past, entourages were allowed to accompany family members. The security personnel expressed sympathy but responded firmly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, but this is a new rule established by the family head after relocating the ancestral grave to Wade Mountain. We must adhere to it strictly. I hope you can understand." Oren felt a surge of anxiety. His primary purpose for bringing Charlie here was to honor his parents personally. Charlie, wishing to keep his identity concealed, had opted to pose as a driver, unaware of the current stringent management of the Wade family. Even as the chairman of the Sun Group, Oren found himself pleading with the security personnel, "Young man, I truly have physical limitations. Please consider my relationship with the Wade family and allow a passage for me. Do you really want to see me tumble down the stone steps due to instability?" In response, the security personnel bowed respectfully, stating, "Mr. Sun, I sincerely wish I could accommodate you, but I cannot. Otherwise, I would risk losing my job." Frustrated, Oren retorted, "Isn't this rule a bit fucking unreasonable? We are family friends, it shouldn't feel as though I am an outsider." The security personnel replied awkwardly, "Mr. Sun, please understand that this rule was set by the old master, and the current owner adheres to his wishes strictly. We must follow these guidelines without exception. I hope for your understanding." Oren, feeling a mix of anger and desperation, exclaimed, "So you're saying there's no room for exceptions? Should I call Elder Wade now?" The security personnel nodded eagerly, "Yes, Mr. Sun, if the owner permits it, we would never stand in the way." Realizing he couldn't sway the security personnel, Oren sighed, "All right, I will contact Elder Wade." Despite his words, he felt uncertain. He was aware of the Wade family's history and knew that they had relocated their ancestral tomb to Wade Mountain due to the influence of an expert, who was presumably the old master of the security personnel. If the old master had put this rule into place, Oren doubted that he would bend the rules for his own feng shui purposes. Would Charlie truly be unable to pay his respects to his parents in person today? Chapter 1570. He has been apart from his parents for 18 years. During this time, Charlie was feeling quite anxious. In fact, ever since he received the apocalyptic book, he hadn't experienced this level of panic and eagerness in a long while. His parents lay in one of the grand mausoleums not far away. If he could just ascend the more than 100 stone steps, he would be able to visit their graves and pay his respects, realizing his biggest dream after 18 long years. Yet, he wondered, if these bastards wouldn't let him through, would he be unable to reach his destination? Or perhaps he needed to establish his identity within the Wade family. True, being recognized in such a way would allow him to honor his parents, but subsequently, he would face the real challenges ahead. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Let him go up." Everyone turned to see an elderly man with completely white hair, beard, and eyebrows, approaching slowly with a cane. Upon seeing this man, Charlie estimated him to be nearly 100 years old. Despite his age, he walked remarkably steadily with the support of his crutches. It was the 12th lunar month of winter, and the old man was dressed only in a white tang suit, yet he appeared unaffected by the cold. His crutch was particularly intriguing, different from the typical walking sticks Charlie had seen, which often featured dragon heads. This one had a python carved at the top. After observing him for a moment, Charlie couldn't help but wonder, could this be the old Chinese feng shui master that Uncle Oren mentioned, who was invited by the Wade family from the United States? He pondered further, why did he permit me to go up? Did he see through my true identity? Is his perception that goddamn keen? Or is there another method through which he discerned who I am? While he grappled with these thoughts, the security chief interjected in surprise, "Master, didn't you say that outsiders aren't allowed to ascend unless they are close friends of the Wade family?" The old man smiled gently, looked at Charlie, and replied, "He is not an outsider." This left the security staff even more confused. "Master, what do you mean? I'm not following." The old man chuckled and explained, "I believe this person shares a profound connection with the Wade family from a past life, so he is not an outsider. Allow him to proceed." A connection from a past life? The security personnel were skeptical, but considering the mysterious nature of feng shui, they thought perhaps it could be true. Feeling awkward, he said, "Master, did the patriarch mean?" The old man replied, "Has your patriarch not stated that, as long as I am here today, I hold the final authority?" The security personnel quickly and respectfully affirmed, "The owner did say that." The old man continued, "And has your patriarch not mentioned that even if I instructed you to dismantle Wade's tomb, you must not disobey?" With even more respect, the security staff replied, "The owner did say it." The old man nodded and asked, "So, if I allow him to go up, do you have any objections?" The security staff instinctively took a step back and respectfully said, returning to the old master, "I have no objections. Everything is at your discretion." The old man nodded in satisfaction, gestured for Charlie to follow, and said, "This gentleman, please." Chapter 1571. Charlie stood there, deep in thought. He was baffled by how the old man seemed to recognize him instantly. Nonetheless, the old man had helped him tackle the immediate issue at hand, and Charlie felt it was essential to pay his respects to his parents first. Everything else could wait. With a gesture of gratitude, he addressed the old man, saying, "Thank you, sir." Afterward, Oren pretended to assist Charlie, and together with Angie and Stephanie, they began their ascent up the stone steps. No one else followed them, including the old master, who remained quietly below, watching Charlie's retreating figure, struggling to contain his excitement. The Wade family tomb is arranged in 9 rows. The top row is reserved for the very first ancestor of the Wade family who was laid to rest. As you descend, each row signifies a lower generation. Charlie's parents were interred in the second-to-last row. This row contains 20 gravestones of uniform size, but only one has a tombstone in front of it. Oren halted in this row, pointed to the sole tombstone, and said to Charlie, "That's where your parents are buried." Charlie nodded slightly and whispered, "In this generation of the Wade family, only my parents have passed away, right? The others are still alive?" Oren replied, "Yes, even though this generation is now in their 40s and 50s, they are still in the prime of their lives. If your parents hadn't faced harm from others, they would likely be the pillars of the Wade family now." Charlie sighed and moved closer. Since the security guards and the old master remained below, they couldn't see what was happening here. Charlie stopped feigning composure, and Oren stepped forward first. Reaching his parents' grave, Charlie removed his sunglasses and mask, gazing at the photos and names etched on the tombstone. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. In his mind, it felt like a movie was playing at an accelerated pace. This movie recounted his life from the moment he could remember until he turned 8. Then, his mind rapidly flickered through over a decade of fragmented memories. The 18 years without his parents felt long and arduous, filled with bitterness and pain that only he could truly grasp. In that moment, he had countless words he wished to share with his departed parents, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. After a brief period of weeping in front of the tombstone, Charlie knelt down abruptly, holding flowers in both hands and placing them respectfully before the tombstone. With a choked voice, he said, "Dad, Mom, I have been an unfilial son. You were here for 18 years before I came to visit you. All these years, I've been trapped and overwhelmed, unable to fulfill my duties. Please forgive me." Upon finishing, he bowed his head 9 times in front of the tombstone. They say one kneels to the heavens, to the earth, and to their parents in between, but for Charlie, the sky and the ground held no worth. Only his parents were deserving of such reverence. At that moment, Oren also approached, kneeling on one knee before the tombstone. With a sigh, he said, "Brother and sister-in-law, I made you a promise 18 years ago. At last, I have kept my word and brought Charlie back. Look at him now. He is truly remarkable, just like your eldest son, a true dragon among phoenixes." As he spoke, he wiped away a tear and continued, "The last time I visited, I mentioned I would soon join you. I didn't expect Charlie to save my life. It seems I may have to keep you waiting a little longer." With that, Oren was overcome with emotion. Angie stepped forward, kneeling beside Oren, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, sister-in-law, thank you for watching over us from above. Please bless us to survive any calamities. The kindness of the Wade family towards the Sun family will forever remain in our hearts." Stephanie knelt next to Charlie, silent tears streaming down her face as she cried quietly beside him. After kneeling for a long while, Charlie wiped his tears and gently brushed the tombstone with his sleeve several times, saying, "Dad, Mom, I won't be able to stay with you for long this time, but please don't worry. I promise to come and visit you every year." With a deep sigh, he assisted Oren, saying, "Uncle Oren, let's head back." Oren nodded slightly and helped his wife to her feet. Charlie put his sunglasses and mask back on, slowly walking down the steps with Oren and his family. Chapter 1572. Below the stone steps, a few security guards stood at attention. The old master, grasping his python head crutch firmly, regarded Charlie with a hint of reverence. Without uttering a word, Charlie approached the old master and bowed deeply. The old master quickly discarded his crutches to assist, earnestly exclaiming, "No, please don't. You mustn't do that." Some security personnel exchanged surprised glances. When the patriarch of the Wade family bowed to the old master, he remained completely unfazed. Yet now, seeing the driver show such respect, they wondered why. At that moment, the old master inquired, "Young man, may I have a word with you in private?" Charlie nodded, replying, "Of course." The old master turned to the security guards and instructed, "No one is to follow us." Everyone nodded in agreement. Charlie acknowledged Orin with a nod and walked alongside the old master towards the mountainside. They arrived at a platform made of natural marble, nestled against the mountainside. Charlie felt an overwhelming energy emanating from Wade Mountain. Upon reaching this expansive, flat platform, he suddenly understood that this was the heart of the entire feng shui arrangement. The old master positioned them at the center of the platform and stated with great respect, "The entirety of Wade Mountain and its feng shui configuration has been established for you." Charlie, taken aback, replied, "Established for me? What do you mean? How the hell do you know me?" The old master explained, "For years ago, the Wade family faced a dire situation, becoming ensnared in the Dragon Shoal. That was around the time of your wedding." "My wedding?" Charlie echoed in disbelief. "That was when I got married." "Indeed," the old master confirmed. "The Dragon Shoal refers to you." Charlie furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you implying that I was trapped in a predicament?" "Yes," the old master replied reverently. "You are the sole dragon of the Wade family." "What is a dragon?" "It soars above in the sky and swims below in the sea, yet you have become ensnared by the river. This is the essence of the dragon trapped in the shoals. If you remain trapped, the entire fortune of the Wade family will dwindle. At that time, your grandfather was gravely ill and unable to seek treatment due to this predicament." After sharing this, the old master added, "Consequently, your grandfather sought me out. 3 months before your grandfather reached out to me, I had conducted a divination for myself. The hexagram indicated a dead end, suggesting my life force might dwindle in a few years. By then, I was already over 100 years old. My passing was of little concern. However, within that dead end, a revelation emerged, a sect whose hexagrams all pointed east. I didn't comprehend its significance at first and sought further clues. Then your grandfather approached me, requesting I return to China to assess the feng shui for the Wade family. It was then that I realized the dead end lay in the eastern motherland, at Wade's residence. Upon arriving in Eastcliff, I meticulously analyzed the feng shui elements for the Wade family. After several consultations, I deduced that the Wade family possessed a dragon, yet it was ensnared in the shallows. If this dragon could not ascend to the skies, not only would the Wade family perish, but there would also be no trace of the life path I had charted. Thus, I dedicated 4 years to searching and reconstructing Wade Mountain. Last spring, I successfully broke the confines of the Wade Shoal, allowing you to escape your troubles." Charlie's heart raced at this revelation. Could the key to his liberation truly be the apocalyptic book? Last spring, everything had aligned perfectly with his apocalyptic book. Reflecting on this, Charlie marveled at the old master's expertise in feng shui divination while also feeling a twinge of concern. Did he have any inkling of the existence of the apocalyptic book? This was a deeply personal secret, one that even those closest to him could never know. Thus, he deliberately probed the old master. "Sir, you mentioned that by reconstructing Wade Mountain, I was able to escape my troubles. What exactly do you mean by that? How did I get out of trouble, and what does that entail?" The old master shook his head. "This hexagram is beyond my full comprehension. I can only predict that you are now free from your troubles and set to soar high. However, as you rise, you will also bring me my life. I have extended my own life by 10 years, waiting here for you, yet I cannot discern what that life entails." Charlie was even more astonished. Could the life the old man referred to be the rejuvenation pills he possessed? Chapter 1573. This time in Eastcliff, Charlie arrived with more than just one rejuvenation pill. Although he was confident that a single rejuvenation pill could heal Orin, he decided to bring 2 or 3 extra pills, just to be safe. From this perspective, among the hexagrams the old man provided for divination, the only source of life remaining in the dead was the rejuvenation pill he carried. At the same time, Charlie couldn't help but ponder the old man's earlier words. It seemed that by the time he married Claire in Oris Hill, the predicament of the dragon in the shoals had already begun to take shape. The old man mentioned that the reason Charlie was caught in the shallows was that he had become a fixture on the riverbank. Oris Hill was originally situated along the Yangtze River, which made this connection clear. Furthermore, Charlie's fate had been tumultuous, and it wasn't until the unexpected arrival of Stephen Thompson last spring that he found a turning point. However, the most significant opportunity in his life didn't stem from the Wade family, but rather from a chance encounter with the apocalyptic book, which also occurred last spring. This illustrates that the sequence of events began with him being trapped in the shallows, leading to the misfortunes of the entire Wade family. Consequently, the Wade family sought out the old man for assistance in resolving their troubles. The old man performed a divination and discovered that there was an opportunity in the east that could extend his life by 10 years. He then returned to his homeland to help the Wade family while awaiting his own chance. After 4 years, he located Wade Mountain and established a feng shui array there to break free from his own Dragon Shoal situation. The Wade family overcame their crisis, and he gained a great deal from this experience. He had been waiting for Charlie's arrival because Charlie was the key indicated in his hexagram. Reflecting on this, Charlie bowed slightly to the old man and said, "Old sir, the younger generation has truly benefited from all your hard work. Please accept my respect." The old man quickly stepped forward to stop him, humbly stating, "How can you do this? I cannot accept such a gift from you." Charlie maintained his stance, "It is only right. Without you, I might still be ensnared in the shallows." The old man shook his head, explaining, "In the realm of human fate, the dragon is of the highest order. Thus, the Dragon Shoal represents a challenge rather than a dead end. While the shoal may confine the dragon, it cannot destroy it. The resolution of this predicament is merely a matter of time. If I hadn't come to break this cycle, someone else would have." With deep emotion, he added, "Heaven knows good from evil, and the cycle of life and death prevails. Regardless of who resolves your dilemma, it is a significant contribution, and heaven will surely reward that person." Then, the old man looked at Charlie with a slight smile and said, "The hexagram indicates that if I assist you in overcoming your troubles, you will gain 10 additional years of life. Perhaps by then, the judge will already be recorded in the book of life and death. So, thank you once again." Charlie smiled back and replied, "Old sir, I have faith in geomantic omens, fate, and the workings of heaven, but I do not believe in ghosts and deities. In this world, there is no book of life and death." The old man nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, the mysteries of heaven are beyond my full understanding. To be honest, I still do not know where the opportunity mentioned in the hexagrams lies." Charlie nodded, reached into the pocket of his jacket, and pulled out a rejuvenation pill, handing it to the old man. "Old gentleman, this should be your lifeblood." The old man trembled all over, looking at Charlie as if struck by lightning, then gazed at the rejuvenation pill in his hand, exclaiming, What the hell is this?" Chapter 1574. With sincerity, Charlie said, "You've assisted me, so I will certainly assist you in return. This medicine has the potential to add 10 years to your life. It shouldn't pose any issues." Even though the old man was unfamiliar with the rejuvenation pill, he nodded enthusiastically. As he relinquished his crutches, he trembled and knelt on the ground, lifting his hands high above his head. Charlie placed the rejuvenation pill into the old man's hands, helping him to rise as he encouraged, "Please take it now. At your age, you may not notice any immediate external effects, but someone as wise as you will certainly feel the internal changes." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the old man exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Wade." Without any further hesitation, he placed the rejuvenation pill in his mouth. He then closed his eyes and remained still for roughly a minute. After that brief moment, he opened his eyes, tears glistening, looked at Charlie, knelt once more, and stammered, "Master Wade, this medicine is truly miraculous. I sincerely thank you for your assistance." Charlie quickly replied, "Old sir, you are my elder. There's no need for such formalities. The old man replied earnestly, in terms of fate, you are a dragon while I am but a python. A python must always bow to a dragon. Even an ancient python must lower its head before a newly emerged young dragon. Earlier, I refrained from showing my respect due to the crowd, fearing your identity would be revealed. Please forgive my earlier oversight. Charlie smiled and waved his hand dismissively. These are mere words, there's no need to take them so seriously. The old man continued with gravitas, the more one believes in destiny, the more one must align with the heavens and act in accordance with nature. If I do not show you the respect due, it would be a disservice. The heavens will surely take note. Seeing the old man's firm stance, Charlie decided to relent and asked, Old gentleman, may I inquire about your name? Is it convenient for you to share it? The old man immediately bowed and replied respectfully, Young Master Wade, my surname is Heir, and my name is Orion Heir. I am a direct descendant of Balig Heir, a master of feng shui from the Ming dynasty. Charlie's eyes widened in realization as he admired, I see. It's no wonder you possess such profound knowledge of feng shui, you hail from a renowned lineage. This thought led Charlie to recall a fraudulent feng shui master who had deceived Jasmine in the past, claiming to be a descendant of Balig Heir but lacking genuine skills. In contrast, the old man before him demonstrated true mastery of divination, able to deduce significant insights even from afar, all the way across the United States. He was indeed a rare find. Curious, Charlie asked, Old man, why have you chosen to reside in the United States all this time? Orion Heir responded with a bittersweet smile, During the War of Resistance, my father, deeply concerned for our homeland, made the most significant divination of his life. He foresaw that while China would endure, the Heir family would face destruction. To save our family, he sacrificed his own life, which allowed us to escape, but it meant we had to cross the ocean. So, in 1938, I buried my father and moved with my mother and younger siblings to the United States. I started a new life there, eventually building a family and a career. Although I considered returning home, after so many years, my life and ties became too intertwined, and I couldn't bring myself to uproot everything, so I've remained here. Charlie nodded thoughtfully and inquired, What are your plans moving forward? Orion Heir looked out at the vast mountains and smiled, My descendants are all in the United States. I've been away for 4 years this time, and they are quite concerned about me. Now that I've been granted this additional decade of life from you, I plan to return and live my remaining days peacefully. Chapter 1575. Upon hearing that the esteemed master was returning to the United States to tend to his affairs, Charlie raised his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled warmly. In that case, the younger generation wishes you endless happiness and good health in your life. Orion Heir responded quickly, visibly flattered, I sincerely thank Master Wade for your kind blessing. After a brief pause, Orion Heir continued thoughtfully, Master Wade, I have a piece of advice that I hope you will consider. Charlie replied promptly, Please, old gentleman, I am all ears. The younger generation is listening intently. Orion Heir advised, Although the matter of the Dragon Shoal has been resolved, it would be unwise to linger by the riverside to discuss it. Charlie inquired, Then where do you suggest I go? With respect, Orion Heir suggested, I believe you should travel to Eastcliff. It serves as the capital of the country and, in terms of feng shui, it embodies the highest destiny of the nation. Returning here, in feng shui terms, is akin to a dragon entering the sea. Charlie smiled slightly, Thank you for your suggestion, I will give it serious thought. Orion Heir nodded, sensing Charlie's contemplation, and added earnestly, Master Wade, remember to be cautious. The first principle is to never deceive yourself. Above all, stay true to your own heart. Whatever you hear next, listen carefully and remain loyal to your original intentions. Charlie nodded in understanding, I comprehend, the younger generation has learned much from your words. Orion Heir quickly waved his hand, saying, I am not worthy of being called Master Wade. I hope to have another encounter with you in the future. If you ever need guidance, I can provide it. Charlie instinctively thought about agreeing but paused for a moment before shaking his head, Old sir, there's no need to delve into hexagrams. My temperament is aligned with the East, and my destiny calls me there. If I were to venture westward, it might lead me astray. I prefer to proceed at my own goddamn pace." Orion Exier was taken aback. Throughout his years as a top-tier fortune teller, he had been sought after by countless individuals, with many going to great lengths to seek his counsel. Despite his popularity, there were many who never had the opportunity to receive his insights. However, Charlie was unique. He showed no desire to pry into the future or seek fortunes. Such humility was a rare sight indeed. In his astonishment, Orion Exier felt a deeper admiration for Charlie. He then bowed respectfully to Charlie and said, "Master Wade, may our paths cross again." Charlie smiled and nodded back, saying, "Old gentleman, I wish you safe travels." As they made their way to the parking lot, onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure about the nature of the lengthy discussion between the two. Understanding Charlie's desire for privacy, Orion Exier addressed the head of Wade's security directly, "Please arrange a car for me. I will gather my belongings and head to the airport." The man responded, surprised, "Old master, are you departing right now?" Orion Exier nodded, a smile on his face. "It has been 4 years. I have fulfilled my promise to your patriarch, and now it's time for me to return." The man quickly replied with respect, "Old master, won't you visit the Wade family to see the patriarch? Or should I inform him so he can come to see you?" The head of security knew well that the elder of the Wade family held Orion Exier in high regard. Charlie's grandfather, not yet 70, had always respected Orion Exier, who was already a centenarian, creating a generational gap. Charlie's grandfather always referred to him as a junior out of respect. Chapter 1576. When the elderly gentleman brought Orion Exier back from overseas, he arranged for him to reside in the Wade family mansion, where he received meticulous care throughout the week. However, after the construction of Wade Mountain, Orion Exier found himself needing to relocate from the Wade family estate to this new residence. The old man felt it was inappropriate for the elder master to live among the Wade's tombs. Although Wade Mountain is well constructed and includes designated areas for staff to live and work, the old man believed that Orion Exier, with his stature, should not be expected to reside here. Despite the old man's reservations, Orion Exier was determined to move, unwilling to be dissuaded. He had been patiently awaiting this moment, hoping for the life gate within his hexagram to open, anticipating the arrival of Charlie, who would provide him with the rejuvenation pill capable of extending his life by 10 years. Now, after a 4-year wait, the time had come to act. He addressed the person in charge, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to your patriarch. Exier has made a promise, and he intends to keep it. Additionally, having been away for so long, I am feeling quite homesick, so I won't be saying goodbye." With a respectful gesture towards everyone, he paused briefly to look at Charlie, his eyes filled with appreciation. Then, turning away, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I laugh towards the sky as I head out. I am a native of Penghao." With that declaration, he stepped outside. Orion couldn't help but sigh, remarking, "It's truly remarkable that even centenarians possess such courage." Charlie, smiling nearby, replied to Orion while the Wade family security personnel began to escort Orion Exier away, "Uncle Orion, let's head back as well." "Absolutely." Orion nodded in agreement. "Let's return, and we'll come back next time." Assuming the role of driver once again, Charlie opened the door for Orion. Once Orion settled into the back seat, Charlie climbed into the front of the Rolls-Royce. He started the engine and, as they exited the parking lot, Orion inquired from the back seat, "Charlie, what did the old master discuss with you earlier? He seemed to have a lot of respect for you." Charlie replied with a faint smile, "The old man recognized me and knew I belonged to the Wade family, so he offered me some advice." Orion asked in surprise, "How could he recognize you? Does he know you?" Charlie shook his head, "I don't know him personally, but he is a descendant of the Exier family, and he possesses significant skills in feng shui and divination. Perhaps he sensed something." Orion sighed, "It makes sense now why the Wade family hesitated to let you go up the mountain. He clearly indicated you are not an outsider." Continuing, Orion asked, "Is this feng shui technique really that powerful? Who the hell knows when it will manifest?" Charlie smiled, "It could be. Although the wisdom of our ancestors is ancient, it is undeniably profound, containing insights we may not yet grasp. Just look at the Mayans. In their era, they managed to create an almost complete calendar, which seems astonishing to us today. Oren nodded thoughtfully, then recalled something and asked Charlie, "Charlie, what are your plans moving forward?" Charlie explained, "Tomorrow, I'll be attending a friend's grandmother's birthday celebration. I'll bring some gifts and, after the party, I plan to return to Oris Hill." Oren quickly responded, "Why rush? It's perfectly fine to stay a few more days before leaving." Chapter 1577. As Oren spoke, Charlie offered a slight smile and replied, "Uncle Oren, there's still a lot to accomplish in Oris Hill, so I can't return just yet." Oren nodded gently, letting out a soft sigh. "I hope you'll make it a point to visit Eastcliff often. Angie and I are eager for your return to Eastcliff for your future endeavors." Charlie acknowledged him but chose not to elaborate further. Respecting the unspoken boundary, Oren shifted the conversation and asked, "Charlie, you mentioned you're attending your friend's grandma's birthday banquet tomorrow. Have you prepared a gift?" Charlie replied, "Not yet, I plan to browse the streets later for something." While Charlie possessed a rejuvenation pill that would greatly benefit the elderly, he had never met Laureen's grandmother. Therefore, he felt it inappropriate to present such an extravagant gift. Instead, he intended to find something worth over 100,000 that would convey his heartfelt wishes. Upon hearing this, Oren smiled and suggested, "I have a fan at home that features a painting of good fortune and longevity by Mr. Beischer. The fan's frame is made of fine-leaf red sandalwood, crafted by a master engraver. Why not use it as a birthday gift?" Charlie quickly responded, "Uncle Oren, I couldn't possibly take your belongings as a gift, I'd prefer to buy one myself." Oren insisted, "There's no need to be so formal between us. A fan is just a fan, and it's not of great value. However, its theme makes it a lovely gift for someone celebrating a birthday." He continued earnestly, "Please don't refuse your uncle's offer, and don't let anyone else see it. I'd be upset otherwise." Seeing Oren's determination, Charlie nodded and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Oren." The next morning, Charlie decided to decline Oren's generous offer to send him in a car. Instead, he stepped out of Son's house alone, carrying the long gift box Oren had given him. His wife Claire had sent him an address, which turned out to be Thomas's villa. Thomas's villa was a short distance from Son's, taking just over 20 minutes by car. In Eastcliff, the Thomas family was considered a second-tier family, though they were at the lower end of that tier. Over the past few years, the Thomas family's fortunes had taken a significant downturn. If it weren't for Laureen's aunt marrying into the Kilgore family, which provided some support, the Thomas family might have slipped into third-tier status. Nonetheless, being in Eastcliff meant that even a struggling second-tier family could still hold a respectable position compared to families in other cities of the same tier. Despite their decline, the Thomas family mansion was impressively luxurious, with a grand villa valued at no less than $300 million. Charlie's taxi could only drop him off at the entrance of the villa area due to strict security measures. He had to call Laureen to come out and meet him at the gate. When Laureen learned Charlie had arrived, she rushed out, visibly excited. Today, Laureen looked stunning. With her grandmother's birthday in mind, she had applied light makeup that made her appear dignified and graceful. Upon seeing Charlie, Laureen exclaimed, "Charlie, you made it." She eagerly ran up to him, wrapping her arm around his, and said, "Let's go. I want to introduce you to my parents." Charlie awkwardly pulled his arm away and said, "Laureen, we shouldn't, it's not really appropriate." Laureen playfully pouted and replied, "What's wrong with being close to friends?" Chapter 1578. Charlie touched his nose awkwardly and said, I am your friend's husband after all." Laureen responded a bit dismissively, "I know, her husband. You've been married for 4 years, and I'm still waiting for you to move on from that arrangement." As they spoke, a limited edition Bentley pulled up and stopped beside them. The rear window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged woman dressed in elegant attire. She looked at Laureen and inquired, "Laureen, why are you out here?" Upon seeing the woman, Laureen quickly smiled and replied, "Second aunt." "Where's my second uncle?" The woman in the car replied, "He's still busy." He'll be over before the luncheon birthday banquet. Lorene then asked, "What about my cousin?" The middle-aged woman sighed, "I didn't see him last night. He was upset with me. You know, this kid has a short memory. Once he recovered, he didn't come home again. You need to talk to him for me." Lorene smiled wryly, saying, "Second aunt, I'm afraid to bring up my cousin's temper. If I do, he'll just snap at me." The woman sighed again, "This child is becoming increasingly disobedient." Then she turned her attention to Charlie, who was standing beside Lorene, and asked with a smile, "Oh, isn't this young man your boyfriend?" Lorene glanced at Charlie and shyly replied, "Not yet." The middle-aged woman emphasized the word "yet" and asked with a smile, "So when can I expect that to change from not yet to yes?" Lorene felt embarrassed and said, "Oh, second aunt, you're being too nosy. Hurry inside, Grandma is asking for you." The middle-aged woman chuckled, "Do you want me to give you two a lift?" Lorene quickly waved her hand, "No, it's fine. We'll just walk in, it's not far." The woman nodded, "All right then, I won't delay you. My second aunt will head in first." With that, the Bentley slowly made its way through the villa area's gate. Feeling a bit helpless, Charlie turned to Lorene and said, "You can't introduce me like that to others. What if it causes misunderstandings? What if they ask who I am, and you say I'm your friend's husband?" Lorene pouted, "It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously?" Charlie insisted, "This is serious. It's a matter of principle." Lorene, realizing she'd have to concede, nodded, "All right, a matter of principle. I won't say it again." Eager to change the subject, she added, "Let's head inside quickly, it's still early." Charlie wanted to give her a gift before leaving, but he remembered that his wife had mentioned wanting to present something to Lorene's grandma for her birthday. He figured he ought to meet Lorene's grandma, as it would be a way of conveying his wife's sentiments. Mission accomplished. So, he stayed quiet and followed Lorene into the villa area. As they walked through the villa area, a red Ferrari suddenly zipped past them. Spotting the car, Lorene waved and shouted, "Cousin! Cousin!" Unfortunately, the roar of the supercar drowned out her voice, and the driver didn't hear her at all. Charlie turned to Lorene and asked, "Is your cousin driving that?" Chapter 1579. Charlie was unfamiliar with the identity of Lorene's cousin. He observed that Eastcliff seemed to be home to many wealthy individuals, particularly a group of young masters, about 8 or 9 of them. They all appeared somewhat superficial, which wasn't surprising given their backgrounds. As Charlie and Lorene approached the entrance of Thomas's villa, they were greeted by a lineup of luxury cars parked outside. At the door, 2 middle-aged individuals were enthusiastically welcoming the guests. Lorene stepped forward and quickly introduced Charlie, "Dad, Uncle, this is my friend from Oris Hill, Charlie." The 2 men scrutinized Charlie from head to toe. Lorene's uncle remarked, "Isn't there a prominent family named Wade from Oris Hill?" Lorene hurriedly clarified, "Charlie isn't part of that family, he's my classmate from university." Previously, Charlie had been sent to Oris Hill University for a year through Mr. Wilson's arrangement, during which he was classmates with both Claire and Lorene. At this moment, Lorene chose not to mention that Charlie was Claire's husband. She wanted to keep her options open in case a relationship developed with Charlie. It would be too awkward for her family to realize he was married to Claire. Upon learning that Charlie was merely Lorene's college classmate, her uncle looked down on him a bit and said, "Since he's a college friend, let him in to sit down." Meanwhile, Lorene's father quietly advised, "Lorene, I just heard your cousin mention that young master's son will be arriving later. You should take this chance to meet him." Lorene frowned, responding, "What do I really know about him? The Sun family boys have a terrible reputation." "What do you know?" her father, Franklin Thomas, reprimanded. "The Sun family is one of the top 3 families in Eastcliff. Their influence is significant, and remember, the Sun family has few males. With only 2 boys, their value is even higher. In families with many sons, even if they are powerful, they risk fragmentation in the future. Some families might boast vast fortunes, but if they have too many heirs, their assets can be heavily divided. it's possible that none of them holds more than 10 billion in assets. Thus, the perceived value of men from such families diminishes. The Sun family consists of 2 males, Trevor and Daniel. Each holds roughly 12.5% of the family's shares, but that equates to a wealth exceeding 100 billion for each of them. Franklin had always hoped Lorraine would marry into a prominent second-generation wealthy family to restore the Thomas family's former glory. Previously, upon hearing that the Wade family had acquired the Grand Group in Orris Hill and assigned it to one of their heirs, he thought it would be an excellent opportunity for Lorraine. Thus, he arranged for her to work at the Grand Group. However, after spending considerable time in Orris Hill, Lorraine hadn't even met the chairman of the Grand Group, leading her father to lose faith in this plan. He even considered not allowing Lorraine to return to Orris Hill this time. After 6 months without results, he thought it wiser for her to come back and find a reputable young man from Eastcliff. Coincidentally, her cousin had just reported with enthusiasm that he had managed to invite the young master of the Sun family, which made Franklin feel this was a golden opportunity for Lorraine. However, Lorraine had no interest in the Sun family's eldest master. In fact, she had lost interest in even the enigmatic Master Wade. After Charlie had rescued her, her thoughts were solely on him. No other man could capture her attention. Chapter 1580. She spoke with a chill in her voice. "Dad, I have no interest in Master's son, so please don't introduce me to him." Turning to Charlie, she added, "Charlie, let's head inside." Franklin, visibly upset, retorted, "Why are you so goddamn clueless about what's good for you? If you could be with young Master's son, you wouldn't need to bother with Orris Hill." Lorraine glanced at Charlie again, almost instinctively, before firmly replying to her father, "I love Orris Hill. I'm determined to find my husband there." Franklin exclaimed, "What the hell are you saying? There are no respectable families in Orris Hill. How could my daughter marry someone from such a small place?" Disheartened, Lorraine replied, "Dad, why have you become so materialistic?" "Materialistic?" Franklin questioned. "Isn't it all for your own good?" At this moment, Lorraine's uncle interjected, "Franklin, there's no need to rush. Let Lorraine enjoy time with her classmates for now." Seeing her eldest brother emerge, Franklin told Lorraine, "All right, let's go inside. Your mother will speak with you." "That won't fucking help." Lorraine shot back in frustration. Without hesitation, she moved closer to Charlie and exclaimed, "Come on, Charlie, let's go in." Reluctantly, Charlie had to get involved in this family drama, so he followed her into the villa. Franklin, fuming, stomped his foot, while his older brother remarked, "Franklin, your judgment seems to be slipping." "What do you mean by that?" Franklin asked, taken aback. His brother smiled knowingly. "Didn't you notice how Lorraine kept glancing at the man beside her? Especially when you mentioned Master's son, she immediately looked at him. There's something going on." "What the hell could possibly be going on?" Franklin blurted out. "Are you suggesting that Lorraine might have feelings for that kid?" "It seems likely," his brother replied seriously. "Lorraine mentioned they're college classmates and have known each other for a while. Plus, she's been in Orris Hill for over 6 months. They might have developed something there." Franklin's expression darkened. "How dare this young man from Orris Hill have designs on my daughter? This is unacceptable." Determined, he declared, "I'll go find Lorraine and get to the bottom of this." His brother quickly stopped him. "Wait. If you confront Lorraine now, it could cause a scene and ruin our mother's birthday party. It's better to hold off and discuss it with her privately after the celebration." After a moment of hesitation, Franklin considered the guests and his mother's special day. He ultimately agreed, albeit frustrated, "That bastard thinks he can pursue my daughter. I'll make sure he knows who he's dealing with later." Chapter 1581. At this moment, Charlie entered the villa, following Lorraine. Homes belonging to prominent families like those in Eastcliff are incredibly opulent. Upon stepping inside, the living room resembles a small banquet hall in size. The place was bustling with people, as many esteemed figures from Eastcliff had gathered, engaged in lively conversations in groups. Mrs. Thomas, accompanied by her husband, was chatting and laughing with several old friends. Lorraine quickly turned to Charlie and said, "My grandma is over there." Let me take you to meet her. Charlie nodded and smiled, replying, please let your grandma know about the gift I brought for her. As they approached the elderly couple, Lorene beamed and introduced them, Grandpa and Grandma, this is my university classmate, Charlie. Mrs. Thomas smiled warmly and exclaimed, oh, so you're Lorene's college friend. Welcome. Then, she added curiously, by the way, Lorene, didn't you have a good friend in college named Claire? Charlie chimed in, hello, Grandma Thomas. I'm Claire's husband. Claire wanted to come and celebrate your birthday in person, but she's been tied up with family matters. She asked me to represent her, so please forgive her absence. Mrs. Thomas smiled and said, oh, that little Claire is already married. She then looked at Lorene seriously and said, Lorene, look at your college friends, many of them are getting married. And here you are, still single. You should listen to your grandma. Stop going to Orris Hill and find a boyfriend in Eastcliff. Get married soon so that grandma can rest easy. Lorene felt a swirl of emotions in her heart. She had deep feelings for Charlie, so much so that she had resolved to marry no one but him. However, the unfortunate reality was that Charlie was the husband of her best friend, and now even her family was aware of it. The chances of a future with Charlie seemed even more distant. Despite the Thomas family not being among the top elite in Eastcliff, they were still respectable. It would be unthinkable for them to allow their granddaughter to be with a married man. Even if Charlie were divorced, the stigma of being with someone who had been married would create awkwardness. These thoughts filled her with disappointment. At that moment, a discordant voice broke through the atmosphere, Grandma. Grandpa. Lorene turned to see her cousin Sam approaching, looking rather distressed. She instinctively inquired, Cousin, I heard you had surgery not long ago. How's your recovery going? Sam, clearly agitated, snapped back, Don't bring up that operation. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Mrs. Thomas looked concerned and said, Lorene, you don't know, the ordeal your cousin went through was quite severe. Charlie didn't turn around, but the voice sounded familiar to him. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled where he had heard it before. Wasn't this the young man, Sam Kilgore, who had been forced to swallow a string of gemstone necklaces at Jasmine's house? So, he was Lorene's cousin. Furthermore, Sam referring to Lorene's grandparents as Grandma indicated he was the child of Lorene's aunt. This connection was certainly intriguing. Chapter 1582. At that moment, Lorene turned to Sam and said, Brother, let me introduce you to my college classmate. As soon as she spoke, Charlie turned around with a smile. The instant Sam laid eyes on him, it felt as though he had encountered a ghost. He was taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure, then he clenched his teeth and exclaimed, Okay. You bastard. I was so fucking worried about finding you. How dare you come to my grandma's house? You won't get away with this today. Damn you. Lorene was shocked and interjected, Brother, what are you talking about? Charlie is a guest. Why are you speaking to him like that? Sam ground his teeth and retorted, Do you know why I had to undergo surgery? Lorene exclaimed, I heard my mom mention that you swallowed a necklace. Exactly. Sam replied angrily. Do you think I wanted to swallow that necklace? It was because of this piece of shit. Charlie scoffed, Master Kilgore, let's be rational and kind. Did I force you to swallow that necklace? Did I break your mouth and make you eat it? Sam fell silent. What could he say? Charlie was technically right. He hadn't forced Sam to swallow the necklace. Sam had lost a bet and, unable to back out, had bitten the bullet and swallowed it. But wasn't he still to blame? Realizing this, Sam cursed fiercely, Wade. You're here to settle this with me. I just want to get even. Charlie ignored him. Instead, he turned to Mrs. Thomas, presenting the gift box he had brought. Grandma Thomas, this is a birthday gift that Claire and I prepared for you. I hope you accept it. Mrs. Thomas, unaware of the tension between Charlie and her grandson, remained polite, reaching out to accept the gift. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Charlie and Claire, she said. Sam watched Charlie ignore him, his frustration boiling over. He snatched the gift box from his grandmother's hands and threw it to the ground, pointing at Charlie while shouting, "Wade, get the hell out of here now. Just wait until I go to Oris Hill, I'll come for you personally in 2 days." Charlie remained calm, replying indifferently, "Sam, out of respect for Lorene, I'll call you Master Kilgore. But don't overstep your boundaries, or don't blame me for disregarding Lorene's feelings." Lorene, equally furious, exclaimed, "Cousin, what are you doing? Charlie is a guest. Why are you trying to kick him out? Why would you throw away the gifts he brought for Grandma?" With that, she bent down to pick up the now opened gift box and the fan inside it. Sam sneered, "What good could a worthless loser like him possibly give Grandma? It's just a broken fan, he's nothing but a cheap freeloader." Mrs. Thomas sighed, feeling helpless. She was well aware of her grandson's character. Although she had heard that Charlie might be connected to Sam's surgery, looking at the situation, it seemed more likely that Sam was to blame for his own troubles, rather than Charlie. So she said sternly, "Sam, as an adult, why is your thinking so shallow? Gifts represent thoughtfulness, regardless of their value." In response, Sam pulled out a gift box from his pocket. When he opened it, a Maitreya Buddha carved from green jade was revealed. The jade was an imperial green, radiant and flawless, with perfect carving, accompanied by a circle of diamonds that sparkled brilliantly. He presented the jade Buddha to Mrs. Thomas, insisting, "Grandma, this jade Buddha is made from Laokang Emperor green, worth at least 30 million. That broken fan is worth only a few hundred. When you compare the two, the difference is clear. Rubbish is still rubbish, no matter how fancy the wrapping is." Chapter 1583. Noticing Sam's agitated expression, Charlie couldn't help but smirk. "Hey Sam, do you even remember whether you've eaten today? Have you forgotten about that necklace you swallowed last time?" The reason Sam had ended up swallowing that expensive gemstone necklace was due to a bet he lost to Charlie. At that time, Sam thought he had made a fantastic deal by acquiring a necklace worth tens of millions, while dismissing the rejuvenation pill Charlie had given to Jasmine as worthless. However, he was taken aback when the rejuvenation pill was sold for an astonishing $2 billion at Jasmine's birthday party. Since returning home, Sam had been mulling over the situation, and with each passing day, he felt more convinced that something was off. He couldn't shake the feeling that no one would genuinely spend $2 billion on something so trivial. This led him to suspect that Travis Lane and Charlie had concocted a scheme to deceive him. Even though Travis Lane appeared to spend $2 billion, Sam believed that Charlie would simply return the money to him afterward. As a result, his animosity toward Charlie grew stronger. Sam had initially planned to confront Charlie in Oris Hill after the new year, but finding himself in Eastcliff at his grandmother's house made his anger flare even more. If it weren't for the birthday celebration happening, he would have eagerly called someone to help him confront Charlie. Thus, he shouted at Charlie, "Wade, you calculated my losses last time, and I haven't settled that score yet. Now you dare to show your face in Eastcliff and act tough?" With a furious expression, he pressed on, "Did you tell Master the truth? Was Travis Lane with you last time?" Charlie scoffed dismissively and replied, "If you can't handle losing, just admit it. It's embarrassing to lose and then act like a little bitch." Enraged, Sam clenched his teeth and retorted, "You think I can't handle losing? Who's the one who can't take it?" Charlie grinned and suggested, "If you can handle losing, let's have another bet." Sam quickly responded, "Sure. What's the wager?" Charlie replied, "Didn't you say the fan I gave was only worth a few $100s? If my fan is better than your jade, you'll eat your jade, just like you did with the necklace last time." "What?" Sam exploded with anger at the mention of the necklace incident. "Are you looking for trouble? Believe me, I'll make sure you regret this." Lorene chimed in indignantly, "Cousin, Charlie is my friend. Don't take it too far." Sam sneered, "Too far? You think this is excessive? Let me tell you, I'll settle old and new scores with this asshole this time." Charlie smiled and said, "See, you claim you can handle losing, yet you refuse to admit it. You're backed into a corner, and now you're just talking tough. So, what's the deal? Are you afraid to place a bet? Afraid to bet?" Sam shot back with derision. My carefully chosen Emperor Green Jade pendant can't compare to your piece of shit fan. That's a ridiculous joke. With a serious tone, Sam asked, and if you lose? Would you dare eat your fan? Chapter 1584. Charlie nodded and said, alright, let's make it clear. If I lose, I'll eat the fan. If you lose, you'll eat the jade pendant. What a joke. Sam clenched his teeth. Fine. I'm done with this. My jade was sold for $24 million, and I have the transaction records to prove it. How much is your broken fan worth? Charlie wasn't sure about the fan's exact value. However, he knew that Beischer's paintings had been steadily increasing in value over the years, and their price growth was significantly outpacing that of jadeite. While it was just a fan, it wasn't mere scribbles, it featured a carefully crafted image of Foucault. Beischer's renowned painting, High-Leto of Pines and Cypresses, had previously auctioned for over $400 million, and given the current market trends, it could fetch even more, potentially exceeding $800 million today. Oren, an influential figure, undoubtedly collected only the finest works, including this fan, which had to be a top-notch piece by old Beischer. Given its exceptional quality, the fan alone would be worth tens of millions, especially considering its exquisite fan bone with a perfect golden tumor scar. Its value would surely surpass $24 million. Thus, Charlie responded, you could have an expert in art appraise the fan to find out its worth. Fan? Sam scoffed, what a hideous piece of garbage. A knowledgeable bystander immediately interjected, wait. This looks like a Beischer painting. The Foucault II fan, right? It's quite famous. Exactly, another person chimed in. I recall it was auctioned at Christie's a few years back. If memory serves, Chairman's son of the Sun family bought it for $48.88 million. Chairman's son? Is that the same Chairman's son who made a triumphant return to the helm of the Sun Group just yesterday? Yes, that's him. It's strange, how does this young guy possess a collection from Chairman's son? Could it be stolen? Stolen? Unlikely, but it also can't be genuine. My guess is it's either a replica or a modern expert's copy. Sam overheard their chatter, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned to Charlie. Alright, Charlie, you must be kidding if you think you can fool my grandma with fakes. You're really asking for trouble. Sam's grandmother interjected awkwardly, oh dear, you two shouldn't bicker like children. Let's keep things civil. DeLong, why not take a step back? After all, Charlie is a guest and has traveled quite a distance. How can I do that? Sam replied through gritted teeth. Grandma, this bastard has really taken advantage of me. I won't let him off the hook this time. As he said this, he waved the folding fan in his hand with a sneer. Look, Charlie, if your fan is authentic, it might indeed be worth more than my jadeite. But since it's a fake, it's probably worth around $3,000 at best. So, what's it going to be? Hurry up and swallow your fucking pendant. Charlie smiled and asked, what makes you think it's fake? Are you an appraisal expert? Sam gestured to the crowd surrounding them, surely you heard what everyone just said. Don't pretend to be tough. With a disgusted expression, Sam continued, this authentic fan is in the possession of Chairman's son from the Sun Group. How could a nobody like you ever get a hold of it? Charlie chuckled and replied, you're right. Chairman's son actually gave this fan to me. And as someone mentioned earlier, it was auctioned for $48.88 million back then. That's already more than your jade pendant, more than twice its value. So let's skip the nonsense and get to it, swallow your fucking pendant. Chapter 1585. I'll swallow your sister. Sam retorted icily, you think you can just talk about Chairman's son like that? If he finds out you're lying, you'll be the one in trouble. Charlie chuckled and replied, if you don't believe me, feel free to call Chairman's son and ask him if he personally gave me this fan. Pfft. Sam scoffed, even as the young master of the Thomas family, I can't just contact Chairman's son directly. Do you really think I can confirm its authenticity with him? I'm here, and you're just pretending. Charlie smiled casually, talking about this is pointless. It's better to have a professional come in to verify it. No need for that, Sam snickered. I specifically invited Trevor, the eldest son of the Sun family, to come today. If what you're saying is true, then this fan belongs to him, and you'll know the truth soon enough. Charlie laughed even harder at this. Alright, if you're waiting for the eldest son of the Sun family, then let's wait for him to arrive. Sam was taken aback. Charlie didn't seem the least bit intimidated. If he were in Charlie's shoes, he would be rushing to hide, worried about being caught by Mr. Sun. But Charlie showed no signs of fear at all, which left Sam puzzled. Why was this kid so self-assured? Even though Charlie had some connections in Oris Hill, it was hard to believe he could really be linked to Orin, the head of the Sun family, one of Eastcliff's top clans. Not even Sam's father could secure such a relationship, so how could a son-in-law from a small place like Oris Hill have ties to Orin? It seemed impossible. Just then, someone shouted, "Mr. Sun has arrived." Suddenly, everyone's attention sharpened. Even Lorraine's grandparents quickly became serious. Trevor, though just a young man in his 20s, was a significant figure at the birthday banquet for the Thomas family. Mrs. Thomas felt the need to be polite and even flattering towards him. As Trevor entered with a haughty demeanor, all eyes were on him. Lorraine's father and uncle followed closely, their faces plastered with smiles as they bowed and flattered him, clearly eager to please. Initially, Trevor hadn't planned on attending this gathering. His relationship with Sam was merely cordial, and while the Kilgore family was currently stronger than the Thomas family, it was still dwarfed by the Sun family's prestige. Trevor wasn't particularly interested in Sam. However, he decided to show up because he had heard from Sam about a stunning sister who had just returned from Oris Hill and wanted an introduction. Even though Trevor's situation was complicated, he still held on to the youthful fantasies and desires for romance. This inclination is quite natural, as history has shown that even eunuchs in ancient palaces would often interact with the palace ladies. Moreover, Trevor had long heard that Lorraine, the granddaughter of the Thomas family, was exceptionally beautiful, making this an opportune moment to see her. As soon as Trevor arrived, Lorraine's grandfather stepped forward, beaming with respect as he said, "Master Sun, I didn't realize you were coming. Please forgive us if we overlooked you." Trevor casually waved his hand, responding, "Sam mentioned it was his grandma's premiere and invited me, so I came to join in." Lorraine's grandfather quickly replied, "Master Sun, your presence here is no interruption at all." Chapter 1586. With that, the old man promptly introduced Lorraine to Trevor, saying, "Come on, Lorraine, meet young Master Sun." Interestingly, Lorraine's grandfather, uncle, and father all share the same perspective on her future. They unanimously believe that Lorraine should marry into a prominent family to ensure the Thomas family receives significant support. This belief is why they arranged for Lorraine to work at the Oris Hill Grand Group. However, despite Lorraine spending a considerable amount of time in Oris Hill, even the chairman of the Grand Group had yet to meet her, leading to a growing impatience within her family regarding this arrangement. Now, as they looked at Trevor, they all envisioned a hopeful scenario. If Lorraine could form a connection with Trevor, the Thomas family could soar to new heights. The moment Trevor laid eyes on Lorraine, he was captivated. While Eastcliff is home to many beautiful women, few possess both beauty and a prestigious background. Though the Thomas family may not be at their peak, Lorraine's beauty is undeniable. This immediately piqued Trevor's interest in her. With a charming demeanor, he extended his hand to Lorraine and said, "Miss Thomas, it's a pleasure to meet you." Lorraine's response was somewhat frosty. She intentionally refrained from shaking his hand, opting instead to nod and reply, "It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Sunday." Nearby, Lorraine's father, Franklin, quickly interjected, "Lorraine, how can you be so rude? Why aren't you shaking hands with young Master Sun?" Lorraine responded, "I apologize, Mr. Sun, but I just petted a stray cat at the door and haven't had a chance to wash my hands." This made Trevor slightly uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that Lorraine would be so careless about hygiene, feeling it reflected poorly on him. However, he chose not to express his frustration immediately. Instead, he decided to remain composed to create a positive impression on Lorraine for future interactions. At that moment, Sam rushed over, carrying the folding fan that Charlie had brought along. He greeted Trevor with respect and said, "Oh, Master Son, you've arrived just in time. This asshole here is holding a fan that supposedly belonged to your uncle. I have my doubts about its authenticity. It seems he's trying to use Chairman Son's reputation to pass off a fake." He then opened the fan and presented it to Trevor, saying respectfully, "Here, Master Son, take a look. Is this the real deal?" Trevor frowned. He wasn't well versed in antiques and had no idea how to determine the authenticity of the fan. Just then, Sam added, "This fan is an artwork by the old master Beischer, depicting fortune and longevity. It's rumored that your uncle acquired it for a staggering 48.88 million. Upon hearing this, Trevor mused that if the fan was indeed a genuine collection of his uncle's, it would never be sold. His uncle held antique treasures in high regard, having invested in various renowned artworks over the years, with some pieces valued in the billions. Even though the sale price of this fan was only 48.88 million, based on his understanding of his uncle, it was unlikely his uncle would part with such a collection. Moreover, since Trevor and the Thomas family had no prior connection, there would be no reason for the Thomas family to present such a valuable item as a gift to Mrs. Thomas. Thus, Trevor concluded that the fan before him must be a counterfeit. With that thought in mind, he coldly inquired, "Who is this son of a bitch pretending to have my uncle's collection? Do they have nothing better to do?" Chapter 1587. When Sam overheard Trevor's curse, his eyebrows instantly shot up in delight. If Trevor was also unhappy with Charlie, then there was a good chance that Charlie was in serious trouble this time. He envisioned a time when he would not only force Charlie to swallow this fan but also compel him to kneel before him and call him Grandpa. In a burst of excitement, he pointed at Charlie and exclaimed, "Trevor, this is the bastard." Trevor had been too focused on Laureen and surrounded by the flattery of the Thomas family that he hadn't even noticed Charlie standing nearby. Following the direction of Sam's finger, he turned to look at Charlie, and panic immediately seized him. "Wade! Charlie? How on earth is he here?" Realizing that Charlie had the capability to easily defeat a god of war, a realm master, and even rendered 4 men in his family infertile, sent a chill down his spine. What frightened him even more wasn't just Charlie's unusual strength, but his true identity. On that day, Charlie revealed his true identity in the Sun family meeting room. He was the young master of the Wade family, the son of the legendary Bruce Wade from Eastcliff. Additionally, Charlie was bound by a 20-year marriage contract with his cousin Stephanie. If he were to marry her in the future, he would gain control over half of the Sun family group. After all, Oren, Stephanie's daughter, would definitely inherit the family fortune through Stephanie alone. Since Stephanie is a woman, marrying Charlie would effectively treat Oren's assets as a dowry, giving Charlie a significant advantage. In that case, he could potentially become the richest individual in the country. Considering all these factors, Trevor was genuinely terrified of Charlie. He never imagined that the bastard Sam referred to was actually Charlie. The worst part was that he had spoken so carelessly. Insulting Charlie was a sure way to offend him gravely. Realizing this, Trevor quickly slapped himself in the face and nervously addressed Charlie, "Mr. Wade, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were here. Please don't take my words to heart." The tension in the room was palpable as everyone present was left in shock. Especially Sam. He had hoped that Trevor would take action against Charlie, perhaps even eliminate him on the spot to satisfy his own vendetta. But to his astonishment, Trevor was now slapping himself and treating Charlie with utmost respect. What on earth was happening? Was Charlie actually deceiving the Sun family? Laureen was equally stunned. She remembered Charlie's past, once an orphan, then a commoner, and how he had struggled to find his place in his girlfriend's affluent family. Over the past year, he had gradually improved his status by showcasing feng shui. Yet, now she was witnessing the young master of the Sun family, one of Eastcliff's top 3 families, showing such deference to Charlie. It was truly unbelievable. Charlie regarded Trevor with an unperturbed expression and inquired, "What's wrong? Do you know Master Kilgore?" Trevor was taken aback by Charlie's emotionless tone. Anger bubbled inside him as he realized he had been led astray by the idiot Sam. In a fit of rage, he seized Sam by the collar and slapped him several times. Chapter 1588. As Trevor furiously struck, he spat out in anger, "Sam, you're so fucking useless. Even Mr. Wade dares to scold you. Just wait, I'll smash that broken mouth of yours." Sam, bloodied and with swollen cheeks, looked on in terror, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the bathroom, wiping her hands with cream. She gasped when she saw Sam being beaten and rushed over, shouting, "Who is this son of a bitch daring to hit my son?" This was Lydia, Sam's mother and Laureen's aunt. Lydia had a fierce love for her son. Upon seeing him injured, she charged at Trevor, ready to confront him. Trevor, filled with resentment, raised his foot and kicked her aside without hesitation. Lydia stumbled backward and fell hard to the ground. The impact was severe, causing her to cry out, "What are you all doing? Stop this bastard! How can he bully Sam in Thomas's house?" Lydia's older brother, Franklin, shouted sternly, "Are you blind? Don't you see this is young Master's son?" Lydia froze, realizing she had rushed in without knowing who she was up against. She had only seen her son being attacked and acted instinctively. Now, hearing her brother's words, she quickly turned her gaze to Trevor, and her heart sank in fear. Oh no! This was truly the eldest son of the Sun family. The power of the Sun family was immense. Even combining the Kilgore and Thomas families might not match their strength. So, if young Master's son was hitting her son, it felt like a devastating blow. What could she possibly say? But what on earth was happening? Didn't her son mention that he had invited young Master's son to join him today? This meant that their relationship should be more than just acquaintances, right? Then why was young Master's son attacking him? It didn't add up. Ignoring her own pain, Lydia pleaded, "Master's son, Sam is your friend. If there's something wrong, you ought to be concerned for your friend instead of beating him senseless." Trevor continued his assault on Sam, his palm aching and his elbow cramping, yet he was still consumed by rage. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "This bastard dared to insult Mr. Wade. I'm just giving him a light smack. If it were up to me, I'd finish him off." "What?" Lydia exclaimed, shocked and anxious, "Who is Mr. Wade? What's happening here?" At this point, Laureen had regained her composure and hurried over to Charlie, begging, "Charlie, please intervene. Don't let young Master's son continue this, it could end badly for Sam." Noticing Laureen's distress, Charlie understood her concern for her cousin and called out to Trevor, "That's enough. Stop fighting." Trevor had been waiting for Charlie's cue. He understood that if Charlie was displeased, there would be consequences. Relieved that Charlie had finally spoken up, Trevor kicked Sam down to the ground one last time, growling, "If it weren't for Mr. Wade's mercy, I would have already killed you." Chapter 1589. At that moment, Sam felt an overwhelming desire to disappear. He couldn't comprehend how Charlie managed to earn the respect of young Master's son. Even if Charlie truly was a feng shui master, surely he didn't deserve such admiration, right? Yet, Sam hesitated to voice his confusion. Looking around, it was clear that Trevor held Charlie in high regard. Franklin, standing nearby, noticed that Trevor wasn't the most esteemed guest present. That title belonged to this young man named Wade. In a rush, he urged Sam, "Sam, you need to apologize to Mr. Wade immediately." Sam was taken aback that his uncle would insist he apologize to Charlie. It felt like his family was turning against him. Despite his resentment toward Charlie, Sam knew better than to create a scene. He could only muster a timid apology, saying, "Mr. Wade, I'm sorry for my earlier words. I hope you can overlook my rudeness." Charlie waved a hand dismissively, replying, "It's all water under the bridge, I didn't take it personally." Relief washed over Sam. He hadn't expected Charlie to be so forgiving, and he quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wade, for your generosity." Charlie responded, "No need for formalities. I won't hold a grudge about what you said earlier, but let's continue our bet. It's often said, a gentleman should stand by his word." What? Sam felt his heart sink at Charlie's insistence on continuing the wager. Initially, he believed Charlie's folding fan was merely a cheap imitation, certainly not an authentic piece from Chairman Sun's collection. Thus, he thought the imitation wouldn't fetch a high price and that no artist could possibly command more than the value of his own jade pendant. However, the tables had turned dramatically. Trevor's deep respect for Charlie indicated that Charlie was someone significant within the Sun family. This led Sam to consider the possibility that Oren had indeed gifted the folding fan to Charlie. Earlier, someone had mentioned that Oren had paid a staggering $48.88 million for this Beischer fan. That price alone far exceeded the value of Sam's jade pendant. Moreover, the collectibles market had been booming lately, with the art of Beischer witnessing ever-increasing prices. These pieces rarely made appearances at auctions anymore. The rapid appreciation of Beischer's works had collectors holding on to them, anticipating a temporary slowdown in value before selling. This meant that if the fan were to be auctioned now, its price could reach at least $60 to $70 million. This was significantly more than his jade pendant, which had sold for $24 million. As the implications sank in, Sam was filled with dread. With Charlie adamant about the gamble, he would inevitably have to give up his jade pendant. Chapter 1590. I just had surgery because I swallowed a gemstone necklace not long ago. If I swallow that jade pendant now, won't I have to go through another operation? As this thought crossed his mind, panic washed over him. He turned pale and fell to the ground in front of Charlie, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded desperately, "Mr. Wade, I truly regret my actions. Please forgive me this time. I just healed from my last surgery, and if I go through it again, I fear I will not survive." Lydia, who had been fiercely protective of her son just moments before, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. She realized that defending her son blindly would only irritate both Charlie and Trevor, so she resorted to tears and supplication. "Sir, I beg you, please don't hold my son accountable. He's just an uneducated fool who has already faced consequences for his actions. This time, I implore you to let him go." Charlie responded with a smile, "It's not that I'm unwilling to forgive him, but he did provoke me. He was the one who initiated the bet last time, and it's the same scenario today. He has to take responsibility for his wager. Can you really blame me if he loses?" Trevor chimed in, "Seriously, Sam, you challenged Mr. Wade. Are you planning to back out if you lose? If that's the case, don't blame me for turning on you." Sam, filled with dread, waved his hands in panic. No. I admit it. I admit it." At that moment, Sam fully understood the precariousness of his situation. If he didn't acknowledge it today, Trevor would ensure he faced severe consequences. He feared he might not only lose his standing in Eastcliff but could also bring trouble to the Kilgore family due to his own actions. Thus, he reluctantly conceded, "I'm willing to take my losses." Even as he said this, he picked up the jade pendant and examined it closely. With gritted teeth, he hesitated to swallow it, fully aware of the intense pain that would follow. Lydia watched, heartbroken. She vividly recalled the agony her son endured during his last operation, which nearly led to an intestinal blockage. How could she bear to see him go through that torment again? Desperately, she pleaded, "Young master's son, please consider Sam's condition. He just had surgery not long ago, he can't endure this again." Even though Trevor was pushing Sam to accept his bet, he was clueless about the terms of the wager with Charlie. Surprised by Lydia's mention of another surgery, he asked Sam, "What exactly did you bet with Mr. Wade?" With a trembling voice, Sam replied, "I bet with Mr. Wade that if the fan he brought is more expensive than the jade pendant I bought, I would have to swallow the jade." Trevor was taken aback, questioning, "Your mother mentioned you just had surgery. What's the story?" Reluctantly, Sam recounted, "Last time, at Lord Moore's house in Orris Hill, I also made a wager with Mr. Wade. I lost, and I had to swallow a string of gemstone necklaces, which later required surgical removal due to an intestinal obstruction." Trevor swallowed hard, horrified by Sam's tale. Was Sam really that unlucky? He had already swallowed a string of necklaces, and now he faced the prospect of swallowing a jade pendant. Although Trevor wasn't known for his kindness, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Sam upon hearing this. After all, provoking Charlie was no small matter. Who the hell was Charlie? Not only that, but even the god of war would crumble before him in an instant. Trevor, known as the young master of the Sun family and the renowned Diamond King of Eastcliff, nicknamed the Eastcliff Human Pile Driver, had a reputation that kept most at a distance. Yet, he had witnessed how Charlie had reduced him to a mere shadow of himself, forcing him to kneel in submission and beg for forgiveness. If Trevor could face such humiliation, how could a second-rate little shit like Sam hope to stand up against him? Chapter 1591. To appease Charlie, Trevor set aside any sympathy he might have felt for Sam. With a stern look, he said coldly, "Sam, we're all adults here, so you need to be prepared to take a gamble and accept the consequences. I trust you won't haggle any further. Just swallow this fucking jade." Instantly, Sam's face twisted into a pained grimace. Trevor continued, "Look on the bright side. Last time you swallowed a necklace, this time it's just a pendant. Luckily for you, it's not attached to a chain, or you'd have ended up swallowing both." With tears in his eyes, Sam turned to his cousin Laureen, pleading desperately, "Laureen, my dear sister, please, you have to intercede with Mr. Wade. Ask him to spare me this time. I realize I was wrong, and I promise I won't cross him again. I'll be like his loyal dog, doing whatever he asks, even if that means biting. Just please ask him to forgive me." Laureen felt torn at that moment. Just earlier, her cousin had been complaining about Charlie. Women often find themselves in such dilemmas. Although Sam is Laureen's cousin and they shared a close bond during their childhood, Charlie had long been Laureen's love. In this situation, her heart would naturally lean toward Charlie. Now, as Sam begged her to plead with Charlie, Laureen found herself at a loss. Seeing the scene unfold, Lydia rushed over to Laureen, kneeling and sobbing, "Laureen, please, for Auntie's sake, ask Mr. Wade to be lenient and spare your cousin. I've knelt down for you before." Laureen wanted to help but was caught in a stalemate as Lydia insisted on kneeling. Unable to watch her aunt kneel before her, Laureen quickly turned to Charlie, apologizing and pleading, "Charlie, please, for my sake, just forgive my brother this once." Charlie hesitated, then suggested, "Let's step aside for a moment." Laureen nodded eagerly and followed Charlie to the side, her heart racing with anxiety over whether he would be angry with her. Charlie looked at her and asked, "When you were in Oris Hill, a couple of brothers tried to harm you. Was Sam involved?" Laureen quickly shook her head, "No, it wasn't Sam. It was another cousin." "Another cousin?" Charlie furrowed his brow. "Is he here?" Laureen replied, "After that incident, someone with influence warned the Thomas family. My other cousin felt guilty and has been hiding abroad ever since. He wouldn't return even for my grandmother's birthday." Charlie nodded slightly, then asked, "So you and Sam don't have any issues with each other?" "Exactly," Laureen said quickly. "Sam can be a bit misguided, and he doesn't always act wisely, but he hasn't done anything malicious, just likes to show off." As she spoke, Laureen earnestly pleaded, "So, Charlie, please don't hold this against him today. Just give me a break, okay?" With that, she grasped Charlie's arm with both hands, gently shaking it like a child, her face filled with hope and shyness. Charlie felt a sense of helplessness. Knowing that Laureen had asked him for a favor, he couldn't continue to make things difficult for her cousin, especially out of respect for his friend. However, he felt that Sam's behavior had been rather excessive, and letting him off easily would seem unjust. After contemplating, he finally said to Laureen, "All right, since he's your cousin, I'll consider your request." Chapter 1592. Laureen was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Charlie." Charlie responded quickly, "Hold on. I don't need to make him swallow that string of pendants, but he still has to face other consequences. Otherwise, I fear he won't learn his lesson." Laureen, concerned, asked, "Charlie, what kind of punishment are you planning for him? It can't be worse than swallowing a pendant, right?" "No," Charlie replied with a gentle smile. "You can relax, my punishment will actually benefit him." Relieved, Laureen said warmly, "Charlie, thank you for forgiving my brother. Please give me a chance to repay you." Charlie looked at her in surprise. "How do you intend to repay me?" Laureen playfully blinked and said, "Well, how about giving you a baby? What do you think? Charlie replied sternly, in the future, don't say things like that. I am your girlfriend's husband. Lorene nodded seriously, I understand. You two are in a pretend marriage. There's no real commitment. The best solution for you both is to grant each other freedom. Charlie sighed helplessly, I won't discuss this with you anymore, it feels like I'm talking to a wall. With that, he turned back to the group. As he approached, everyone quickly stepped aside to create a path. Sam knelt on the ground, awaiting Charlie's decision. Charlie spoke flatly, Sam, since you're Lorene's cousin, I'm willing to give you another chance, but it's up to you to make the most of it. Upon hearing this, Sam immediately burst into tears, saying, Mr. Wade, thank you for your mercy. I promise I'll take it seriously and never pretend again. Charlie replied, just saying it isn't enough. I can spare you from swallowing that jade pendant this time, but you must prove with your actions that you can truly change. Sam nodded vigorously, Mr. Wade, whatever you need, I will definitely do it. Charlie glanced at Lorene and said, it's not easy for Lorene to be on her own in Oris Hill. So here's what I propose, you will go to Oris Hill and be her driver for a year. You must behave yourself during this time. If you dare to cause trouble or act out, I will make sure you regret it. Hearing this, Sam felt a deep sense of bitterness. His life had been comfortable, so the idea of spending a year in the small town of Oris Hill seemed unbearable. Not only would he have to work as a driver for his cousin, but it would also be under Charlie's watchful eye. If he went, he knew he wouldn't be able to maintain his facade, especially around girls. However, realizing that refusing would mean swallowing the jade pendant and facing Trevor's wrath, he gritted his teeth and agreed, all right, Mr. Wade, I'll follow your orders. Charlie nodded in approval, good. You can prepare to leave after this meal. The journey will be long, taking over 10 days. Ha! Sam exclaimed, surprised. Mr. Wade, it only takes 2 hours to fly from Eastcliff to Oris Hill. Fly? Charlie scoffed. Do you think you deserve to fly? You'll ride a goddamn bike instead. No hotels, only tents allowed along the way. If you dare to use any other form of transportation, I'll break your fucking legs. Chapter 1593. When Sam realized he had to cycle all the way from Eastcliff to Oris Hill and then spend a year there as a driver, he felt utterly defeated. The distance is over 1,200 kilometers. If I really had to ride that far, wouldn't it be exhausting? And doing this in the 12th lunar winter, while being forbidden to stay in a hotel on my own? The requirements seem excessively harsh, don't you think? Sam felt a deep sense of injustice, and before he knew it, tears began to fall. What the hell is happening here? The young master of the Thomas family, reduced to pedaling a bicycle to Oris Hill? Given my small stature, managing to ride 50 or 60 kilometers a day is already quite an achievement. More than 1,200 kilometers means I would have to ride for 20 days straight. And this is during the 12th lunar month. With a choked voice, he said, Mr. Wade, if I start cycling to Oris Hill now, I won't arrive until the first month, and my sister will definitely go back to Eastcliff to celebrate the new year. Wouldn't I be alone there? Charlie replied sharply, is the first month the only concern? Do you think your ass is as soft as your legs? Cycling 80 kilometers a day, and you'll definitely make it in 15 days, just in time for the end of the 12th lunar month. Sam was in tears at the thought of cycling 80 kilometers daily. Isn't that torture? What's worse is that I've just had surgery, and my movement is limited, the surgical area is still tender, and I'm afraid the old pain will resurface. Just as he contemplated negotiating further, Trevor, who was standing nearby, gritted his teeth and shouted, you've got a fucking problem with this. Believe me, I can make sure you never return to Eastcliff. Sam, trembling in fear, quickly nodded, I have no issues. No issues at all. I swear I'll be in Oris Hill in 15 days. After saying this, he looked at Charlie with a choked voice and pleaded, Mr. Wade, could you please let me leave after the new year? Otherwise, I'd have to come back to Oris Hill again. Charlie smiled and asked, Sam, do you really want to return for the new year? Sam replied, a bit confused, my sister will be back then, so I can't just stay alone, can I? Charlie continued, once you arrive in Oris Hill, your movements will be confined to the city limits. I will have a GPS tracker placed on your ankle. If you leave Oris Hill, I'll send someone to bring you back. And after each capture, your 1-year sentence will be extended. If you try to escape often, you might end up stuck in Oris Hill for life. Sam shrank back, quickly assuring, Mr. Wade, don't worry. Once I get there, I won't leave Oris Hill. He then gathered his courage to ask Charlie, Mr. Wade, I have one more thing to ask. I've always spent every Lunar New Year with my parents. Please don't let me be alone in Oris Hill this year. Before Charlie could respond, Trevor jumped in, angrily exclaiming, Sam. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you seriously trying to bargain with Mr. Wade? Do you think he owes you anything? No, Sam realized he had no ground to stand on and quickly waved his hands, I won't negotiate anymore. I will leave right after the birthday banquet and won't leave Oris Hill for the entire year. Meanwhile, Lydia, worried for her son, felt relieved that he had escaped the pain and danger of another operation. She quickly reassured him, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll make sure to get you the best bicycle and the finest accommodations in Oris Hill. You'll have a great car too, so you won't suffer while you're there. Sam finally felt a sense of relief. In the end, the punishment seemed manageable. After all, once he reached Oris Hill, he only needed to steer clear of Charlie's scrutiny and could enjoy a low-key life for the rest of the time. Chapter 1594. The most challenging part of this journey is the bike ride from Eastcliff to Oris Hill. However, I know that cycling for 2 weeks is far better than spending that same time recovering in bed after surgery. On top of that, I experienced a traumatic incident during my last operation, and I'm still not fully healed. If something like that were to happen again right away, I fear the pain would be even worse. At this moment, Charlie interjected, saying, You're going to Oris Hill for a real transformation. Do you think this is just a vacation? Listen closely, while you're there, you are only allowed to ride the most basic old Phoenix 28 bicycle. No other vehicles. If I catch you in anything else, you'll be hauling a cart full of bricks to Oris Hill. Additionally, once you arrive in Oris Hill, aside from the time you spend driving Loreen, you'll need to rent a single room in the city's shanty town. Your total monthly expenses cannot exceed $1,000, including rent. Don't worry. Once you're in Oris Hill, I'll have people keeping an eye on you. If you dare spend more than $1, your reform period will extend by another day. If you blow tens of thousands while you're there, you might find it hard to leave for a long time. Sam felt as if the sky was falling around him. How could he, a dignified Kilgore master, be forced to live in the city's shanty town? And on top of that, with a budget of only $1,000 a month? Was he meant to eat shit? He pleaded, Mr. Wade, even $1,000 might not be enough to cover the rent. Charlie replied coldly, Don't worry. The cost of living in Oris Hill isn't as high as you think. A room in the shanty town only costs about $300 a month, and that leaves you with $700, which is more than enough for daily living expenses. Charlie had spent many years at the bottom of society and was well acquainted with the struggles of the less fortunate. In the shanty town, rents were very affordable. In the past, a small bungalow cost just $100, and meals were inexpensive as well. For instance, a veggie stir-fry in a small eatery could be just $2 or $3, and you could buy 4 steamed buns for $1, enough to last a day. Now, prices had only increased slightly. With $1,000 for the month, it was still manageable. Of course, that kind of lifestyle lacked any comfort, it was merely enough to survive. However, for someone like Sam, this was the perfect remedy for his pretentiousness. Upon hearing this, Sam felt utterly defeated. Truthfully, $1,000 wouldn't even cover the cost of a decent cigar. Living on that for a month would feel like torture. Lydia, distressed, looked at Loreen and said through her tears, Loreen, please, can you plead with Mr. Wade again? Don't let him push your brother to his limits. Loreen felt embarrassed and unsure of what to say. She had already asked her cousin for leniency once, and now she felt shy to do so again. Ultimately, this entire situation stemmed from her cousin's misbehavior, and she didn't want Charlie to feel burdened by it. Wouldn't that just be unfair to him? Charlie had saved her multiple times and was the only man she cared for. She would rather see her cousin suffer a bit than let Charlie be the one to compromise. In a stern voice, Charlie added, "Sam, I suggest you agree to this quickly before I change my mind. Otherwise, I'll have you hauling cement at a construction site in Oris Hill. There used to be a GM-listed company there, and the owner, Jeff, do you know what he's doing now?" Sam, filled with panic, shook his head. Charlie sneered, "He's currently carrying cement at that same construction site, and he's been doing it for 20 years. Do you want to end up in the same fucking situation?" Chapter 1595. As soon as Sam learned he would be carrying cement at the construction site, he vigorously shook his head in disbelief. In contrast, living in a shanty town with monthly expenses of $1,000 felt like just a minor inconvenience, accompanied by some discomfort. However, if he had to actually work on a construction site, he feared he might end up sacrificing half his life there. Consequently, without a moment's hesitation, he almost instinctively replied, "Mr. Wade, I agree to your terms and promise not to negotiate further. Just please don't send me to the damn construction site." Charlie nodded with satisfaction, then spoke coldly, "Once you arrive in Oris Hill, focus on your reform. Don't spend your days sulking. If you continue to act like the spoiled little rich prick you are, you'd be better off staying in Eastcliff, where you could wreak even more havoc, perhaps even threaten the Kilgore and Thomas families." The Thomas brothers nearby instinctively recoiled at his words. For them, Charlie's comments carried an undeniable weight. Sam's temperament could indeed lead to disaster if he wasn't kept in check. This situation was particularly telling. If he wasn't careful, he could easily offend Charlie and young Master Sunday. Should young Master Sun decide to confront him, the Thomas family would surely face dire consequences. Franklin, the eldest son of the Thomas family, felt a surge of irritation. Although Sam was related to him through his sister, he was still considered an outsider. If this outsider brought chaos to their family, it would be a source of deep distress for Franklin. He then spoke sternly, "Listen up, little dragon. When you get to Oris Hill, you need to truly reform and shed all those bad habits. Don't cause trouble like you do now. Do you understand?" Sam responded vaguely, "I understand, Uncle." Lydia couldn't help feeling a bit discontent. It was one thing for her brother to ignore his nephew, but it felt disheartening for him to say such things. Understanding Lydia's feelings, Franklin addressed her earnestly, "Lydia, you must ensure that Sam is disciplined properly. Don't just let him run wild, or one day, if he creates a mess, it will reflect poorly on the Thomas family. As a daughter-in-law, you'll also bear some responsibility for his actions, do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lydia realized that while her brother's words may seem harsh, they were rooted in truth. If Sam truly caused a disaster that harmed the Thomas family, she, as the family's daughter-in-law, would inevitably be held accountable. Many family members can be biased. Just because the elders treat her well, it doesn't mean that when Sam gets into trouble, they won't feel she has failed in raising him. If the head of the Thomas family were to become dissatisfied with her because of Sam's actions, her standing within the family would undoubtedly suffer. Considering that the Thomas family's power had diminished significantly over time, and with her birth family not particularly strong, her position in the family had already been precarious. If she were further affected by her children's misdeeds, her hope of gaining respect in the Thomas family would vanish. With these thoughts in mind, she turned to Sam with a serious expression, "Sam. You must eliminate all those fucking bad habits in the future, do you understand?" Sam could only nod earnestly in agreement. At this point, he truly didn't dare to act recklessly. Seeing how a live-in son-in-law in Oris Hill could end up in such a dire situation, he realized that if he were to provoke the heir of a powerful family, the consequences could be fatal. Hastily, he declared, "As soon as Grandma's birthday banquet is over, I'll hop on my bicycle and head straight to Oris Hill. Once I arrive, I will make sure to reflect on my actions." With that, the farce finally drew to a close. Chapter 1596. Charlie took the beautiful folding fan that Orrin had gifted him from Sam and presented it to Lorraine's grandmother. He said, "Grandma Thomas, this fan represents a little bit of love shared between Claire and me. I hope you will accept it. Also, I want to sincerely apologize for what happened earlier at your birthday banquet and hope you can forgive me." Grandma Thomas felt a bit flattered and quickly replied, "Mr. Wade, you're too kind. What occurred earlier was due to my grandson's mistake. Ultimately, it's our responsibility for not disciplining him properly, which caused you trouble." She looked at the folding fan and continued, "Mr. Wade, this fan is far too precious. I truly cannot accept such a generous gift." Charlie quickly responded, "Grandma Thomas, a gift is about the thought behind it, not its monetary value. Please don't be so formal with me. To be honest, I didn't purchase this fan, it was a gift from the chairman of the Sun Group. I'm just borrowing it to present to you." Elder Thomas, who was standing nearby, recognized that this fan belonged to Orrin and actually hoped that Grandma would accept it. After all, not only was the fan valuable, but it also carried significant connections. If the Thomas family had this fan, their ties with the Sun family could be beneficial in the future. If Orrin ever noticed the fan, he might assist the Thomas family, which would be a major gain for them. Therefore, Elder Thomas spoke up, "Oh, Mr. Wade, you are too polite. My wife and I are extremely grateful. Should you ever need anything from the Thomas family, just let us know, and we will certainly do our utmost to help." With this statement, Elder Thomas effectively accepted the gift. Charlie recognized the old man's wisdom and nodded in agreement, saying, "Grandpa Thomas, you're too gracious." As a result, Grandma Thomas felt compelled to accept the folding fan. Observing this, Trevor chimed in, "I must tell you, Mr. Wade holds a very high position in my uncle's esteem, he is practically like a son to him. If you win Mr. Wade's favor, the Sun family will certainly treat you well." The crowd nodded in agreement, visibly pleased, especially Mr. Thomas, whose gaze at Charlie resembled that of a proud grandfather-in-law. Lorraine found herself in a daze. She couldn't comprehend how Charlie had become so accomplished. It wasn't just that he had impressed many wealthy individuals in Oris Hill, even the third-ranking patriarch of the Sun family held him in such high regard. Could it be that he had exceptional feng shui skills? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of inferiority washed over her. Despite being the eldest granddaughter of the Thomas family and not lacking in looks compared to other women, she felt overshadowed by a man with such boundless potential like Charlie, making her feel unworthy of him. However, then she thought of her best friend Claire. She couldn't understand why Claire was so goddamn lucky. What kind of luck had brought her such a wonderful partner who was willing to marry and protect her? If she were in Claire's position, she would have already given Charlie several children, enjoyed a daily married life with him, and been wholly devoted to him. But what about Claire? So far, their relationship hadn't progressed into a true marriage. Reflecting on this made her feel a sense of loss for Charlie. Chapter 1597. With that, the birthday banquet officially commenced. Charlie was honored as a guest of distinction, seated beside the lady along with Lorraine and Trevor. As the festivities began, members of the Thomas family took turns raising their glasses in Charlie's honor, their faces and gestures overflowing with admiration. Charlie remained humble, readily accepting drinks from anyone who toasted him. Even when Sam stepped forward to raise a toast, he drank without hesitation. During Trevor's turn, he carefully raised his glass to Charlie, ingratiatingly saying, "Mr. Wade, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, brother." Charlie anticipated Trevor's request but was determined to restore their abilities only after proper accountability. Given the poor choices made by Trevor and his family, along with Orrin's family, Charlie was resolute in withholding any immediate restoration. Adults must face the consequences of their actions, otherwise, how will they learn their lessons? Therefore, without allowing Trevor to finish, Charlie interjected, "Trevor, you've seen everything that has transpired today. You should understand why I sent Sam to Oris Hill for a year of reform." "Absolutely." Trevor nodded vigorously, replying, "Mr. Wade, you are fair and just, and we trust you completely. But regarding this situation, could you perhaps allow us the same opportunity as Sam? Maybe set a timeline. This would give us some hope, don't you think?" Charlie nodded in agreement but clarified, "You know that Sam's offense was minor, just some reckless words. That's why I asked him to reform for a year. However, the four of you went far beyond that. You even threatened your own family before. Such actions carry a much heavier weight than Sam's." Trevor broke into a cold sweat, fully grasping Charlie's meaning. While Sam had merely lost a fight and faced a year of reform, Trevor and his family had forced their uncle to relinquish trillions in assets, even going so far as to threaten his aunt and cousin. Their misdeeds were undeniably more severe than Sam's. Additionally, this uncle was a close friend of Charlie's father, Bruce, and his aunt was a good sister to Charlie's mother. The cousin had been betrothed to Charlie since childhood, making the betrayal hit even harder for him. If Sam was subject to a year's reform, how could the four of them expect to escape with anything less than 10 or 20 years of punishment? The thought of possibly spending the next decade or two without the chance to have children, and being unqualified to enjoy any comforts, made Trevor feel utterly defeated. With a sorrowful expression, he pleaded, "Mr. Wade, think of my uncle. Please forgive us this time. Or at least consider shortening our reform period." Charlie replied coolly, "It all depends on how you conduct yourselves. If you perform well, your reform might be reduced to 3 to 5 years. If not, it could stretch to 20 or 30 years. Trevor felt tears welling up, whispering, "Master Wade, I'll be your brother-in-law soon, and I just ask you to consider this relationship. If word gets out that your brother-in-law is impotent, it could tarnish your reputation, don't you think?" Charlie chuckled, "I think that's perfectly fine, there's nothing shameful about it." Trevor felt like he might collapse. Charlie was resolutely unyielding. Trevor had hoped to leverage his cousin's connection to sway Charlie, but he quickly realized there would be no opportunity for that. Even if they behaved well, 3 to 5 years of abstinence would still feel like a punishment. Wasn't that self-sabotage? With no other viable options, he could only grovel, "Brother-in-law, I promise to be on my best behavior from now on. You won't regret it." Charlie, frowning, replied, "Don't call me that. I'm not your brother-in-law." Trevor nodded earnestly, "I understand, it's not official yet. But it will be, someday." Charlie was disinterested in discussing such trivial matters, so he chose to ignore Trevor's comments. At that moment, Lorene approached and quietly asked, "Charlie, when do you plan to return to Oris Hill?" "Tomorrow," he replied. Chapter 1598. "What? You're leaving so soon? Aren't you staying in Eastcliff for a few more days?" "My business here is finished, there's nothing left to do. I'm leaving tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lorene immediately responded, "Then I will leave tomorrow too. Let's go together, all right? We can take the same flight back." Charlie hesitated, wanting to decline her offer, but her hopeful expression made it difficult for him to refuse. It's common for friends to travel together, and he couldn't bring himself to avoid flying with her. So, Charlie finally agreed, saying, "All right, let's travel together." Lorene quickly added, "Then you need to come back and give me your ID card details so I can book our tickets." "Sure." During the birthday party, Sam's uncles had already arranged for him to receive gear for his trip to Oris Hill. They organized the purchase of an old Phoenix 28 bicycle, outfitted it with a luggage rack, and provided him with a riding helmet, a warm down jacket, a sleeping bag, a tent, and a kettle. While they didn't particularly care about Sam, they wanted him to leave immediately after the meal to avoid being a burden and to prevent angering Charlie. They knew that if the Thomas family faced any repercussions, it would be a significant loss. Lydia didn't care about causing a scene. As soon as she learned the situation, she called her husband Heath, who had just finished work and was on his way to the birthday party. She informed him of what was happening and asked him to quickly pack some clothes and road snacks for their son. Upon understanding the details, Heath felt a mix of anger and fear. Thankfully, the incident hadn't upset the Sun family, or the Thomas family could have faced serious troubles. Disregarding the ongoing birthday celebration, he rushed home to gather everything needed for Sam. By the time the party was nearing its end, he arrived in a hurry. When Sam spotted his father, he broke down in tears during their embrace. Facing a year of reform in Oris Hill, he was acutely aware of how challenging it would be, which made seeing his father even more poignant. Heath felt a profound sense of helplessness. Although he sympathized with his son, he had spent many years in Eastcliff and understood the ruthless nature of high society. In this elite world, power and influence often determine one's standing. Even though the Thomas family held some influence, they didn't dare confront a prominent family like the Sun family. Given that Sam had offended members of the Sun family and their esteemed guests, there would inevitably be consequences. The Thomas family had to face the repercussions to prevent further fallout. There was a case in the past where a family's son got into trouble, and the father, eager to protect him, ended up jeopardizing the entire family's financial stability, leading to near bankruptcy while the son faced dire consequences. In today's world, large families operate their businesses on a precarious edge. To engage in significant transactions exceeding $100 million, they must utilize financial leverage, otherwise, growth is unattainable. Even the Wanda Group carries substantial debt, and it's rumored that large corporations like Country Garden have liabilities amounting to $900 billion. If things proceed smoothly, the income generated must outpace debt repayment to avert crises. However, if the cash flow falters, the consequences can be catastrophic. Behind the three major families in Eastcliff lies a network of banks and financial ties. If a company attempts to reorganize and directly accesses capital, it risks collapsing under the weight of a broken financial chain. Thus, Heath's concerns about the Sun family's power overshadowed his worries for Sam. He felt a sense of relief, thinking that it was merely Sam who was unfortunate this time. Had the Kilgore family been impacted, he would have faced a serious shitstorm from his father. Chapter 1599. After the birthday feast came to a close and the guests had departed, Sam found himself pushing his brand-new 28-inch bicycle. Suddenly, a catchy tune from a short video platform popped into his head. What was it? "Ride my beloved little motorcycle." As he recalled the lyrics, he glanced at his old, unattractive 28-inch bicycle and sighed inwardly, thinking, if only I could ride a motorcycle, I could cover 300 or 400 kilometers in a day. I could zip to Orris Hill without enduring too much hardship along the way. Unfortunately, Charlie wasn't open to negotiations, leaving Sam with no choice but to push his 28-inch bike and prepare to set off. Uncle Franklin approached with a green riding helmet, ready to place it on Sam's head. As Sam dodged, he awkwardly inquired, "Uncle, why did you buy me a green helmet?" "Oh, don't mention it," Franklin replied with a sigh. "I have no idea what's happening, but helmets are flying off the shelves everywhere. The bicycle shop has been cleaned out. The only ones left are these green ones. I just wanted to make sure you have something. Safety is the most important thing." Sam felt like crying. No wonder this helmet hadn't sold out, it was a garish shade of green. It looked fresher than the freshest leeks. Despite his strong aversion to the color, he understood that safety came first. After all, if he fell and injured himself, it would be a disaster. So, gritting his teeth, he allowed Uncle Franklin to secure the helmet on his head. Franklin adjusted the chin strap and then pointed to the phone holder on the bicycle's handlebar, saying earnestly, "Little dragon, this phone holder was specially bought by me. You can place your phone here, and it will help you navigate for over 1,000 kilometers. Make sure to keep an eye on the map and don't take any wrong turns." Sam nodded and asked, "Uncle, why didn't you get me a power bank? What if my phone dies while I'm riding?" "Oh." Franklin slapped his forehead. "I completely forgot. Just wait a moment, and I'll send someone to get you one." At that moment, Laureen's father, Franklin, chimed in, "I have a power bank in my car that I bought just in case. I'll grab it for you." Meanwhile, Sam's father, Heath, gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder and said seriously, "It's best to head to Orris Hill. The route is lined with well-developed cities, so there's no wilderness to worry about. Stay safe and look for a large tent in a city park to sleep in at night. You should be able to reach Orris Hill in about 10 days. With tears in his eyes, Sam nodded in agreement. Heath sighed and added, "You need to ride responsibly all the way. No sneaking off or reckless behavior allowed. This will be a valuable experience for you, understand?" Sam whimpered, "I understand, Dad." On the side, Lydia wiped her tears and urged, please be cautious while riding, and keep a safe distance from larger vehicles, okay? Sam choked back tears, replying, okay, Mom, I will. Elder Thomas then reminded him, don't be lazy. If you're late, Mr. Wade is going to be pissed. Sam felt a wave of frustration. Was this really his grandfather? He was more concerned about not upsetting Charlie. The lady, with great kindness, pulled out a yellow amulet from her pocket and handed it to Sam. Here, Sam. This amulet was given to me by Grandma when she was young. The monk blessed it, and it's said to be very effective. Grandma always carried it with her. Now, she's passing it on to you for your safety. Sam accepted it gratefully, saying, thank you, Grandma. Charlie, who had remained silent until now, remarked, look at you, making progress. At least you've learned to express your thanks to your family. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sam muttered, thank you, Mr. Wade, for your guidance. I promise to keep a low profile and be a good person moving forward. Chapter 1600. Yeah. Charlie nodded and said, okay, let's go. At that moment, Franklin dashed over with the power bank in hand. He handed both the power bank and the charging cable to Sam, exclaiming, Sam, take the power bank. Sam quickly stashed the power bank into his backpack, wiped away his tears, and addressed everyone, Grandma, Master, Father, Mother, Uncle, Second Uncle, I'm leaving. Everyone waved at him, saying, take care on the road. Sam turned to Charlie and bowed slightly, saying, Mr. Wade, I'm leaving. Charlie replied with a grunt, hurry up. You'll face consequences if you waste time. Sam nodded vigorously, assuring everyone, don't worry, I'll do my best. Charlie waved his hand and said, all right, off you go. Sam nodded, casting a reluctant glance at his family before he mounted the large 28 bicycle. With a firm push of the pedals, he set off, the bike swaying slightly as he rode away. Lydia sobbed uncontrollably, prompting Heath to wrap her in his arms and comfort her. It's all right, Sam has grown up and it's time for him to take responsibility. Lydia nodded through her tears. Even though she felt heartbroken, she couldn't express it any further. Turning his attention to Lorene, Charlie said earnestly, when your cousin arrives in Oris Hill, you must keep a close watch on him. If he genuinely wants to change, he might turn his life around, otherwise, he could end up lost. Lorene quickly assured him, don't worry, I will keep a firm grip on him. Good, Charlie nodded in agreement. I'll head back now. Lorene asked, should I book the ticket and let you know? Yes, please. Lorene then inquired, do you want me to pick you up and take you to the airport? Charlie waved his hand dismissively, no need, I'll see you at the airport. Just then, Trevor hurried over with a grin, Mr. Wade, are you going back to my uncle's house? It's tough to find a taxi around here. Let me drive you. Charlie glanced at him and nodded slightly, all right. The entire Thomas family felt a wave of relief as the car drove off with Charlie and Trevor inside. Inside the car, Trevor complimented, Mr. Wade, your approach with Sam was truly impressive. Charlie responded casually, it's just how it is, there's no need for bullshit flattery. Trevor quickly insisted, I'm genuinely not trying to flatter you. Usually, when dealing with such issues, people tend to lecture and force the other party to adhere to their promises. But you chose to be lenient, letting him go while providing a tailored plan for his transformation. That's truly strategic. I believe Sam will never act arrogantly again. Charlie looked at him and asked, what about you? Will you still be a prick and confront your relatives in the future? Trevor froze for a moment, then quickly replied, no, absolutely not.